have the most features, the most reliable. It's an excellent software, and it's something I highly recommend people do when you start doing accounting. And it's, in my point of view, it's kind of a no-brainer. We're lucky to have them as partners, but I would say this regardless. And frankly, even before they were partners, I told people that. Anyone who knows me, if they ask me what should I do, incorporate, go online. And there's a couple other things I used to say as well, which I'll get into. So thank you very much for joining. And you know, this is the truth. It really works well. It's a great system. Second partner we had is CANARIE. So CANARIE really, and Randy's here. And by the way, Seema, thank you for having Randy from CANARIE. Go meet Randy. They are here at the beginning. When the Fundica Roadshow started, they stepped up right away, and it took about a week to decide. It was a great kind of vote of confidence what we were trying to do. And they've been there well before us as well. They've really been supporting it. And what they really try to do is help adoption of internet, broadband, you know, basically trying to move Canada forward. And what really neat with their solution, it's free. It's always free. It's only free. It's a free solution. They worked, you know, the product that kind of have here we talk about is there, but it's a great solution that really helps people go online. So if you have an idea, a crazy idea, I want to try and connect everyone in the world and try and do this and that, CANARIE's the place to go. And they'll let you experiment all you want. They basically kind of get you on there. So an excellent solution, great bandwidth, great storage, really kind of a neat solution. You know, high-end academics that are doing research out there, they're using CANARIE as well. So a great partner and a great solution to explore. A new partner this year, PayPal. When we set up Fundica, we kind of set it up and we were on a very tight budget. We really didn't have any extra money to spare. We looked around and said, okay, what's the best payment solution out there? We tried different ones. You know, we are open source. We were, let's go as cheap as we can. For the first 2 years, we were paying $4.99 for hosting. You know, it wasn't great, but we were trying to do things as efficiently as possible. It was pretty clear and pretty straightforward to us that PayPal was the solution. We looked at it. It was straightforward, easy to integrate, great service if we had any questions, comments. And people trusted it too. So when they came to our site, it wasn't like, okay, who is this? I'm putting in very sensitive information. I'm doing payments. They trusted it. And most importantly for us, it worked right away. And it was a great solution. And if we want to kind of go further along, there are other solutions. It's kind of part of the PayFL family. So very happy with that. Been with it since the beginning. Never even thought twice about it. And again, very happy to have them as a partner. And you know, they've really been, it's been a great solution for us. So I would suggest, you know, drop by, talk to them. If it's anything to do with payment, there's Alex at the back and Kevin's around as well.
And a lot of you guys have like signed up for one-on-one meetings. If you guys haven't, don't be shy. These guys are like super approachable, although Alex sometimes doesn't talk much. They have cupcakes.
They made them themselves too this morning. I saw them around the oven. IBM, our software, have been a great partner as well. They offer a great hosting solution. They're kind of, I see, you know, CANARIE's kind of the pre-commercialization. IBM offers a great kind of when you're post-commercialization kind of solution. Great partner, been around working with us a couple of years as well. We used to use another one. At first we used a very kind of thin kind of hosting solution. Then we went to a bigger hosting solution, not very reliable. We had lots of downtime. Hopefully none of you experienced that. We had, you know, more surprises than we liked. Difficult customer service. Since we've been with IBM, it's been 100. We've never had an outage, to my knowledge. And really very easy to work with, very straightforward. And you know, again, some of these are big companies, but they're kind of really tailoring the solutions to startups. Nethris, one of our newest partner. So I said before, what are the kind of no-brainer things if you set up a company? Well, if you're setting up a company, incorporate, especially if you want to go get kind of government programs, grants, tax credits alike. You know, use an accounting system, and I would suggest an online one. I would suggest QuickBooks. And then I would also say that you should really get a payroll system in place. You really don't want to have to deal with that. We've been using a payroll system from the beginning. Nethris is really a state-of-the-art one, really works well, really easy. You'll sleep well at night. And it's not something that I think a human can do better than them. So you might as well use a system, and this is really one of the best ones out there. And they have a great deal. So go meet them as well. There's a few people from the team here. Pierre, there's his team are around. So
Louis in the back.
Yes. Sweet time. So
and Marc-André.
Marc-André, okay. Very happy to have them as partners. Awesome, kind of partners to really support us and they really support the whole ecosystem as well. In terms of supported by, so I also have Blake's, Concierge Service, Expansion Quebec, Startup Canada, R&D Partners. I had a MetaBridge. By the way, MetaBridge has if you want to apply to pitch at MetaBridge, it's April 1st is their deadline. That's out west. Media Lab CFC, Idea Boost. So thank you to our other partners as well as a big shout out to Notman House. We were the very first event 2 years ago in this space. They have about 300 or so events a year. Very proud to have been the first one. And now 2 years later, we're here. And thank you to Noah, who was there from the beginning, and I think he's been in Notman House and he'll be moving on soon, but thanks to their team. So a little bit about the partners.
Thank you. Just quickly, I know that we're running out of time, but I'd love for the partners to come out and to just say a quick word, so you just get to put a face to the name. So you can start with Pierre, Kevin, all the national partners, please come out. Seema, yes. Randy. Okay.
Well, good morning. I'm Pierre St-Arnault, product manager with Nethris. As Mike well described, Nethris is a payroll service provider. Our payroll services are distributed by National Bank. That's why you're going to see people from National Bank around. Don't be afraid to ask questions. We can answer everything that has to do with starting up a business and setting up payroll. And if you stay in that room, well, a bit later this morning, you'll hear me talk about the risk related to payroll management. Have a nice day.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kevin Zimnikas. I do business development for PayPal here in Canada. As these guys mentioned, I'm happy to discuss anything that's e-commerce, transactional. If there's any exchange of payments going back and forth, I'm happy to help. We're over there in the Roadstop Lounge. Thank you. I was up early this morning. And yeah, I'm happy to chat. And thanks for having us, you guys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Seema Galish, and I'm the Quebec Business Lead for QuickBooks. It's a pleasure to be here today, and on behalf of Intuit Canada, we're delighted to be a proud sponsor and partner of Fundica. At Intuit Canada, we're very passionate about helping support small businesses thrive and succeed by providing resources, education tools, such as trusted advisors through the various partnerships that we're affiliated with, such as Fundica, Startup Canada, and Notman. I just wanted to throw in a quick stat. Just earlier this year, we conducted a research at Intuit Canada, and one of the leading causes of business failure is poor cash flow management. And so to Mike's point, the importance of using a financial management software, such as QuickBooks Online, is imperative. Take the time to understand your numbers, your finances. Take the time to build a business plan. As Lana mentioned, when you're going out there pursuing loans with banks and governments, these are the questions they're going to ask. So it's imperative that you know your numbers and take the time to build that business plan, build a network of trusted advisors and financial professionals. And it's important to use a cloud-based software solution such as QuickBooks Online. I'll be here for the rest of the day as well, so if you have any questions, feel free to come by. Thanks.
Oh, I have one. Hi, everyone. I'm Randy Jones. I'm representing CANARIE this morning. CANARIE is a not-for-profit based in Ottawa that since 1993 we've been supporting research and education in Canada. We provide digital infrastructure in the form of a network, an identity management system, and a cloud computing system. We also have programs for funding research software development and a research data sharing program. I'll be talking a little later today about our cloud service and topics in general related to cloud. If you are interested in getting access to some cloud services, come see me anytime today. I'll be around, or attend my talk, I think around 11 o'clock, in thereabouts.
Thank you, guys and ladies. So I'll just mention the other slide. I'll just mention the other partners. So just other partners that also helped in Montreal. So Dawson, Founder Institute, District 3, Concordia, Founder Fuel, Latam, Swap, Fondation Montreal, Inc., Montreal NewTech, and yes, so just thanks for them for also supporting us.
Well, before kicking it off, I just wanted to mention that besides the winning company, our national partners didn't forget any of you guys. So we're offering amazing perks. We have QuickBooks that are offering 50% off your first year. So get your books ready, guys, and leverage this deal. We also have CANARIE that also offering a one free cloud hosting service for people, like we said, like pre-commercialization. But again, Randy's going to be here. If you're not sure, like, where do you fit, just come and ask Randy, or come at the booth over there in the Roadstock Lounge, and I'd be more than happy to ask your questions. We also have one free cloud hosting services from IBM as well. Last but not least, Nethris is actually also offering they're waiving the implementation fee for their payroll services, and then they're offering your 13th month free of charge. So before we kick it off officially, guys, can I get like a woo? Wake up.
Woo!
Oh God. Again. 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
So the hashtag is Fundica Roadshow. We're going to be tweeting all day. If you have any questions, also interact with our judges and our panel members. Hashtag Fundica Roadshow. And I really hope that you guys enjoy the event. Stick around for the whole day. There's really good lunch. There's really good cupcakes, candies, and then there's a cocktail networking session, and there's going to be a lot of fun stuff as well. So hope you enjoy the day, and let's get started.
All right.
So our first fireside chat is going to include Jean-François Marcoux, general partner of White Star Capital. Jean-François has 16 years of experience in managing startups and investment projects. He was also the co-founder of Ludia, a leading digital video game publisher, and managed all non-product related operations, anything from finance, legal, strategy, HR, you name it, he was on top of it. Jean-François also gained extensive operational experience with his role at Ludia, which grew from a startup in 2007, and then they got acquired in 2010 by Fremantle Media, a leading global TV producer. Prior to co-founding Ludia, GF held senior positions in mergers and acquisitions, financing, and VC media and tech sectors with a large publicly traded media and printing company, a leading Canadian investment bank, and one of the largest institutional fund managers in Canada. The chat will obviously cover accelerating startup ecosystem through private investment. They've recently raised a large fund, and Jean-François will be covering it. It will be also moderated by one of our own, our Mike Lee, who you've already heard speak. So Michael is also the president of Fundica, if you guys didn't know. He's super cool to be just hanging out here. And also the president of R&D Partners. So we'll give him another introduction shortly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lana. So we'll take that over. All right. Well, nice to meet you, Jean-François. So for you that don't know Jean-François, I think Lana explained a little bit, your kind of background, where you come from. Maybe if we kind of just start with, what kind of got you into being, a VC? What kind of inspired you to do that?
Absolutely. As it was mentioned, I started as an investor, then I turned into an entrepreneur in 2007, and I basically dropped my career to co-found a mobile gaming company called Ludia here in Montreal. And because my dream and my passion had always been to start a business, and but I had decided to gain a few years of experience before doing that. So from 2007 to 2013, we basically grew that company, and I became very passionate about scaling businesses globally. One of the main success factors for Ludia was his ability to sell to the US, Europe, and Asia very early on. and be a recognized brand and have users on a global basis. At the end of, during 2013, I was basically approached by two friends of mine to basically start White Star Capital on the basis of creating this international venture capital fund that would basically bridge the gaps between Europe and North America with offices in New York, London, but also here in Montreal, with the aim and the vision to help entrepreneurs scale globally. So this is how I essentially became an entrepreneur and how I became a venture capital guy. So a little bit about White Star. We've been investing our capital for almost 2.5 years. We have, as I said, we're an international fund, but with a strong presence here in Montreal. My colleague Edward is in the room and works with me here in Montreal. We have a team in New York. We have a team in London. We're active. We have invested in 7 countries. We mainly focus on the Montreal, Toronto, and New York market in North America. We, in Europe, invest in London, Paris, Berlin, and Stockholm. So we basically play around those 7 markets with the aim of finding those very ambitious businesses that can scale globally from those hubs that we sometimes call underserved, as they don't have the same amount of capital than what you find in Silicon Valley, for example. So it's kind of interesting for us as a VC. Our team at White Star we have all founded, ran, or finance companies, so we're quite entrepreneur-led in terms of background. My team members and partners have worked at Facebook, Microsoft, Google, Ludia, Sumly, a startup that was successful in London. So we are professional, but also entrepreneur-friendly, and we understand how to scale businesses.
All right. Okay. And so, what kind of lots of entrepreneurs here, and they're probably thinking, is JF the right kind of guy to speak to? What kind of businesses do you look for? At what stage? What industry?
Exactly. We are mainly what you call a Series A investor. So we our main value proposition for companies are at the stage of the go-to-market. So we usually invest in the early days of a go-to-market where there's some validation or evidence of product market fit. It could be one client, it could be a pilot, it could be a few dollars of revenue, and we typically write checks of $1 to $3 million as a first check US, and we want models that can be scaled globally. We look at things in the Internet of Things industry, artificial intelligence, fintech. We have strong plays in marketplaces, so we are again a Series A investor. Sometimes we do seed occasionally. Give you a sense, we basically have 4 investments in Montreal. We have led the Series A of Nubo in the Internet of Things sector. We have just closed and led a Series A of an application security company that will be announced next week. We have supported execution labs in the video game space, BuzzBud, that many people are familiar with. And we have 1 company in Ottawa. We have 2 in Toronto. Canada is about 25 to 30% of our portfolio, and it's we want to be active in the country.
Okay, so besides that, what do you look for? Is the people pretty important? I guess obviously the phase, you kind of look for them just about to get that big scaling. How do you look at it? If someone's going to come talk to you, what are you things you're going to think about?
You've heard that before, but this is true. People tend to forget that the most important element is the team. So general statement is I tend to say that people tend to undersell the team and talk about their vision and what they have in mind, but they don't spend time basically telling us why they have the right team to build that. So for us, it's a question of team. It's a question of a business model that's scalable from a unit economic standpoint at scale, something that can be a software that can be sold easily on a global basis with automated marketing can you scale the talent that you need to run the business? Can you find the right people where you're based? So those are the type of criteria we look at.
Right. And in Montreal, there's the two of you, you and
Yeah,
Edward?
Edward. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And in the other cities, you have other partners?
Yeah, we have a team of 3 in New York and 3 in London as well.
Okay. So I think our topic for today is kind of the ecosystem and what's going right, what's going wrong. How do you find the ecosystem in Montreal is developing in terms of the startup ecosystem?
Yeah, quite excited to be here, and it's a topic actually very much like I think it's never been as exciting as it is today. My personal reference point is basically 2007, 2006, when I founded Ludia and we raised our seed round of 1.5 million. 10 years ago, we had nothing in Montreal. We had a few funds like BDC for supporting startups, Investissement Québec, but no Notman House. It's great that we do this here today. Very few mentors for entrepreneurs, no accelerators, no incubators, very few angel investors. Funds here in Canada today, like ours, like Real Ventures, like Innovia, Row Capital, they all didn't exist. So in the last 10 years, I'm not saying that things are necessarily easy. The market or the landscape has extremely improved. There's also more capital to support the growth of those companies. You've seen what I call monster rounds of Montreal-based companies, the like of Lightspeed, Covio, the success of Password Box, and we're talking about fundraise of 30 million, 50 million, 80 million in the case of Lightspeed, things that you would have never seen 10 years ago. So there's also appetite from the larger funds and larger organizations to support businesses much longer. There's founder fuel, as you know here with Real Ventures. So there's a real ecosystem of resources to help entrepreneurs along their journey that did not exist 10 years ago.
And what do you think we need to do to kind of go to the next level? What's to work on?
I think in the ecosystem in Montreal, and this is particularly true for Montreal, I think we need to bring more capital in the province, or this comment can be made for Canada as well. Is that through
VCs, or is that just by entrepreneurs going out and getting it?
It's through VCs, local VCs and foreign VCs being attracted to invest in Canada. We just had our annual general meeting in New York of White Star, and we were basically looking at the size of the tech market from a VC perspective in Montreal, and in 2015 it was about $200 million of investment, which is still relatively low, and this compares to 600 million in Toronto, 1.2 billion in a city like Paris. So there's still a lot of room to grow, and I believe that the only way for Montreal to become better is really to attract foreign capital, welcome new funds, build successes that will be recognized globally. There's still some investors are still reluctant to invest in Montreal just because they're not familiar with the ecosystem. And lastly, I think what's important is let's make sure we create bigger, more ambitious, and larger companies on a global basis that will basically validate that we can do this in Montreal. And this basically goes back to the importance also of growth capital in the country. There's VC like what we do, but then there's also like let's make sure that entrepreneurs don't sell too quickly their businesses, like it happened in the past, and then we become recognized on a global basis.
Right. So one thing I noticed, so last year we had all the winners, the Roadshow. They all pitched. They won in Canada. They went to the U.S. In the U.S., they pitched to VCs there, and the big comment in the U.S. was, "You need some more zeros." In your pitch, they really want to see it big and go for it. Do you think that, first of all, should we be kind of just going for those bigger ones? And secondly, should people pitch differently in Canada than the U.S.?
I think it's well, first of all, I think the most important element is to do your homework on any investor that you're meeting. So regardless of whether it's in Canada or US or Europe, investors have different philosophy, they have different approaches. Make sure you understand their portfolio, you find common grounds with them. So first thing is to do homework. The second thing is, your comment is right. Like, don't be, I think Canadian entrepreneurs tend to undersell their team and their vision. So it's true that if you want to compete against the US or Europe, you have to make sure you pitch hard. And you pitch, I mean, go big or go home is true. With always with some modesty about the fact that you need help to do that, whether it's through a good syndicate of investor, whether it's through new advisor. The idea is not to have a big ego and say that you can do it alone. The idea is to say that you have a very ambitious vision and business plan, and that it could yield a lot of zeros, but at the same time you want to partner with the best people that can help you with. So I wouldn't necessarily change my pitch between US and Canada. It's just a general comment that you should, I think people overall tend to undersell their project and businesses.
In terms of approaching investors like yourselves and others, how and when should they approach them? So a lot of these companies, there's different phases, but early on.
My view is obviously it's always good to build relationships as early as possible. You have to be careful, however, like we're a Series A fund, so I like to meet entrepreneurs well in advance of their fundraising, but obviously I don't necessarily have time to spend like an hour or two with them if they're just starting like a one people operation, for example. But I'd like to chat, for 15 minutes, establish a contact. And the idea is to build credibility ahead of a fundraising that will happen in the future. Make sure that you clearly state your short-term objectives. You circle back with investors telling them, I told you 6 months ago that we would have a beta product in 6 months. We have it. It's been released. We're testing it. So it's good to build relationships early on. The other comment I would make is I think the important element is always start with by trying to convince family and friends and advisors. So one thing that we look at a lot is, and I know it's not necessarily easy to do that, but were the entrepreneurs able to convince people they know to either invest money, time, mentoring. So most of the startups, I think, should start with an angel round as much as possible, bringing on board advisors that are highly relevant to their businesses. Board members that are from the outside, kind of to validate and excite investors with regards to the seriousness and the ability of the founders to attract interesting people, talent, and so on and so forth. So this is why I think this step of angel round is always important, and some companies tend to try to skip that part and go straight to the Series A fund in an aggressive manner. But I think it would be better like to go step by step and try to find those angels.
How about like the accelerators? Like I know, Founder Fuel, actually the applications for that are I think 19th of April. Accelerators like that, is that a good way to go?
Absolutely, that's a good way to go. Absolutely, it's the alternative to angel money, and sometimes it comes even before. So I believe all those things are amazing for the ecosystem. They're happening here in Montreal thanks to Real Ventures, but they're also happening in London with the likes of Seed Camp. They're happening in New York with BetterWorks, Techstars. So this is like a global phenomenon, and it's a good place to start. So I'm all in favor of that.
So in terms of mistakes entrepreneurs make, what's the kind of classical mistakes you see?
Yeah, I'd say first thing is in terms of approaching investors. I would recommend that you try to find a reference to introduce you. Obviously, investors are buried under the deal flow. there are a lot of people looking for money. So it's really hard to, digest all that deal flow. So if you can find a way to be introduced to an angel, a VC, through a common contact, it would be best. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is, I'm going back to the fact that they tend to undersell their vision. They tend to undersell themselves as founder, and also not talk enough about them as founders. So I think a big part of our decision is based on backing a team. So it's quite important, and that you spend time doing this. Make sure again that when you present your business, there's always the vision, the long-term vision, and the go big vision, but there's also a short-term roadmap with milestones that are really clearly defined, precise. Common mistake is you have this great idea, this great pitch, but at the end of it, you basically feel it's a great vision, but there's nothing concrete, or you're not quite sure how.
So kind of have some milestones so you can come back in 3 months or 6 months and say, listen, I got the team together, I launched, I have a couple clients, or something like that.
Exactly, like be quite precise about the milestone. Make sure that you show that, that again, your product can be attractive to a global user base. It sounds easy with the internet and all those channels today, but it's not that easy to scale globally. And I'm saying this, and I think it's more a question of business model and product than anything else. So what any VC will look into, is this product appealing to a global user base? Is it easy to sell in different countries? Is it? So that's kind of a key aspect. And lastly is, people tend to forget this as well. I don't think VCs expect companies necessarily to monetize their product in the first 2-3 years necessarily, or to make money, but always bear in mind that you also clearly have to state your vision with regards to how you're going to monetize, how you're going to make money with your startup, even though it might take a while. So the other problem we see, or mistake, is it's often left on the side, and so I think it's always important to show that you can count. And
yeah. Okay. Great advice. And to be honest, some of these things I've heard in other places as well, and I think you kind of summarized it pretty well, putting it together. So, thank you. So we have a few more minutes if there are some questions. For Jeff. Yeah.
So after founders have raised their seed round, let's say in an accelerator program, for example, that would take a small portion of equity in return for a small investment of $100,000, $200,000, whatever it may be. How long after that would you recommend that founders wait to raise a Series A?
Well, I think the first step after what you just described would be mainly to raise a seed round. So I would start with the seed, but right away, and make sure you're able to gather a syndicate of angels. If you're lucky, maybe one institution, but I would move on the seed round as quickly as possible. Series A is really when you have KPIs or metrics on your product. So you're not necessarily commercially completely live, but you have a few customers in pilot. If people are engaged with your product, are you able to retain your customers a little bit? Do they come back? Do they like it? So this is like clearly a kind of a later stage once you have a complete management team and product that was developed. But seed stage is you do that as soon as possible. There's no reason to wait.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? There. Okay.
Let's say that we our team was able to do it a little bit differently. You know, we didn't need seed money. We kind of were able to I guess raise it within the team. And that we're at the stage that you're talking about, like we have KPIs and we have you know, proof of concept and all that. However, like to move forward and to scale and to sell, it would be like a small amount, like $500,000, $1 million. Now, would you recommend going to Series A, like, or would you recommend going to an angel at that point, since the amount is so low? Because like the product, let's say, is one that is instantly scalable, because it kind of piggybacks on other established infrastructure. Like what would you recommend?
In this case, you could go to funds directly. I'll give you an example of a Series A we led with the company Nubo here in Montreal. This company went straight to Series A. They basically funded their business initially with a service contract with Oracle that basically brought them from nowhere to developing their product and building a team of 35, just using that. And after that, they basically, once they were ready to go to market, they went to Series A investors, and they were successful without any historical, you know, investors, outside investors, essentially. So that's
sounds
also
like our
good.
situation.
It's I'd say this is I see this as very positively, because it means you've been able to basically grow your business without dilution and finding other means. So it's usually perceived pretty well, unless you've been doing this for 5-10 years, where like VCs like to invest in businesses with momentum. So the issue is, if you've been at it for 10 years, you may have a good business, but perception-wise, it will be perceived as maybe as what we call a lifestyle business. So you have to be careful about the speed of execution.
Thank you.
All right, last question back here.
Hi, I've got a question specifically about the Internet of Things that you guys are interested in or investing in. So my partner's sitting next to me, and I had a chat with him yesterday, and we're talking about how we think that there's a lot of value in the data that can be captured through hardware that's in the Internet of Things space. And my partner says to me, well, how are we going to monetize it? My response was, well, if I found gold in my back garden, I know it's worth something. I'm still going to dig for it, but I'm going to find somebody else to figure out how to dig it out properly. And I feel like that about the data. How are you advising your investments to talk about the data that they can monetize, if right now they don't actually know how they're going to monetize it, but you know that there probably is enough value to make it a big part of their business?
We believe that, data is essentially there to, but it's an essential component of any businesses, but it should be there. Yes, it can be monetized, but it should be there to help you as an organization to make business decisions. Whether it's you, whether it's your clients, data is there to drive business insights and decision. So, businesses that know they will, I would basically tell to try to find a business model. I know it can be hard, but in the case of Nubo, Internet of Things company that we invested in, they've decided to become the platform to analyze data in real time and to use data and predictive algorithms to drive business decisions for their clients. So it's sold as a enterprise software platform. So I think you have to go to think about it that way. What would be the use cases for potential clients, and how could you basically commercialize those use cases? So I basically tend to say that you have to think about the end client and what the sales pitch to those end clients would be in terms of business proposition.
Cool, thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jean-François. I hope you guys have any other questions. Hopefully you can be around for a little bit. And that was very informative, very insightful. I think that the kind of advice you kind of put out, especially the one where I think trying to find a reference when you go to VC, try and find a common point and trying to build a relationship, those two things kind of ring home. So thank you. Our next presentation. Thank you. Okay. Do you want me to introduce?
So thank you to Jean-François and Mike Lee. We're just going to ask the panel members, so the people that are sitting on the pitches, to follow Mike. He's going to lead you guys downstairs to the pitch room. Again, the pitches are private. It's only the pitching companies and the panel members. So Mike, just meet Mike at the end, and he's going to lead you downstairs. So the next Roadtalk is going to be on the payroll services provided by Nethris. And it's very important, as we mentioned, guys. So I'm just going to ask, hey, guys, Mr. I make people become very awkward. Let's stare at him. Are you guys done talking? Yeah? Okay. Okay. So the next Roadtalk is going to be about payroll services, how to minimize your risk. And it's very important, as we know, that when you're setting up either your shareholder structure or your payroll system, to really understand, like, how will I even compensate a founder? How will I compensate a subcontractor and such? So I have here with me Pierre St-Arnault from Nethris, CGI, and National Bank. I have to say all of this because he represents the product. He's the product manager of Nethris. And he'll also be explaining to you the tips. So without further ado, let's give him a big round of applause to Pierre, and enjoy.
I don't think I'll need this one. Am I on with the other one? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, loud enough? Is it? Okay. Is that good for you? Okay. Yeah. Is that me? Won't be long. I can take the other one if you don't hurry. We'll do the other one. Not my fault. Too much static, it seems. Yeah. Testing. Okay, so we're back. So good morning. Yes, I'm here to talk about the payroll services, but you're going to see that we have a couple of steps that takes us to payroll, because eventually, you don't necessarily start with employees, and you have some important questions that will come up as soon as you hire an employee. So basically, that's what we're talking about. For those who are completely deaf, you notice that French is my first language, so if you have a question, you can ask them either in French or in English, and you can interrupt me during the presentation. You're welcome to do so. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. So I'm talking to people that are probably working on startups, so you all started the same way. You started with a great idea, hopefully a solid business plan, and some people are here to validate that today. Maybe you got or you're trying to get fundings, and eventually, in some instance, you will need an address and a place of work. Well, that's the base part or the basis of everything that will happen here today. But then, and this is a very short page that I want to discuss, when you start a business, you're probably not necessarily a natural businessman or businesswoman. Government expects things from you. And this is in no way a complete list. It's just kind of a heads up on you need to think about some aspect that have not much to do with what you're actually doing, with the work that you want to do. Maybe you want to sell bread or you want to develop software. You will still have to establish what will be your pay frequency. I mean, yes, you need to be paid. Will you be paid every month? Will you be paid every 2 weeks? Will you be paid every week? You will give money to government, so you will need a payroll source deduction number. Those are very technical aspects, and I'm not giving you all the answers here. I'm just bringing ideas that needs to be present when you start your business. Some interesting points there is that when you use a payroll services, well, when you remit for the first time, the government will automatically generate your remittance numbers. And that will take us to something that Lena mentioned. One of the first things you'll need to decide is, as the owner, how will you be remunerated? And this is a very important aspect. Deciding how you will be paid has a lot of impact as far as tax consideration goes. And let's all be warned here, I'm not your legal counselor at all. So everything that we're talking here will need to be discussed with your accountant and or lawyer, because it has a lot of very important impact. But I still want to bring a couple of consideration to you. Okay, oops. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, so I'm sorry, there was just a little bit of boo-boo with the slides there. So we'll have to stop for a second. You don't have my most recent presentation. Give me 10 seconds. We're just not running on the right one. Can you get the one from here and run this one? Really sorry about that. Oh, yeah. Eventually, we're going to get it right. Well, it really won't be long. It's right there. Don't all leave the room, please. Are you on my USB key? In Fundica? In the folder. Get the most recent one. It will not run. Can you switch to my PC? Oh, I'm very, very sorry about that. It's just a technical issue. It's a mystery. You have a PowerPoint that runs on a computer and then it says repair. I'm going to go to the other PC. If you can switch to my PC, we're going to do that right now. Emergency measures. Well, that's fairly quick. All this live on YouTube. Yeah. Millions of people watching. Most of them from my family. I definitely won't show up next Christmas party. Okay, so let's see if we're back on track. Okay, it doesn't seem that we are back on track, so for any reason. I will still have a short discussion about what I was talking about remuneration. Okay, basically we're talking either salaried employee or dividend. If you want to deal with yourself as a owner, if you want to be paid by salary or be paid by dividend. That's oversimplifying, but the thing is that on both sides you have advantages as far as taxation goes. But the key is, it might sound good to say, yeah, well, I'm going to deal myself as I'm going to pay myself some dividend or pay myself some salary based on the advantages on both sides. What I want to remind you of is that the government will look at your decision. And that's why I was saying talk to your accountant, because it might look very good to pay yourself a salary, but the government can go to your company and see if you're actually working. So if you're just sitting there and say, well, I'm the owner, I can pay myself a salary, that won't do the job. And I don't know if well, I was listening to Radio-Canada this morning, and they were saying that the Quebec government hired something like 1,000 new auditors, something like that. And they're really cracking down on small and medium-sized businesses. It seems that people were getting away too easily with these kinds of consideration and deciding to pay or not to pay. So keep that in mind. Forgive the fact that the slides are not there. But the way you pay yourself as the owner, or the way you pay your partner, is a key decision in your business. The other one important aspect was where we were. And we were saying, okay, that's fine. I know I'm going to remunerate myself. Now I'm hiring someone because the business is starting. Things are good. Should I hire an employee or a contractor? Again, this has a lot of legal impact, okay? Quick highlights. Nothing too serious, nothing too formal as far as legal aspect goes, but you have to know that as far as protection goes, it's different to be an employee or a contractor. I illustrate that by saying that you can go to les normes du travail as an employee and complain. As a contractor, you cannot do that, okay? So protection is completely different from one aspect to the other. Second one, an employee is a fiscal burden for the employer. We're going to discuss later. They are what we call employer contribution, source deduction that are linked to the fact that you have employees, okay? So a contractor is different, an employee is a fiscal burden. I'm not saying that it's all wrong, I'm just bringing that up as an important note. Third aspect is a salaried as legally a responsibility, a loyalty responsibility, where a contractor is more an independent. Okay, and we're going to see in the next slide what it means. And it's not only because, yes, it's nice I'm employed by a company, it's legally you owe loyalty to your employer. Okay? And the contractual is considered for law or for the, as far as tax treatment goes, as an independent, self-employed entity, where an employee is not, okay? So then again, you might say, well, okay, that's easy. Let's hire all contractuals. Maybe it's easier, less obligation, no employer contribution, and so on. Again, government can decide to go and audit your company and say, whoops, you called this guy a contractual, but he has all the characteristic of an employee. I'm switching. So establishing the status is a key. Again, at a high level, but the key considerations will be these. Control. An employee does not really have control over priorities, over how the work is done, what methods are applied, what tools are used, and so on, where a contractual will have more independence as far as this goes. Tools and equipment in a very general sense. Tool can be anything. It can be a computer, it can be a car, it can be a software, it can be whatever. Well, normally, if you're an employee, it's your employer that will decide the tools and methods that are used in the company. As a contractual, you have much more independence. This one is quite obvious. Some contracting work is not something that you can do as an employee. I mean, you go to work in the morning and you say, well, I have too much to do, let's hire someone. It's not something that you are allowed to do as an employee. Where as a contractor, you're in charge, you have your own revenue, you can spend the money the way you want, so you can probably hire help to do the work. And the other ones are kind of linked. The financial risk is completely different. We were saying that the contractual is an independent employee, an independent entity, responsible for all his moves as far as money goes. As an employee, you have a fixed income. You're not necessarily exposed to financial risk that your company is exposed to. Same goes with responsibility for investment and management. That normally, and it goes with the following one, same aspect, opportunity for profit. As an employee, you're not really a financial entity in the company. Even if you have shares or if you have stock options that the company is giving you, these are more benefits to the employee. It doesn't make you an actual part of the financial entity that you're hired from. Okay, so again, these are important factors, and as I told you, government can very well decide that they're reversing a decision. We mentioned earlier that when you have an employee, you have to pay employer contribution to the government. Let's say that you thought that you had 5 contractual employees and the government decides, 4 contractual, and the government decides that they're employee. Well, all the amounts that you were supposed to pay for these persons to the government will be due. And this is something that we're going to get back to later. So it's not only changing the status of an employee, it has a major financial impact, and you might owe a lot of money. So again, don't take these 5 lines and say that you're an expert. Talk to your accountant, talk to your lawyer when it's time to decide what you are hiring and the status of your employee or contractual. So finally, you understand all this, you have the right people to help you and give you good advice, then you actually hire an employee. And this is where I say the troubles begin. It's more like, it's not really troubles that begin, because having employees does not necessarily translate into having trouble. It has to do more with responsibilities, okay? Payroll management, as you will find out, and maybe you already know, I know people know in the room, it does not stop when your check is signed. Let me just give you a hint, and this is not a complete list, just quick reminders. Well, those are all aspects that need to be dealt with when you have employees. Look at any of these, they're all controlled by law, they all have obligations, they have delays, they have a tendency to change. Each time you have a new government, these will change. Each time you have a new budget, these will change. So there's a lot of fun attached to this, and some are pretty tricky, and we're gonna probably mention a couple of those in the upcoming slides, but it takes us to the first level of risk, because we were saying that we're talking about risk connected to or related to payroll management. Well, the first level has to do with compliance. The previous page are all part of regulatory requirements, and we say approximately 190 are related to paying an employee, and there are something like 30 of these that are specific to Quebec, okay? On a les normes du travail in Québec, so employment standards. We have big books of laws and funny income tax tables. As I said, you have to consider that, you have to be an expert in that, and they will change. So you have to keep track of all these changes. So maintaining compliance is very tricky. A quick page just to bring up other topic, and again, it's not an exhaustive list. Statutory holidays are calculated in different ways in different provinces. They're affected by the employee status, so there's no easy calculation there. Vacation accumulation is, again, ruled by les normes du travail, but depending on the employee status can change. Any kind of absence, WSIB or CSST in Quebec, all this controlled by different laws. The small box next to it might look awkward in that kind of list. Keep in mind that government and the laws are also deciding how long you need to keep, how long you have to keep all this information connected to your employees. So not only do you have to maintain calculation, but you also have to keep information. Some reports need to be kept for 2 years, some needs to be kept for 7 years, and you're responsible to do that. Does it start like fun? Not really, because you just want employees and you just want to pay them correctly. But this is all related to actual payroll. A quick note about an employee that leaves. Hopefully your employee will stay with you forever and be happy. But for any reason, someone might have to leave. Well, then it takes us to the record of employment. And the record of employment is not the easiest thing to fill. You need to understand very well the idea of the semaine admissible, you know, eligible weeks, eligible amounts for the record of employment. You will not be surprised to know that a lot of questions that are coming to our support have to do with that. Why? Because you don't do it often. So you'll never be a specialist of record of employment. Your next employee will probably be terminated in 10 months. You won't remember how to calculate that. Those are very, very important things. So that's why I'm bringing back this interesting page. Just to raise the question, are you a payroll specialist? Do you want to become a payroll specialist? Or do you want to focus on your core business? Basically, that's the key question. Let's talk about the second level of risk. As soon as you hire one employee, you become owner of confidential data. You have information about addresses, you have information about banking, you have SIN number, date of birth, and we all hear stories, and we don't need to make up these stories. You know, identity theft is something that exists. Not only do you have to protect these information, but there's a law that forces you to protect your employees' information. I don't know if you heard what I said, that I'm part of Nethris, Nethris being part of CGI, a large IT core company. We host systems. We have the highest security grade available, and if I tell you that on a daily basis, we block thousands of trials of hackers that are trying to hack our different systems, I'd be way under the real number. And we are equipped to deal with that. So it's non-stop. So this idea of identity theft is real, very real. And protecting a system does not only mean avoiding the post-it with the password on the PC. In fact, I think I have a post-it with my password on my PC. But it also means having a secure network, having secured Wi-Fi, having controlled access. Even if this person works for me and he has an access code, maybe he's not allowed to see everything about my employees. So it's very specific, and you have to protect these information, and you have to be well equipped to do that. That takes us to the next level of risk that I call business risk. Well, basically, the idea of recovery plan is very important for every business. I'm sure even if you have a startup, you need some kind of recovery plan. What does that mean? Well, if I'm in the printing business, I probably have a second printer next to my main printer in case it breaks down so that I can go on working. Well, that's the obvious part of it. The less obvious part has to do with, well, first, equipment. We're talking software, we're talking PC equipment. How quickly can you react if you walk in your office and your server is gone? Okay? It's probably not the most difficult part. This is getting touchy, okay? If you walk in your office and your server is gone, how quickly can you find all data related to your employees and make sure that in 5 hours they have their payroll deposit. Because if they don't, you're going to hear from them. So being able to fall back on your feet quickly about data is something. I'm talking probably to all technical, very wise people in the room, but I'd still be curious to go and check your backup procedure at your office. I mean, everyone is weak regarding that, so, and this will happen. And the aspect that is most neglected is this one. If you have someone in your office that is taking care of your payroll, and this someone cannot show up on a specific morning or decides to leave the company, how quickly can you react? How well can you react, and how quickly can you find the expertise and someone to help you generate that famous payroll that is due in 6 hours? So that's a neglected aspect of a contingency plan that is not to be forgotten. Finally, the last level of risk is financial risk, and this normally speaks to everyone. We were talking about government obligations. You have a lot of obligations regarding money that you owe the government for each one of your employees. You need to transmit reports on a regular basis, very specific timing for different reports. And the government does not go easy. I just mentioned that. I was surprised to hear that this morning. More and more auditors and focusing on small and medium-sized businesses. Just to give you an idea, this is federal government. You know, 10% of the amount you owe the government. So, you know, employer contribution, whatever the amount is. If you're late, 10% of the amount. If you're a repeated offender, 20%. And this is federal government. Provincial is the same. You have something like 7, and then 11, and then it goes up to 15. In fact, there's even something in the federal law that says that it can lead to imprisonment, because it can become a criminal offense and you can end up in jail. I mean, I'm not saying that everyone's in jail because they didn't remit their amount, but it's a risk that exists, okay? Again, I don't need to make up examples. We often are in trade shows, and when we talk about this, and we're not talking big corporation there, we're talking small companies. And I was talking to someone a couple of weeks ago. The guy said, yes, I was late for 2 months for a report that needed to be transmitted to government. I got my bill, and they're charging me $1,900 for this late report. Well, it was very easy to calculate. In the case of that individual, $1,900 would probably pay for 2 or 3 years of his payroll services, all included. So, I mean, for an SMB, this type of penalty can really kill a business. In a few words, okay, we talked about the complexity to stay on top of all these laws, protect your employee information, have a recovery plan that goes all the way to your resources, and also all these amounts that the governments really want to get from you and will find ways to get from you. On the other hand, payroll is not only a nightmare, okay? You know very well that an accurate and timely payroll is one of the important element that will motivate your employees' loyalty. It's not the only thing, we all know that. You need a nice environment, you need good colleagues and so on. But, I mean, you read the same newspaper as I do. Most people are living from one payroll to the other, so payroll is a key, okay? So that brings back the question, are you a payroll specialist, and is that really what you want to do? What are your options? You need to process payroll. You will process payroll. How? Okay? At first, your reflex or normal tendency will probably be to say, well, I can count, I'll do it myself. Well, it can be done, but the option of a spreadsheet, Mike was mentioning earlier, managing your GL or accounting on a spreadsheet is not the best thing to do. Well, managing your payroll on a spreadsheet is pretty dangerous. think about, again, all the risks that we mentioned, you're exposed to that if you do it yourself with Excel. I mean, complex calculation, compliance, security, name it, everything is fragile. The other way is to use an accountant. And again, I'm not saying absolutely anything wrong about the accountant. Your accountant is probably your best friend or should be your best friend because you need them to give you advice and manage a lot of aspects of your company. But is your accountant a payroll specialist? Maybe yes, maybe no. How much will the accountant charge for his payroll services? You'll still be responsible for all the banking charges for check and or deposit. You'll still probably be responsible for your remittances that needs to be done on time with government. So it's not covering everything that you have to do. Far from that. Then you can use accounting software because some accounting software will have a payroll side to it. Again, not because our friends are here, but I have absolutely nothing wrong to say about accounting software. They're your best tools. But their main function is accounting. And maybe you will still be responsible for updating your accounting software for compliance. Maybe you will still be responsible for your remittances. Maybe you will still be responsible for all the banking charges linked to deposit and so on. So is there another possibility? Well, what I want to discuss here very briefly is the other option is basically to use a payroll outsourcing system. Okay? And I will briefly describe that in a few words. But the main question, and this is the challenge that we have when we're talking this kind of event, the main thing you have to know upfront is that the payroll outsourcing service is not for large company, okay? I'm gonna repeat that later, but it's not for big corporation, okay? It can be. So what are the main reasons to use an outsourcing system? First, save time. If we look at an independent survey, a very recent one, about what is most time consuming in payroll, it has to do with payroll entry. It has to do with managing the journal entry, managing and calculating time banks, and looking for legal information. So this is what is the most time consuming. A payroll service, will help you on all these aspects. I mean, basically, you'll save time using a simple, well-adapted payroll application that will interface directly for your journal entry, so no file, no double entry. It will calculate time banks, and again, will come with a very important aspect, support. What we mean by looking for legal information is the hours spent with government on the phone waiting for someone, okay, when you have any question. What's the second best reason is reduce cost. Again, I don't want to go into too much detail regarding this, but yeah, the cost related to a payroll service is fairly low. The time that you'll save managing your payroll will translate in money. The penalty that you will avoid will translate in money. Okay, it's that easy. Third aspect that is a key is access to expertise. In all the situations that we described earlier, you're probably on your own. If you need help, you have to call government. When you roll, our payroll specialists are responsible to follow compliance, make sure that your system is secured, and so on. I'm just going to accelerate a little bit. The most complex tasks were identified as end-of-year processing, again calling the government, managing banks, and record of employment. I don't want to repeat that. A payroll service will cover these, and we will accompany you on the year-end process, which can be tricky. Quickly, reduce risk. Everything that we mentioned, secured system, secured access, redundant data, very safe backup procedure, everything that you cannot afford as a small, medium-sized business is the infrastructure that the payroll service will offer you. I'm moving quickly before I'm thrown out of here. The last one is one of the most sensitive one. It has to do with having access to unlimited support. So you have a question, you call someone, that someone has access to your record, they know your employee, they know your situation, they know your configuration, they will guide you very quickly. Okay, conclusion. You remember, I'm product manager for Nethris. Nethris is not a brand that a lot of people knows. Who heard about Nethris in that room before? Well, that's not too bad. Nethris is not a newcomer in the game. We've been in the payroll business forever. We're paying nearly 400,000 employees, representing over 13,000 companies across Canada. Highest satisfaction rate in the business. One of the only, if not the only, ISO certified company. Key information, 67% of our clients have less than 20 employees, okay? So we deal with small, medium-sized business. In fact, 87% of our customers have less than 50 employees. A quick reminder, Nethris is the brand name of the payroll services offered by CGI. CGI, pretty well known as far as security and infrastructure. One of the worldwide leader in the world, worldwide leader. Well, that's it. Basically, that's it. I repeat that I'm here with our colleague from National Bank because they are sole distributor of our solution. We're in the other room. Any question is welcome. I think I'm out of time, but you can still ask me questions if you want, unless someone grabs me. One question. Yes.
Paying a higher tax rate as well. It's shocking that the government would come after you and tell you, well, why did you pay yourself salary when you can actually take the money and reinvest in your company and actually probably get a better return. The third thing that I want to comment on is where you mentioned the employees or the contractors being deemed in a sham situation where they really are employees. Doesn't that really only arise realistically when, let's say, a contractor tries to apply for unemployment insurance or employment insurance? I can't think of any other situation.
Well, it's a very complex situation. I don't know honestly, if I have all the information. We can discuss that a little bit with more detail. But the person was saying, when will someone be identified as a contractor when not actually a contractor? It can come through any kind of financial audit from the government. You know, the government can decide to audit your company for any reason, and then find out that some of your contractual employees are actually more employee than contractual. Well, we have to discuss that. But yes, it's a very complex situation. Well, you need to prove. You need to prove that the employee has actually done some specific work, part of your business plan and all that. Yeah, but if it's your word against government word, I don't give you much chance. Well, okay. Someone's getting stressed out now. Okay, so thank you. unmute and it works.
So guys, we're just gonna give you a few minutes break, 5 minutes, to just get some refreshments, and we'll resume in 5 minutes.
Testing, testing.
Test.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I just get a show of hands? Who has a feedback form on their chair? Okay. If you don't, I'm going to come around to you later with a couple that I have so that you can rate the road talks. But moving on, I have a really, really exciting road talk for you guys. It's going to be presented by Randy Jones, and he's here on behalf of CANARIE, one of our partners who's been here since the beginning. If you can all please give Randy a warm round of applause. He's going to be talking about cloud hosting.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here today representing CANARIE. CANARIE is an Ottawa-based not-for-profit. We support research and innovation across Canada. I'm here today to talk about building your business in the cloud. And before I get started, I usually like to target the talk towards the audience a little bit. Can I get a show of hands from the participants who would identify as being a software developer or working with a software development team in their business? So, okay, good set of the crowd. All right, now a couple others. How many people here would identify as a lumberjack? None. Okay, that's good. Agribusiness, any farmers? No. Okay, or miners? No miners. Okay, good. I think we're safe. All right, so Canada's economy is shifting away from being a resource-based economy where we sort of cut down trees, pull stuff out of the ground, or essentially harvest animals. It's becoming an internet-based economy, and really, from that perspective, more and more focused upon data. And this is really the future for Canada, and it's great to see everyone sitting in a room here just talking about startups and technology. In that regard, it's often said that data is the oil of the 21st century, and every time I come to one of these roadshows, there's more and more talk about learning algorithms, how data is being used in different ways. It's really encouraging. And data is really driving this era of innovation because it really can help you understand how your customers are using your product. They can really help you innovate your business processes or really cut down on costs and organize your business optimally. And data is being collected at an incredible rate. I went through a research report from Cisco, and they publish this every year based on the traffic that they see in their core routers. And 180 petabytes of data per day would be generated by a city of 1 million people by 2019. That is a heck of a lot of data. As someone asked earlier in the day about IoT, what would you do with that data? We know there's value in it, but how do you get to it? And normally you got to collect that data. You've got to cleanse it because quite often you get dirty data, different formats. You've got to join the data between different data sets so that you can enrich it. And then you need to be able to analyze it with different algorithms. So having some form of capability to cluster the data and provide, identify trends and provide predictions on it is a very valuable skill to have. And companies that process data in this way are really much more successful than those that don't. And usually, or as a general rule of thumb, it's looked upon that they're about 4 times, they have about 4 times the revenue per employee than more traditional ICT firms. So focusing on data is an incredibly powerful approach to running your business. Some of the technology that is enabling all of this processing and collection of data is one is storage. The density of storage has really increased incredibly, and the move of data storage into the cloud has also allowed us to store incredible amounts. I recently did a business case on a cloud that we operate at CANARIE, and by using cloud-based storage versus on-premise, the conclusion out of this limited business case was that it was about 10 times more cost-effective to use cloud-based storage. The other trend is in connectivity. We all have mobile devices. We can access our data pretty much from anywhere, from any time, with just about any kind of device you would want to imagine. And pushing the data into the cloud is a variety of telemetry devices, the sort of things we find in smart homes and smart cities. And then, of course, it's the applications on top of this that provide situational awareness to our personal and business lives, that allow us to actually do something with the data that provides value to us. So these trends are all ongoing and allowing this change in our economy. And underpinning all of this is cloud computing. Cloud computing is really where all of these technologies are coming together, and it's enabling us to scale our businesses beyond what was previously possible. And probably the biggest, most important thing that cloud computing can do for your business is it allows you to focus on your business rather than building infrastructure. I have in the past been involved with a number of businesses where we had to build infrastructure, and in one of those businesses we did authentication and authorization systems for a mobile wireless data market, and very, very big systems for a carrier with 60 million subscribers plus. And we spent close to 70% of our R&D building infrastructure. Boring stuff like data synchronization between databases that were geo-redundant. Very boring stuff, but important. You have to have it to run the business. Today, with cloud computing, you actually don't have to build that infrastructure. You can just lease it. And you know, if you take anything out of today's talk, I would say, you know, do not try to build your own infrastructure. Leverage cloud service providers. We're going to talk a little bit about some considerations when you're using cloud services. But first, I just want to baseline on what is the cloud and what the different types of cloud services are. So technically speaking, cloud computing is on-demand access to compute network and storage resources that, you know, is easy to configure and set up, as well as easy to decommission when you don't need it. And this elasticity in computing is very important, because with cloud computing you pay for what you use. That's the great news. You only pay for what you use. And the really bad news is that you pay for what you use. So if you don't have a good understanding of how you use your cloud resources, you could be overpaying for it. We'll talk a little more about that. So types of cloud computing. There's three main cloud computing models. The first is an infrastructure as a service. So from a software perspective, infrastructure as a service is the physical layer of compute nodes with a layer of a so-called hypervisor or virtualization on top of that, and then management software to allow you to easily allocate the compute storage and network resources. And if you're building a house, it's a lot like a house. It's the foundation for cloud computing. If you need a house, it's not a house. To get a house, you need a lot of skilled tradesmen, contractors, maybe handy family and friends. So in the software world, if you're building your application, those are the equivalents of your software developers, your Q&A folks, and product management. In platform as a system, if you were as a service, if you were building a house, it's the equivalent of prefabricated modular housing components. So it'll allow you to build your house a lot faster, but you're going to pay more for it because each module has got a little extra value in it. And in the world of platform as a service, these prefabricated modules are software services that allow developers to more quickly build a scalable solution. But again, you pay for each one of these prefabricated software services. Things like load balancer as a service or database as a service. And last, keeping with the house analogy, if you don't want to own a house, you just want to live in a house, you can rent it. You don't have to pay several $100,000 or million, depending on what market you live in, for your house. You can just rent it. And software as a service is the same. So our friends earlier, QuickBooks Online as an example is a software as a service, Microsoft Office 365. There are many examples of this. And probably many of you in the room have built or are building a SaaS. So that's the background on the computing models for cloud. Why care, and why does it matter to us as developers? Well, time to market is always a big consideration when you're building your product and business. And infrastructure as a service is going to take you longer to get there because you need to build more of the underlying software frameworks or integrate them from open source. Service costs are also very important because with cloud you pay for what you use. With platform as a service, you're inherently going to be using more of the service provider's services, and they are typically monetized based on your usage. It could be transaction-based or the amount of time that you're using them. So the more platform services that you roll into your solution, the more cost you're going to incur in running your SaaS on a PaaS. And vendor lock-in is also a very important consideration for you as well. The more you use platform services in your solution, the more directly tied into your cloud service provider you're going to be. And switching to a different cloud service provider will be more difficult at a later time if you choose to do that. Vendor lock-in is a really interesting topic in cloud computing, and in addition to platform services as one source of vendor lock-in, another is automation. So if you're developing a scalable so-called cloud native software solution, you need to concern yourself with how to scale that horizontally, or in other words, leverage the elasticity in the resources your cloud provider is offering. This is usually automation that you build outside of the cloud. Could be inside the cloud, but either way, it has to control how you scale horizontally, how you add compute instances. And automation is not a trivial thing to do. It requires proper software design, much like your product. And the more you invest in automation and tie it to the interfaces of your provider, you're going to get further locked in. So very important when you're considering the design of your automation to keep it independent of the provider's APIs, or at the very least build in some form of abstraction layer that would allow you to switch providers at a later time if you might wish to. So I call this the cloud trap. So being locked into one provider is a bit of a trap. It could be a really good thing if you're locked into the market leader who will be around forever and be your best buddy. But cloud service providers are in the business of making money, like all of us are, and if you're locked into a price laggard, you actually might regret it at a later time when you've scaled your business globally. So avoiding lock-in, what are some of the things you can do? There's many things you can do. Unfortunately, there's no silver bullet that guarantees you won't get locked in. Obviously, where you can, avoid using platform services. I'm not saying don't use them, I'm saying use them very carefully. As an example, let's say you have a student working on your project and your student finds some platform service which is very handy and decides without talking to you, hey, I can shave 2 days off my project timeline by using this platform service. he's done ahead of time. You don't know why. It's a good news story. That one decision at a later date as you scale your business may be costing you thousands of dollars a month in service fees. So you really need to understand what platform services are being brought into your solution, why, and what they're going to cost you as you scale up your business. Always design for code portability. That kind of goes without saying these days. Invest in automation. Things like synchronizing your images across clouds, as well as your data sets. Make sure you understand what it would cost you to move from one cloud provider to another by migrating data and images. Make sure you understand the relationship between the offered load on your SaaS and your consumption of services from the cloud provider, because this will tell you how your costs will scale as your business scales. And it's very important. Otherwise, you really don't have a handle on what your margins might look like. And last, make sure you understand what the costs look like in the market. Because the market is changing rapidly. And in Canada, in say 2012, when the CANARIE DARE cloud service began, there was no cloud providers offering services in Canada that stored the data in Canada, that you could guarantee cloud sovereignty. That changed around 2014 with the IBM SoftLayer building out their data center. And since that time, even in the last year, it's changed remarkably. We now have Microsoft with 2 data centers about to come online. DigitalOcean, just in September, announced and has recently turned on their region in Canada. And DigitalOcean is a price leader in cloud infrastructure services. And Amazon has announced just in January that they're adding a data center here in Montreal. It's not, to my knowledge, up and running yet, but it'll be soon. We track costs in Canada for services across all the major players. Right now, what we call a normalized instance, which is a virtual machine with 2 gigs of RAM and about 40 gigs of storage, is around $57 a month to run continuously for that month. However, I expect the competitive forces to drive that price down. It could go as low as less than $10 a month. The same technologies that you use in web hosting services are used in cloud infrastructure services. So there's no reason why you shouldn't expect the cloud services to come down in price. And from the cloud provider's perspective, workload density, or in other words, the number of virtual machines or containers that can be squeezed onto a physical host, is increasing over time. So their costs are coming down, and those will, under competitive pressure, be passed on to consumers of the cloud. Okay, so that brings me to CANARIE's cloud offering. As I say, in 2012, there was no way that you could have a cloud service in Canada and guarantee the data didn't leave the country. So one, to address that for the private sector entrepreneurs, Canada, or CANARIE, on behalf of Canada, created a service called DARE, which is really something to accelerate cloud adoption in Canada. And now it's 4 years later, we're still operating that. To be eligible to use this cloud computing service, you need to be a resident of Canada. You need to have less than 500 employees. Otherwise, frankly, you can afford to pay for cloud services. And you need to agree to our acceptable use policy. So DARE is available free of charge to eligible participants for development, test, and pre-commercialization purposes. It'll allow you to get to market faster than if you were trying to set up your own infrastructure. And it'll allow you to avoid costs for commercial service providers in the early stages of your company when cash is really important to you. You may not you may not have revenue, you may not have funding, so you can use our service free of charge. There are absolutely no fees for it, and you have free access for 1 year, and if 1 year isn't enough and you're still making good use of it within the acceptable policies, then you can reapply to the program and use it for a second year. All the data is guaranteed to reside in Canada. We have a data center in Edmonton and a data center in Sherbrooke, Quebec. And between those, we have a 100 gigabit per second nationwide backbone network. So it's a pretty high performance solution if you're looking to do geo-redundant computing solutions. To date, over 600 individuals and businesses have used the cloud, and there's a list of case studies on our website at canarie.ca/cloud/case studies if you wanted to go look at it. It's a very diverse list, and I was joking about asking if there were any lumberjacks in the crowd, but we do have people who manage the forestry industry using the cloud. It's everything from that to health sciences to networking technology. What you get with this service is 4 virtual machines, or also known as instances, a quota that can be as much as 8 gigabytes of RAM, 80 gigabytes of block storage across 4 file systems, 200 gigabytes of object storage, 4 IP addresses, unlimited bandwidth. We supply images for 2 Linux distributions, CentOS and Ubuntu. We also pay for Windows Server licenses if that's your chosen OS. And if you do need more resources than this, they are available for nominal fees. For example, you could double this quota for $400 a year, which, you know, if the equivalent costs on a commercial service would be in excess of $3,000. And I'm also pleased to announce that we'll be introducing graphic processor units into the cloud this coming quarter. So if you're interested in this service, it's simple to sign up. You simply go to canarie.ca/cloud. You click on a button that says Apply to Dare. You tell us who you are. We just need some contact information. You review the acceptable use policy that says you're not going to use it for illegal purposes or spam the world with it. If you're happy to sign off on that, we'll review your application. And usually within a business day, you'll get an email from us that says, here's your credentials. Here's how you can access the cloud to turn on your virtual instances. So what happens? There's a number of common questions I get asked about the service. What happens after a year? Well, we hope that after a year you've got a viable product that you've taken to market and you're ready to migrate into a commercial cloud and continue. If you do need more time, you're welcome to reapply to the program, and if we have capacity, you'll be accepted back into the program for a second year. Migrating in and out of Dare is not unlike any other cloud. We use a standard cloud management platform. It's OpenStack, so all the image formats are compatible with commercial cloud providers. You simply need to transfer your images from one cloud to another. We define production use as volume production for money, so you're not allowed to do that in our cloud. You are allowed to do early customer trials, even if they are for money. But there's a line between volume production use and early commercialization. We're okay with early commercialization. We provide email support. Usually during business hours, we'll respond within an hour. Outside of that, we don't provide any SLAs. So that's a difference between us and commercial cloud providers. We won't be there 24/7 to support you if you need help. And I think I've already talked about if you need more resources, they're available for nominal fees. And that's my talk today. Any other questions? Yes. Oh, a GPU, so these would be physical graphic processor units. If you're doing game development or some sort of 3D modeling, these will accelerate your application. Test. Yeah. Yes?
I think I heard you mention data analytics. Is CANARIE involved in any way in data analytics?
Is CANARIE involved in data analytics? We don't provide any facilities with this cloud for data analytics. CANARIE, it was about 4 months ago, launched a research data program. Its goal is to get researchers sharing data more across Canada, and analytics is a part of that, but it's early days for the program.
And what kind of services would CANARIE provide? Like software as a service, or not software, but platform as a service?
Well, the DARE Cloud is an infrastructure as a service. Yeah, just to be clear on that. Yes?
For the GPU, can you say which version of GPU you're going to be supplying?
It's a NVIDIA solution. I don't recall the specific model, but I can find that out for you. I'll be in the lounge after the talk,
sure,
so I can look that up. Yes?
You said not for money. So what about the case of a nonprofit?
Can a nonprofit?
Yeah.
We have examples of nonprofit using DARE.
Beyond a year?
Pardon me?
Beyond longer than a year?
I don't think I can't think of one longer than a year right now, but I would be open to discuss it depending on what the goals of the not-for-profit are. If the not-for-profit is engaged in private sector innovation and promoting the success of startups, absolutely yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. I will be around the lounge. There's a table set up there. If you have more questions, just please come see me. Thank you.
At this time, we're going to take a quick little break to get all our speakers in here. We are looking. This is one right here, Sergio. Say hi, everyone. And we will be right back. Give us 1 minute.
Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Testing.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. Now we have an Intuit-led fireside chat, and this is going to be led by Intuit QuickBooks Seema Galish. She's going to talk a little bit about herself in a minute. We also have a new special guest. He's not up there on the PowerPoint, but his name is Luc Péloquin. He's from the NRC. We've also got Alex Shee from Real Ventures. We've got Ilias Benjelloun from Montreal NewTech. And last but not least, we have Sergio Escobar from Founder Institute. You'll be seeing a little more of him later today. And enjoy the talk.
Good morning, everyone. Seema Galish, business lead for QuickBooks here in Quebec. And I'm happy to be here to have this conversation with our guests that we have here today. I know we just did a quick introduction, but I'd love for each of you to maybe just talk about who you are, what you do, and talk a bit about the organization you're representing today.
Hi, my name is Luc Péloquin. I represent the Concierge Innovation Services from the NRC, National Research Council. This is a new service that has been put up about 2 years ago to serve the SMEs, looking for programs, for funding programs to support their activities. Basically, this program is totally free for SMEs. You should try us. We are all scientists, engineers, and experienced, seasoned entrepreneur. So we've been there. We can really help you. We have a booth in the back, so feel free to come and visit me today.
Hi there, my name is Alex Shee. I work for Real Ventures, as well as Founder Fuel. So Real Ventures is essentially Canada's most active seed fund. So we do investments pre-Series A. And Founder Fuel is the top accelerator in Canada, one of the top 10 in the world. So what I do is essentially meet with startups, try to give, as much advice and on the whole process that we go through, as well as give resources and help so that we have a strong and vibrant community of startups across Canada. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to connect with me, as well as send me an email, alex@realventures.com. Sometimes it might take a little bit of time to respond, but I always try to. So here for questions and to give as many answers as I can.
Thank you. My name is Ilias, part of Montreal NewTech. It's a non-profit. We've been around for a couple of years now, since 2008. Basically, what we do is we organize events and workshops and do some coaching for startups. Our main event is a pitch day where it's by startups for other entrepreneurs to share their experiences. But we do also workshops where we gather different incubators, etc., to help startups get the skill needed. So yeah, I am around.
So hi everyone, my name is Sergio Escobar. So it's Sergio, not Pablo Escobar. That's first thing. And second thing, I was born in Bolivia, not Colombia. It's like two different countries, like very far away, like Vancouver and Montreal, right? Just start with the right foot. So I run the Founder Institute here, which is a launch accelerator program. It's based in Silicon Valley. We have a presence in 100 cities. Right now we're running our third cohort. So right now we have alumni evolving with Y Combinator, Techstars, and SOS Ventures accelerators. We have pretty much good success on that. I'm also the program director here for Techstars, a startup program. So Techstars is like the global ecosystem, having a global venture capital fund, $300 million fund. We have something like 15 corporate accelerator programs in US, England, Germany, Israel, and South Africa. Looking forward to expand to Canada. We also have Startup Weekend, which is the pre-incubator programs that we're running in Montreal. We're running 4 startup weekends per year. We also have Startup Digest, which is like the weekly newsletter. It's worldwide. So if you register there, you can access every kind of curated event anywhere in the world, like presence in something like 1,000 cities worldwide. We also have a program called Startup Next, which is kind of an evolved version of an accelerator. So basically, we curate startups for Y Combinator and Techstars.
I had a joke, but anyways, it's fine. No, it's fine. So how would you consider the current state of Montreal startup ecosystem?
There's a lot of startups. The concierge service served about 600 clients this year only. Most of them, they have 75% of them, they are typical an owner without any money doing stuff in the kitchen. So that's what we see most of the time.
I think the startup ecosystem is very vibrant, but the difference that I see, so I cover all of Canada, so I'm meeting startups from Vancouver, Ontario, and Quebec. What I do think that we are lacking, and which we need to be addressing more, is the idea of being very ambitious. We were speaking earlier today, there was a comments about, raising money, what does that mean? How do Americans approach it? How do Europeans approach it? And they approach it very differently. They have huge ambitions. They know what steps they need to take, and they're very calculated. So I think that's something that we need to address as a community is, to scale up that ambition, to see ourselves not being locked in only by one province or one country, but having the potential to really do something big. So I encourage all of you guys to think big and to really try to push towards there and find how to do that.
Well, I won't repeat what you just said, but basically, yes, +1, I like. I would say in the last couple of years, we've seen more and more professionalization of the ecosystem itself. As you see with Real, since a couple of years, now with the Founder Institute, Techstars here as well. It's basically, we're having a curriculum for everything, from the idea stage to the exit. And those guys are very good guys. And I didn't know about the NRC, but I'm looking forward to know you guys more. But I guess you can start with your idea at Startup Weekend, then continue at Next, and then our Founder Institute, and then Founder Fuel, or another incubator in Montreal, either university incubators. So yeah, the ecosystem is super vibrant. There are a lot of people giving you time to help you, most of them for free. Like those guys are super important, very busy, but they will still take time to have a coffee with you and help you out for free, mainly. So yeah, I would say we're lucky to have in Montreal such a vibrant ecosystem where people are here for you guys. So take the time to meet them and mingle with them. Thanks.
So the stage of Montreal, the startup ecosystem, right? So it's freaking amazing. That's my answer. Why? Because like a couple of years ago, when people were saying me, what's the stage of Montreal? That was crappy. Like it looked like Bolivia or Colombia. Like really, like an underdeveloped ecosystem, and like it was a shame when we were comparing, because Seema comes from Toronto. No, Toronto, big ecosystem. Like they're launching 100 startups companies per year. Waterloo, wow. So a couple of years ago, everything in Montreal comparing to Toronto, Waterloo, it looked like we needed like 100 years to catch them. Guess what? As a community, we catch them. Because right now, we're producing as much as top quality companies as Toronto, as Waterloo. As a matter of fact, we're kicking their asses. I can say that. I can say that because like I see the companies coming after Startup Weekend. We see companies coming out of Founder Institute. And actually, I think that the companies that are launching are pretty much thinking born global from the stage. The problem is that right now, the overall community is actually not helping. Because, I don't say the startup community because we know each other, but the fact is like when they reach out universities, when they reach out corporates, even like traditional funding, like, I don't know, PMI Montreal, and NRC, you're okay. But no, suddenly they present these awesome, cool, born global projects, and they are treated as crazy. Like, it's impossible that you can disrupt the industry. It's impossible that you be number one. And guess what? Because the overall funding ecosystem is not evolving at the same speed as the startup ecosystem, I see a big movement of companies that they are right now moving to New York, San Francisco, because they cannot find funding here. There's a lack of funding at the early stage, seed stage, and investors, they don't want to take the risk. So we need to take that conversation as a community to say, you know, how can we evolve in all the levels?
I love it. Keep the mic, keep the mic.
I told you, like, you want fired? What's it? I told you, what do you want?
I told Sergio earlier, I'm like, bring it on. Let's get the raw Sergio on stage. So thank you for that. So how important is it for entrepreneurs to build their own ecosystem when starting up? How important is it?
Like right now, if you don't start building your own ecosystem, like reaching out mentors, reaching out incubators, everyone, you're a dumb ass. Sorry for the bad word, but you're really dumb. Like right now, we have something like 10 incubators in Montreal in just 2 years. I should say, the University of Business School, they have something like 3 incubators. District 3 has a free program. Like imagine, it's free. Everything is for free. You just have to go and launch a company with them. McGirr has the Dobson. They're giving you free money without equity. ETS has a couple of incubator accelerators. You know, we have Funder Institute. We have like EcoFuel. We have Hacking Health and Accelerator. Like right now, EcoFuel. What the fuck is EcoFuel? Like I don't know, it's like ecology or I don't know. But what I'm meaning is that if you have an idea, if you have a project, the first thing you have to do is like Google it. Like I have a project in health tech Montreal. You're gonna see plenty of resources, plenty of mentors, plenty of hackathons, meetups. Like on meetups, if you see meetups.com in Montreal, should be something like 150 groups. No kidding. Every single day of the week, you can have 5 startup-related events. It's impossible for a human being, and like Alex, Shee, and Ilias, and myself, we're going every single day. Sometimes we had to split, like it says, no, okay, 6 to 7, we're going to this event, 7 to 8 to that one, 8 to 9, and then, you know, I have to sleep sometime. And by the way, I didn't sleep that night, but...
Yeah, absolutely, Sergio. And it's very true. And what I like about what you said is it was done in 2 years. Like just 2 years ago, we were trying like to cover the events, etc. So maybe 1 event a week or something like that. Now there are like 30 or 40 events. So that's pretty amazing. So take the time to go there. I would say there is like I obviously agree with everything you said. The other side of the medal. What? The other side of the medal, though, and this happens to me as well, and people I know, is you get caught up in the hype. You get caught up in the going from one networking event to the other, free booze. Who can say no to free booze, free food, free everything, free time with people? And you realize that you probably spend 20 hours a week meeting people, which is awesome. At the idea stage and at the beginning, it's important because, and I prone something that, you know, the pay it forward attitude is like give before you take. And we have to ingrain that in our community as well. Because I personally see a lot of people who come and ask and ask and ask and reach out just when they ask something. And at some point it gets boring. But beyond that, yes, network, build your network. Come to main events like today where you'll have 10 or 15 main people in the ecosystem at the same place. Take the time to mingle with them. Take 10 minutes with this guy. Take this 10 minutes with this charming lady here, etc., etc. But don't get caught in the hype. Don't get caught in the sparkles and rainbows and sunshines and chasing maybe an article or whatever. And Sergio, Alex will tell you more than I can. Take the time to network at the beginning. Take the time to keep and maintain and nourish those relationships. But don't forget to focus on your freaking awesome project. Because otherwise, your startup will stay in the same stage for a year. And you cannot afford that.
I think it's very hard advice to follow up on, but I think one of the things that I'm seeing is, you know, going from the macro to the micro, and you know, the idea of mentorship and the idea of advisors and the idea of all these events. The key thing is to find champions. You know, you're building a startup. It's tough. You don't want to be going to every event. You don't want to only be speaking with people there. What you want are people that believe in what you're doing. So, you know, amongst those events, amongst those accelerators, amongst those incubators, find people that understand what you're doing, that have the time to challenge you, and find people that believe in you, but expect more out of you than even yourself. And that will push you to the next level. Because, I mean, if you go, for example, to the gym, and someone just tells you, oh, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, that's good. Don't worry about it. Compared to a trainer that'll push you harder and say, no, let's work harder, let's go further, let's do more. That's what you need for your startup. You need people that will be critical, that believe in your big vision, that will help you think big. And there are people in Montreal that want to give time, that have the resources and have the connections to help you set it up to the next level. So at the macro level, there are events. You know, as a startup founder, you have to focus your time on what's important. That's your startup. And then I would tell you guys, at a more micro level, create those champions around you. And those are service providers as well. Those are lawyers and accountants, that people that will do pro bono work for you, that will help you out from the beginning. So that's really key.
People like me often try to hide, okay, because we're too busy. So your job will be to make sure you talk to me, you hold me for a few minutes, and you have a chat with me. That's the way to do the business here.
Love it. Thank you. That's great advice. How critical would you say is the relationship between financial literacy and attracting funding for the long-term success of a startup?
It's not that important, because most of the startup their strength is on the technical side, and this is what people like me or early investors are looking for, basically. But as you evaluate, of course, you got to learn the basics.
So let me just retract on that one. Financial literacy. So basic understanding of your financials. You know, do you think a startup, a small business owner, should have a basic understanding of knowing how to read a balance sheet, understing cash flow management?
I'll have a different opinion. So that'll play into your question. I mean, so I'll respectfully disagree in the sense that I think you guys aren't running not-for-profits. You guys are running businesses. And, you know, one of the key things is understanding a business model, understanding how, you know, you're generating revenue and how you're growing as a business. The trend is usually that after a seed stage, so we're early investors, so we don't necessarily see companies, they're usually pre-revenue, but at the Series A stage, usually the first professional hire that any startup will make will be a CFO. And that tells a lot about the evolution of the business. So early on, it's all about the idea, it's all about execution. But you guys need to understand basic, you know, financial literacy in order to be able to articulate your vision and explain why you're a business and you're not a not-for-profit.
And if I could just add, thank you for that, Alex. With Intuit Canada, we do offer financial literacy toolkits that are available free of charge online. We're also partnered with Startup Canada that offers finance boot camps all across Canada in 52 locations. So I would encourage you to register, get set up. It's free. These are free services and tools that we offer to get that basic understanding on your financial management.
Yeah, I'll add to what Alex said I think there are two different things here. There is the business model and the fact that indeed you're not a non-for-profit, so you have to understand why you're here and how you're going to succeed, because success will be, even for your VC, etc., of the money you're going to generate, and a lot of people don't even think about it. And I think for this part, you need, and we see it a lot, tech people who have great ideas and who can actually execute on them, not connecting with business people who maybe suck at delivering stuff, but who understand the more the business-driven approach and the marketing side, etc. of it. So those complementarities, you need it. If you don't have the financial literacy, as you said, or if you don't give a shit about it, which a lot of tech people are, which is true, you have to find, and as you talked about the champion part, you have to find someone who, one, believes in what you're doing, who works well with you, and who understands that part, because complementarities are key. The second part I want to talk about is financial literacy in a more day-to-day approach. Say you're a startup, you raise your first 100, 200K, you're happy. You're saying, okay, I have some runaway to start building and trying stuff. I've seen startups fail, not because their product was bad, not because their team was bad, but because they didn't have enough money to go through their trial and error period. And this is super important to have someone, and that's where, in my perspective, actual financial literacy is key here for everyone on the team to understand what $1 means today when you have 100K or 200K, and what it will mean when you'll have maybe 2 or 3K left because you sucked at managing your money. And this is, for me, it's crucial for many startups who, to go back to your point, maybe didn't have the right champion and advisors and mentors to actually help them along the way.
Thank you, Ilias. And Sergio, just before you jump in, I just wanted to throw some stats. I didn't get a chance to do this earlier. So I talked about poor cash flow management being the leading cause of why businesses fail within the first 2 years of operation. Just to throw some stats out. So 15% of small businesses actually fail within the first year. And over 50% of small businesses in Canada don't even make it to year 5. So going back to the importance of financial literacy, knowing your numbers, this is where and this is why it's important. Sergio?
So it's simple, like 3 words. Cash is king. Everyone will tell you that. Cash is king. And I don't, even if you are like launching a prototype, you have an idea, or you're like kind of IPO company, Series A, cash is king. If you don't have the ability to manage your cash, you shouldn't be an entrepreneur. The first job of an entrepreneur is to make money. We are here to make money. You're in business. So if you don't have like the minimum level of knowledge of financial literacy, explain me, how are you going to make money? If you want to convince a senior developer working at Google and $150,000 to drop his job to join you in your crappy startup, to work for free, or you're going to pay him $30,000, you know, first you have to share in this big vision, we're going to do that, I'm going to disrupt, blah, 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 blah. But basically, you're giving him equity. So you need to know the numbers, no? I'm going to give you 10% of equity, but my company is worth, I don't know, I'm going to bullshit you $3 million. So, you know, if I'm giving you 10%, it's like $300,000 on cash right now. So drop your Google job, join me, let's join a company, you're going to earn more money. Of course, that's paper, that's shares. But again, that's financial literacy. And when you're start launching your company, so you need to get grants and loans. What we call that the bootstrapping. Bootstrapping means like you are receiving money and you're not giving equity to no one. That's free money. Like we have the best country in the world, like rated by World Bank, whatever, that we have the best entrepreneurial programs giving free equity money to entrepreneurs. No kidding. We are the first in the world. And guess what? To get that free money, so you have the choices. I'm going to go to Alex. Hey, Alex, I have this prototype. How much you give me? $1 million? Okay, 100,000, 10%. Okay. I'm going to go to Mr. NRC and say, Mr. NRC, I want to do this algorithm, Can you give me a $100,000 grant? No equity. And I need to present a nice cash flow, how I'm going to use my money, because he will give me the money 30 days after. So if I don't show him like a nice spreadsheet of how I'm going to use my money, guess what? He's not going to give me my $103,000. That's a lot of money. And guess what? If I spend $100,000 and I convince him that I spend wisely my money, guess what? He's going to give me more money. How beautiful, right? Free equity. And you go to any kind of entrepreneurship program, you show a nice cash flow, even if it's bullshit, they're going to give you money. So you have 2 choices. Like learn how to use cash flow, projections, everything, free money. Just hack your prototype. Don't learn anything. Get diluted. Give 50% of your company to any kind of angel VC, anything. And what you're going to be by Series A or Series B, guess what? You're going to own less than 20% of your company. And you're going to be the first one to get fired. because you're not the main shareholder of your company, and they're going to hire a top executive as CEO. So this is your choice. What you want to do? So what you want to do? Free money or what you want to do? Okay, thank you, man. Okay, where am I?
Gotta love your energy, Sergio. Looks like he's gonna jump out of his chair in excitement. I did ask for Raw, so this is great. I do want to leave some time for questions. So just in closing, in a few words or less, Sergio, I know this is going to be challenging for you, but what advice would you give to the startups that are sitting here in this room today that are, I mean, everyone's in different phases of their business. Some are just starting out, some are looking for funding. But just in general, what advice would you give to the startups that are sitting here in the room today?
So please dare to change the world. Bring me your passion, like your deep passion. Bring me your deep skills and show me something meaningful that no one else has done in the world. Even if people treat you as like crazy, if you come to me with those two ingredients, your subject matter expertise, skills, with like a deep passion and knowledge about what you're trying to solve, I'm going to help you. Don't come with those two ingredients to change the world. I'm not going to talk to you.
I would say, obviously, what you just said. Plus, yeah. Well, obviously, we know each other for a while. But no, I think don't start your company to make money. Honestly, don't start your company to make money. Start your company, as Sergio said, because you're driven, because you're passionate, because you actually want to make a dent, because you can't believe how hard it is to run it, to stay in the game. And basically, like, studies after studies showed that a basic accountant that goes to HEC, 4 years of school, starts at Deloitte at a lower level, stays there for 10 years, is a hustler, not an asshole and not a stupid person. After 10 or 15 years, you'll make maybe $500,000 a year. Not a bad salary. So if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to like go through the mayhem and the challenges, etc., you need to be passionate. And unfortunately, we still see a lot of people, because entrepreneurship is trendy today, like when we were around, well, we were around, like I'm super old now, but like anyway, well, Montreal NewTech, for example, was around 7 or 8 years ago, and people came to our meetups. It was maybe like 40 people sized meetup. Today we can have meetup as big as the room that can host us. At that time, people came because they had an idea to solve an actual problem that they faced or they knew people were facing. Today, we have people coming with like, oh, I want to do the Uber of self-something, toilet paper, something like that. And a lot of people come because they see a good idea somewhere. And yes, there are good ideas somewhere else, and they can be applied here. Some awesome ideas in Europe can be applied in North America, and you can succeed in it. But if you're not passionate about this idea, you won't go the long haul.
These are hard to follow up on, eh? I mean, what I would tell you guys as a piece of advice is be visionaries, not dreamers. And the difference is very clear. A dreamer is someone that thinks up great ideas, but doesn't see the obstacles. A visionary is someone that has a big idea, but sees everything in the way that they have to work through to get there. And when we're talking about champions and mentors and people to help you, those are the people that will hold you on their shoulders when you get in front of a wall and will push you beyond it. So be visionaries, don't be dreamers, and surround yourself with coaches and mentors that will help you and challenge you.
I will repeat what Sergio said basically. How to increase the value of your company without any dilution. Use the free money as much as you can.
Amazing. And I actually want to say in closing as well, to take into consideration everything that everyone said, minus the toilet paper. Take the time to know your numbers, get the fundamentals around, your financial management, get a good grasp of your numbers, because when you're out there, speaking to banks and governments, you need to be able to know your numbers and talk the talk, right? Take the time to build a business plan, surround yourself with strong mentors, and build a network of trusted advisors, as Alex mentioned, and use a cloud-based financial management software early on, like QuickBooks Online, for real-time information, anytime, anywhere access, increase productivity, and give you guys the time back to do what you love doing, which is running your business. So with that, I'd like to thank our panel guests over here. Big round of applause for them. And now we'll open it up for questions en anglais ou français.
I was just curious, the opinion that you guys have on the challenges that Uber is facing in Montreal, and what, as a community, we could do to wake up our government to more of an open mind toward technology and startups.
So that's a really good question, and I actually, funnily, I used to be a lawyer in a past life, and I organized a conference on the challenges that Uber had, and I had Théo Taxi, so the new Alexandre Taillefer taxi company, and the director of Uber Quebec speak on it. Raise your voice, have your opinion heard, but also look at the whole environment and propose a solution or solutions that actually encompass everybody. Technology is disruptive. Governments are slow to act. Legislators are slow to legislate, and they'll be behind no matter what. But it's trying to find a solution that gives everybody an equal chance, which will actually move things forward, and about being outspoken.
Nothing to add. I mean, yeah, duh.
Questions?
What are your thoughts on startups' difficulty in finding talent in Montreal? Because that's something that's a real problem here. So, well, it is. It is.
Don't get me started, Catherine. she asked me for that. So come on, we are the second city in North America with the highest concentration of university after Boston. On average, 50% of all the students in our universities in Montreal leave Montreal within the next 3 to 6 months to Toronto, Seattle, New York, San Francisco, Vancouver. So we're losing talent. The thing is that we're not creating enough jobs. Like, if we had cool startups, those people will remain here. So the talent problem is that there are not enough people trying to launch businesses. So, the talent is leaving, and it's cheap talent. Like, I was making calculations this morning for someone. Like, paying a developer here, it costs the same as was paying a developer in Mexico. No kidding. Because it cost me 50% cheaper than in San Francisco, first, 50%. Then I can apply, if I have financial literacy, of course, tax credits on innovation. So everything that I'm going to be spending, paying developers innovation, the government, guess what? Give me 50% back. So that's 25%, right? So.
Anyway, I don't think that we have a lack of talent. And as Sergio said, I think we have two things. Like, many startups don't scout for talent, don't go to university. Universities are a boon for talent. So programs like Tandem Launch, I know like we'll have some people from Tandem Launch or MeTax, etc. We need to know those guys more. Like Founder Institute as well, who starts with even university people, etc. So people who are looking, especially at early stage, they have to network and they have to know people to get that talent. And especially students, like, I don't understand if you need talent, you can find a student who basically lives on macaroni and cheese to come to your startup. You use MeTax, you use those NRC, etc. then it actually costs you $0 to hire him, or like $10 an hour to hire him. In my perspective, we have the talent. They go away because we don't snatch them early enough. So let's make sure that we snatch them with events, with networking opportunities, and other programs.
I'll maybe just add to that. I mean, I grew up in California, so I was born in California, lived there until I was 12. A lot of my friends are working in the Valley. You know, a lot of people from Quebec and Canada move to Silicon Valley, but they face a lot of issues that we don't have here. And they face a lot of issues, whether it's quality of life, whether it's the cost of living, and there's a lot of issues that pile up. I mean, people that I've tried to stay with in their apartment, and they literally have like a bed and a door, it's pretty unlivable, let's say. So what I would say on the flip side is that there is talent in Montreal. There's a lot of talent in a lot of other hubs. Why aren't people reaching out and just saying to those people, look, come back. Let's bring you back to Montreal. I have the money. I'm working with St-Arnault. I'm doing all these things. You have to have, but this is also about thinking big, and what it comes back to a lot of things is that people say, oh no, but it's in Montreal, it's not Silicon Valley. It's in Montreal. It's an amazing city to live in. It's an amazing city to be in. So get that talent, bring it back. It's only a plane ride away, and there's one direct flight a week, so it's pretty straight.
So we just have one more question, one final question.
To follow up on that, what would be your advice to, you talked about building your financial team. What would be your advice to build your tech team? You have any cues on that?
I think, you know, one of the places where I see a lot of people going to look is hackathons, startup weekends, networking with people, going on LinkedIn. I mean, one of our companies found one of their best developers via LinkedIn. They just reached out. They said, look, here's our big idea. Can we meet for a coffee? People are open. Everybody wants to be part of the next big thing. People want to change the world in their own way. People that have a technical skill set are interested in new challenges. If you're not challenging them, then they won't come. But you need to go out. You need to be aggressive. You need to try and get people on board. But before you do that, you need to articulate your vision. You need to know where you're going. And you need to give them a plan of where you think they can arrive. You have to be that visionary, not someone like, hey, I have this really big idea. Come join me. Quit your job. You know, people make sacrifices. It's a responsibility to be a startup founder. You're taking on people's lives and you're trying to push towards a direction. And that, you know, mentors and advisors will help you with that, but you need to find good people and you need to reach out to them.
I would just want to say to you, be cautious. Be very cautious when you're building your team. I don't fucking care if it's like a technical team, business people, whatever. Be very cautious. Launching a company is like a marriage. So do you want to get divorced? Yes or no? Do you want to have children? Yes or no? Children is employees. So lots of people, entrepreneurs see, says, like saying, I found this on LinkedIn, like he approached me and then say, okay, we agreed by email, like join my team, and then here's my GitHub account, here's my code, do whatever you want. And then the guy 3 months later leaves. And that's a huge red flag. So, you know, startup company is like a marriage. So what are you gonna do when you find a developer? You have to date, right? We're saying marriage, girlfriend, boyfriend, right? So you have to date. What's the best occasion to date? Hackathon, a startup weekend. You find the right person, okay, man, let's go for a weekend, a hackathon, a startup weekend, and spend some time, and then you will see how he works. Then you're gonna see how he reacts. You're gonna see the emotional intelligence. You're gonna see the guy who's paranoid. You're gonna see the guy is extroverted, introverted. Those small things that I call that the soft skills. The soft skills are the ones who are gonna be the predictive if you're gonna be successful or not as a team member. It's not gonna be, okay, this guy has 5 years of experience developing on Python. That's crap. If you don't get along with your developer, because like you're highly introverted and the guy is highly extroverted or vice versa, it's gonna screw up. Sounds good?
I love the analogy with marriage and relationship, but it's true. Emotional intelligence is important. great advice, great questions. We're all here for the rest of the day, so if you have more questions, feel free to approach us. We're here until 5 o'clock, and it's a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, and thank you again, gentlemen.
So guys, lunch is served in the other room. Enjoy. One by one. Don't worry.
pull it up, but if you want it more casual, you're
That's good. Yeah, it's awesome. Having a great time. Yeah. Fantastic people. We're loving it. You look so good. You can't make me good looking, man. This is what it is. I'm ugly and that's it. I'm here at the Notman House. I'm here at the Notman House. So my name is John Palmentino from the National Bank, here with my partner Nethris, participating in the Montreal Roadshow at the Notman House, which is a fabulous, fantastic location. Having a great day. We have a lot of visibility during the roadshow, including this one. We're real happy to be partners of Fundica. One of the reasons we decided to get involved with Fundica is that they give us great exposure in growing businesses and allowing us to meet new potential clients in Quebec and outside of Quebec, especially in a sector or an industry that's extremely important for the growth of our economic markets in Quebec and out of Quebec. And so far it's been going fantastic, and I want to thank the people at Fundica for that. We believe at the National Bank that human capital is a key part to your success, whether you're a startup or an ongoing mature business. Therefore, partnering with Fundica to offer capital management solutions with regards to your employees is an element that's extremely important from the get-go. So we offer solutions that help you mitigate all the risks associated to paying personnel, managing your human resources, and tracking all of the attendance and time that they do to make sure that they're properly being recognized for the work they do and getting paid for the work that they do, and making sure that you as an employer are compliant to what the governments are asking for you here in Canada. Good? How was that?
Is he good? Or is he good? So now let's do the real one.
Okay, good.
So it turned out okay?
Yeah, it turned out
Good.
great. this one, and then just talk. Just talk to the camera.
Okay.
I'll just go over there so it's all zoom.
Can learn. Cool.
Maybe move back a little bit because over there.
Okay. So passion is the driver for entrepreneurship. Why? Why investors? Why employees? Why everyone is following an entrepreneur is because of the passion that drives this coming behind entrepreneur. Why? Why is so important? And the why is exactly that. If there's no why, there's no what. What are you going to achieve in life for the next 20 years must be something meaningful. So if you don't deeply care about solving something, if you are not totally convinced that you need to change that, you will never achieve anything in life. I think you should follow the example of entrepreneurs like Hedoko, Mazen El Bawab, or Frank Poirier from MakerBlocks. I'll give you an example. Mazen used to be a Ubisoft engineer, and his passion actually is sports, combat. And he came to say to me, Sergio, there's no way I can track the metrics on how I'm performing my sports. So that's why he created the first worldwide suit that tracks the movement for amateur sports people. MakerBlocks is an amazing entrepreneur as well. The guy used to work for the last 5 years at Mattel, at toy companies. So guess what he decided to do? To create a new toy industry, create the new wave of Legos, electronic Legos. Why is he doing that? Because he's passionate about toys. That's his main vision. He doesn't care about the money. He just he deeply needs to change the way people are playing or how we are educating our children. And he's finding that through toys, educational technology toys, he can do that.
And then sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Suit that tracks the movement.
Or which feed is it?
Oh yeah, this is the same feed. Yeah, it's all the same. Maybe
So-
it's just being broadcast delayed.
Oh, so that's why.
weird.
So it's
yeah.
after that speech?
It's all the same link. Yeah.
It's all the same link.
It might
so
not.
I get to see everything on here then.
Yeah, the
Oh,
whole day.
super
The whole
cool.
day. Yeah. That's why we do it.
Oh, okay, but that anticipates that everyone's going to take the time to listen to what
Testing, testing. Testing.
All right. You hear it? Can everyone take a seat? Don't be shy. There's some seats up front here. Dana, is this hooked up? Just hook it up. All right. Come on in there. A few more people coming in. All right, so we got hope you had a great morning. We have a very interesting afternoon lineup. To start with, we're going to mention Founder Institute. So this is a worldwide organization. Very structured program to really help people who have, very talented, great people who want to really get a business off the ground. Their approach is quite structured. They basically run a session 14 weeks. And there's about 25 hours per week. It's quite intensive. Most people that apply will not graduate, so they're pretty tough on you. So to actually get through Founder Institute is good kudos if you could make it through. There's assignments every week. There's basically tests and see if you kind of get to the next level. But the idea is to really sort out who can make it happen and who can't, and who has both the ideas and the team to do it, and hopefully to learn something along the way. They kind of have a 5-pillar approach, feeling if you get all 5 of these pillars down, then you'll actually have a successful company. So great idea, corporation, a plan, a progress, a pitch. So they focus on all 5 of those. A lot of great mentors, a lot of the big mentors you hear about in Montreal are part of this network. And so a lot of them. In terms of companies that come out of here, so the winner last year of the Funding Roadshow Montreal was Maker Blocks. So they're one of the graduates as well. So a few of these companies we've seen, the Fundica Roadshow. Anyways, lots of successful companies. They've often gone on to Techstars, Y Combinator, other groups, other accelerators. So this has been kind of a feeder for that. And they've raised quite a bit of funding. In terms of the network, there's discounts that come from their partners. They got a lot of partners worldwide. They're in over 100 cities, soon to be opening up Ottawa. Over 4,500 mentors, so you can kind of tap the entire network. And as I said, they're starting up in Ottawa on May 2nd, and they have some free information on their site. So an interesting program that's coming out that I think is very helpful and similar to our kind of approach, where they're trying to really educate, inspire, and fund entrepreneurs. So as a little sample, we have 3 different presentations from the Founder Institute current cohort. And so I'll invite Dana, you want to introduce them?
So the first company pitching is going to be GUI, and on behalf of them, Augusto Sotelo is going to come up.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Augusto from GUI, and today I come to talk to you about a fundamental transformation of corporate philanthropy. If I ask you what you know about these brands, probably everybody here recognizes them. But if I ask you what charities are these brands supporting, 9 out of 10 of us would have no idea. The good news is that businesses are giving money to charity. As a matter of fact, $17 billion are given to charity by companies every single year. The even better news is that if we fix a few problems, a lot more money could be given. Large corporations are constantly being approached to give money to charity, but they don't have any metrics of the significant impact that they're making. They don't have any engagement and any awareness from their customers. Small business owners, they don't have the time or the know-how to launch their own giving programs. And there are many options out there, but most of the applications are focused on the individual's donations and not on corporate donations. For the past 10 years, I have run the largest supplier products company in my native Argentina. So helping businesses do their branding has been both my passion as well as my expertise. So I wonder, what if we could do for philanthropy what we do for branding? What if we could help businesses seamlessly and cost-effectively integrate philanthropy into their marketing strategy? So I created GUI. GUI is a corporate philanthropy platform that enables businesses to support charities by enabling their customers to support charities of their choice with money made available by the businesses. So we created a web app, which makes it very simple and in a couple of minutes for a company to launch a campaign. All they have to do is set up a budget and choose among charities that they want to give offers to their customers. Our second level of development is an API that could be seamlessly integrated in any e-commerce site or POS system. Individuals, what they can do is they get a link from the company, which is a white label application. They can get to nominate friends, do social impact challenges, and they can also donate their own money. What we do is we charge a percentage on the added value of the campaigns. I can explain later if you want with an example. So what we're doing right now is doing pilot projects with Microsoft Quebec, TELUS, and Yellow Pages. And we are in conversations with Lightspeed to try to develop an API that could seamlessly integrate with their e-commerce and PO systems. For the past few months, I have put together a team of developers, designers, social media gurus, and an army of interns. I have also put together a board of advisors in each of the pillars of our business. We have been accepted in 3 accelerators in the past few months, which are helping us a lot. We're raising $350,000 to take us to the next level, which is their API. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have JitBase.
Hi guys, my name is Frederick from JITbase, a web-based platform that helps manufacturing companies to document their employees' knowledge. The problem we tackle is simple. Anytime an employee leaves the company loses knowledge, and it costs them millions, especially in training and productivity. Concretely, it costs a minimum of 1.5 times the annual salary of an employee to replace him. In the manufacturing world, knowledge is documented on procedures. But as you can see, it's long, it's not visual, and let's say it's boring. I am an industrial engineer, and I use that to respond to an ISO certification, but never to solve problem, never to find an information I'm looking for, and never for training. And I want to change that. That's why I'm building JITbase, a web-based platform that helps manufacturing companies documenting their employees' knowledge. Thanks to an easy and fast document creation on dynamic templates that support text, image, and video, we improve the way to capture knowledge for better access, better sharing, and better retention of this knowledge. Today, companies use generic solutions to create procedure on papers like this. Our competitors, especially in the manufacturing world, try to banish those documents. We differentiate in improving the way to create visual documents like this in minutes instead of hours. To get our services, the customer pays $15 per user per month. Concretely, a SME from the Quebec region will pay $10,000 a year for 60 users. Such a company will save about $60,000 per year, thanks to a quicker procedure creation, a better document management and knowledge access, and an easier audit preparation. Even though knowledge management is a challenge in any type of companies, we target the ISO certified ones who have strict specification on procedure management. In the Quebec region, 500 companies get the ISO 9001 certification every year, a number that grows up to 10,000 companies per year in Canada, and more than 30,000 per year in the US, which represents a potential market of $1 billion only for the ISO 9001 certified companies. Our go-to-market strategy is to do direct sales and partnership with consultants. They want to work with us because we solve the customer issues and they get a 13% commission on the recurring sale. Our early adopter is GPD Conseil, the manufacturing expert in Quebec. He will test out our MVP in about a month for his own processes and then propose the solution to his customers. We also have 10 more letters of intent from established companies such as Air Liquide, Videotron, or Fujitsu. Our projection for the first year is to convert 8 customers for a revenue of $50,000, and we get to the break-even the second year with 32 customers and about 1 million of revenues. We are looking for our startup costs are $650,000 that we will use for marketing, resources, and freelance contracts. You can see our cost structure. So we are looking for $350,000 in equity and $150,000 in grant. We have a great team of 3 complementary co-founders, including a software engineer who have the skills to build the product, and a specialist in business development who will handle the partnership with the consultants. Today, we are focusing on the development of the product. We are following the Founder Institute Accelerator program, and we are looking for SaaS expert mentors to join the board and advise us. Thank you.
And next up, we have Pamela from Ask Pam.
Hi everyone. So my name is Pamela. I'm an expert concierge and I've been working in the hospitality industry for over 7 years. And I'm here today as the CEO and founder of ASPAM, which is a CRM for the modern concierges. And our goal is to provide every hotel with management tools that will offer the superior guest service at lower cost. Because today, can you believe that still 60% of hotel concierge departments are using pen and paper basis, offline and manual processes to manage all the requests and the day-to-day operation, which represents 30% of the time wasted in inefficient and admin tasks. So for the hotel, it's a loss of 25% of their revenue due to poor customer service. And the solution is ASPAM, an all-in-one CRM platform. We allow concierge to save and reinvest 30% of the time servicing the guests now that they are more productive and efficient. We also allow the hotels to increase by 25% their repeat business, therefore their revenue. So how we can do that? Because thanks to ASPAM, they can better manage the entire workflow process. They can better collaborate as all the information is centralized and shared within the platform and across departments. And they can also better connect with the users as we use the preferred communication channel, whether it's email, text, or in-app message. So most of our competitors today are using property management platform that automates the entire operation of the hotel, processing mainly reservation, check-ins, and check-out. With the new trend and technology, the competitors have been focusing on data-centric CMS platform that collect and analyze the data of the guests for marketing purpose mainly. So, and here comes ASPAM. We are the only system right now that's focusing on the concierge workflow while providing data for the concierge, for the guests to be used by the concierge. So in fact, we are today the only CRM platform that targeting the concierge, the hotel concierges. So the hotel will, the cost that will pay the hotel, it's a yearly subscription fee that starts at $250 per month and per hotel, and it goes up to $750 per month per hotel. As we integrate the PMS into the platform, and because every hotel are different, we are allowing hotels to add in features on the go and as they need it. So just note that the IT budget for hotel represented in 2014 an average of $150,000 per property, which was double from the year before. So there's a lot of focus on the technology in the hospitality industry, and so with the 430,000 hotels globally, we are now targeting mainly the high-end hotels. That represent an opportunity for ASPAM of $23 million. And how we're targeting them? We're already partnering with hotels and concierge associations such as Les Clés d'Or. We're also participating at trade show, hospitality trade show and tech, that help us gain awareness and also acquire strong lead that will be closed by our direct sales team. So in the past 3 months, we acquired 4 clients in beta. We have 55 hotels that register for the trial period. So thanks to ASPAM, 30 concierges, we're allowing 30 concierges to manage over 97,000 travelers that will not be possible with the pen and paper processes that they're using right now in hotels. So far, we have been accepted to start up next part of the Techstar training program to improve our growth strategy, and also been accepted to Founder X, which is a program based in San Francisco to help us meet investors in the Silicon Valley and also enter the US market. And we're gonna launch the international sales in June. So this is the perfect timing for ASPAM. And we have an amazing team of concierge like Simon and myself, who's been working in the most prestigious hotel in Montreal and abroad. We have our CTO that is a Microsoft specialist, and Kelly, which has been working with a lot of startups in the marketing. And advisors that's been helping us throughout the process. And today, we've bootstrapped so far, and today we've been backed up by Futurepreneur, Company F and ASEM, and we are now raising $300,000 to integrate the PMS, to demonstrate the impact on customer satisfaction and return on investment for the hotels. That will help us acquire more hotels and prepare for a seed round at the end of the year. So if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer at the end. Thank you.
So we have a hello? We have a bit of a surprise for you. We know that pitches are happening downstairs in a private room to funders. But you guys now have the chance to also vote for your favorite pitch of the 3. So once again, Pamela from Ask Pam, JitBase was Fred, and it was Augusto from GUI. So if you can all pull out your phones, we all have them. I'm going to do it too. And this is actually going to show us live what the votes are. How is 5 minutes for everyone to get their votes to the 587-409-6630. I'll repeat all the voting information. But if you guys can send in your votes, we'll all together determine a winner from the 3 here. So the number is 587-409-6630. This is going to update live. If you want to vote for Ask Pam, that's 7373. If you want to vote for GUI, it's 7374. And if you want to vote for JitBase, that is 7375. I'm going to start a timer. And whoever in 3 minutes has the most votes is the winner. I'm nervous for these guys. You see it all happening. Three minutes, go. In the meantime, I think we should give some noise for everyone. So let's give some noise for Ask Pam. Woo! Let's give some noise for GUI. Woo! And finally, JitBase, come on. These guys stood up in front of you. They were so brave. You've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Who still has not voted? All right, I saw a hand there. I'll give you guys some time. Maybe 3 minutes was too much. 15, 14, 13. This is the last chance to get your votes in. 11, 10, 9. Let's count together. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. It's still moving. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Pam.
Thank you guys. It's been my third year applying here, so like we made a lot of progress, and thanks. And if you have any question, or if you want to connect us with any hotel managers, concierge that you know, I'll be happy to get in touch with you. Thank you.
All right, we're just about to get started on the afternoon schedule, but just want to introduce the partners for those who hadn't been here this morning. So maybe they just come up here quickly and we'll just do a very quick introduction. So Pierre, Kevin showed up the right time here. Randy, who else we have? Seema, I don't see Seema. So I'll let you guys just introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kevin Zimnikas. I'm responsible for business development for PayPal here in Canada. I'd like to thank Mike and Lana and the whole team for hosting us here. If you guys have any questions about e-commerce, payments, anything transactional, anything in general, we're at the back, the Road Stop Lounge at the back all day. And happy to answer any of your questions. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Pierre St-Arnault, product manager at Nethris. Nethris is a payroll service provider. We're also at the lounge there. I'm there with my colleague from National Bank because they're a sole distributor of Nethris solution. Also, if you have any question regarding this, how much it costs or whatever, our goal is to convince you that no company is too small to need payroll services. So have a nice day, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Randy Jones. I'm here representing CANARIE. CANARIE is a not-for-profit based in Ottawa that supports research and innovation across Canada. We support the private sector in the form of our digital accelerator for innovation and research. It's a cloud service, so anyone in this room that's interested or has need of infrastructure cloud computing services, sign up at canarie.ca/cloud. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Thanks is a little hand for them. Thanks as well to, again, the Notman House, QuickBooks, for all their support, as well as IBM. And just very quickly, our other kind of, Blake's Legal, Concierge, just great information. Expansion Quebec, kind of moving outside of Canada. Startup Canada, kind of communities across Canada. R&D partners, consulting for R&D tax credits and government programs. MetaBridge, they have a pitch session out west, and CFC Media Lab Idea Boost, so that's actually an accelerator for anyone who has technology that would be useful in the kind of television, cinematography, or other types of entertainment businesses. So we're off for the afternoon here with the schedule starting with the Who Runs the World, and we all know who runs the world. Girls, so I better leave. I'll let you take over. Oh yeah, and for the funders that are in the room, we're going to start the pitches in the afternoon.
All right, everybody. How's the afternoon and the day so far? Good? So, I really didn't hear you guys. 1, 2, 3, great was the answer. Okay, so we're going to start off with our next fireside chat, and it is going to be moderated by our very own R&D partners, Debbie. Come on up, come on up. Now, in this fireside chat, which is titled Who Runs the World? Girls, is also going to be Nancy Nalouz from Ladies Learning Code. It's going to be Roberta Voulon from Les Pitonneux, Liesl Barrel from Third Wonder, Emily Boutros from Tandem Launch, Magali Charbonneau from Password Box, and our Debbie's going to moderate. So Debbie, if you could just sit in the black chair. And at this point, we're asking all our speakers to come up. So all the ladies who run the world, come on up. Don't be shy. This can be a good talk. We can move that. So they're going to share this one? Test. This is the one you're all sharing. So I'll start it off here. Perfect.
Yeah, I have questions. Hi. I think we met last year. We did. Thank you. You have a Hi, everybody, and welcome to this first session of the afternoon. My name is Debbie. I am with R&D Partners, one of the sponsoring groups here. I have been working with them for 15 years. My partner Mike gave a presentation this morning, if any of you were here to hear it. And this afternoon I'm just going to be kind of guiding along the discussion with these lovely ladies who are going to start by introducing themselves. So we'll start with Emily on my left.
Hi, my name is Emily. I'm a partner. I'm a CFO at Tandem Launch. I joined the company about 4 years ago. What we do, we're an accelerator. So we are in the business of putting startups together. So we are specialized in consumer electronics. And that's it. I'm happy to be here today.
Magali Charbonneau. I'm a serial angel investor, and I help entrepreneurs build their businesses. The latest exit I participated in was the Password Box acquired by Intel Security. I'm currently at Intel Security, fulfilling a 3-year commitment after the acquisition.
Hi, I'm Liesl Barrel. I'm co-founder of a digital marketing agency called Third Wonder here in Montreal, and I'm also the executive director of Montreal Girl Geeks here. Anybody know Montreal Girl Geeks? Yeah? Well, you should. You should come to our events, monthly networking events for women and the men who support them in tech. They're free, they're open to all, so check us out, and I'm super excited to be here too.
Hi, I'm Nancy Nallers. I'm a front-end web developer at Dynamo, which is a digital design studio, works a lot with startups. And I'm also one of the Montreal chapter leads for Ladies Learning Code, which is a Canadian women-run not-for-profit that teaches women how to program in a social and collaborative environment, so offering beginner-friendly workshops. And I'm also excited to be here.
Hi, I'm Roberta Voulon. I'm a new iOS developer. And I also run a skills incubator called Les Pitonneux for people who are learning to code using resources online. And we basically build community around different courses online here in Montreal. So that's that. I'm very excited to be here.
Perfect. So we're all excited to be here. That's great. So the idea of this talk is to give some insight into what it's like to be a woman involved in the tech area. In Montreal specifically, I guess in this area, but in general as well. We all have experience in that area. We've all worked in tech and perhaps in other areas. But we hope to share some insights with you, and we have a few topics that we're going to discuss as a group. And we also would love to open the floor to questions if there's time permitted at the end, if you have any questions. I have kind of a personal interest in this as growing up in technology, working in tech here in Montreal. But now I'm starting also, my eldest daughter just started university this year and she chose engineering. So it's interesting to see. I've done some reading lately as she was choosing her course of education. And it's interesting to see that a lot of women start in technology. But when we look at statistics, women aren't staying in technology-based work right now. That is changing. That's changed a lot since I graduated from university a few years ago, several years ago. But there definitely are some challenges, and hopefully we can address a few of them today and hopefully give inspiration to people to continue in this area. So the first topic of discussion that we talked about was, is it different being a woman involved in tech, especially in an entrepreneurial environment, or in larger business? You have definitely some experience in larger business, Magali. So we're going to start there. Is it different if you're a woman? Anyone like to start? Sure.
I can start, yeah. Well, in a sense it is, because you'll be pitching your project and you'll find you're in a room with 7 white men and you're pitching your project and you're like, what am I doing here? Also in the title, girls, I'm 43 years old. Am I still a girl? You know, who runs the world? I don't think girls really run the world. So there's a lot of things like that. But at the same time, there's a lot of statistics that are for us. Like, for example, the more women you have on your founder team, the more successful your company will be. And that's a statistic that is in a process of being picked up by VC funders. So yes, it's different. At the same time, you know, there's a lot of force behind us. And we just have to, you know, change the world rather than try to run it, I think. Yeah, and it's not just coming from women. Like we're all in this together. It's a joint effort, and there's a lot of men who are behind what we're trying to do. So yeah.
I definitely echo the statistics are very clear that having a diverse team, not just with women, but diverse teams actually really helps a startup. It really helps with the success of the startup and with the long-term kind of planning and staffing of the startup. I think what's interesting is that the skills you need to succeed in tech or to be an entrepreneur, I don't think they're any different necessarily for men or for women. I think you need to have the same types of profiles. I think you need to have the same type of goals. The way you get there and your personal kind of methodology and your personality are going to be different from entrepreneur to entrepreneur, but the driven, the passion, all of that is the same in a male or a female profile, but I do agree that the context is very different. And one of the things that's coming up time and time again is that women are facing a number of hurdles that men might not face in the same way. And those are things whereas when you're an employee, you're protected against certain types of discrimination. But when you're an entrepreneur and you're pitching for funding, an investor can decide not to invest in you because he decides, well, she's 35, she's going to go and have kids. Like, that's an actual thing that an investor can say to a woman, which they can't say in an employment context. It's illegal. So there are certain things that women actually come up against in the entrepreneur world where they have less protection or less acknowledgement of the discrimination they might face than they do in the protection of the employment world, which is one of the potential reasons why fewer women opt to go the entrepreneur route. But we are seeing that change, and I think part of the reason that is changing is we're starting to see those numbers, that research coming out, that having more women in the business world is beneficial to everybody. So we're seeing the ratio slowly change, but we are noticing that there are certain hurdles, those being just the place of business. A lot of typical places of business that people conduct beyond the boardroom are things like golf or at sporting matches or things where they might not be as conducive, depending on the particular entrepreneur, to being a comfortable environment for some women to do that kind of business. So you either have to have the profile like me, and I'm sure a lot of other people who are perfectly comfortable being the only woman in the room. And if you're that kind of early adopter, if you really don't mind being the only woman in a boardroom, then that's great. But how do we get to the point where we're getting the majority of women being comfortable in that kind of high-stakes business environment? And I think everybody is really, men, women, everybody is going to benefit from that ratio changing.
So very quickly, because I think we got other people. I think as a woman, you can absolutely have success in everything that you want, but not at the same time. So that's the difference between being a man and a woman. So a man can be at the peak of his career while his wife is taking care of the 3 kids. But as a woman, you can absolutely be successful, but it's going to be harder. I was definitely not 9 months pregnant when I was raising an A round in Silicon Valley. So that would have been bad timing. I was lucky. I was able to time things, and it worked really well. Sometimes you want to time things, and then, oh, I can't get pregnant. So, of course, it's harder than it is for men, absolutely. Being successful as an entrepreneur and in high tech is, you cannot be completely successful if you don't work harder than if you were not an entrepreneur. So what I say is, don't be afraid to work hard and don't be afraid to achieve your goals, but it's just not going to be easy. I took 3 months of mat leave and I worked every single day during my mat leave. So things like that are going to happen. I also negotiated a contract while I was in labor. So men don't have to go through that. I did, the first hour. So things like that are going to happen to you as a woman.
They do. Definitely.
I just gave birth last year to a little boy, and 2 months later, I was here actually for a talk. And we just had the open house at Tene Blanche on Thursday. And when Helgi, who's the CEO, was giving the speech about how Tene Blanche was doing, there was a huge picture of me with my baby on the phone with the investors. And he was like, thanks to Emily, investors didn't even realize she was on maternity leave because I was actually speaking to them on the phone like on a daily basis. I do think it's different. I think that you cannot have everything in life. Well, you can have everything, but you're not going to do it well. So you have to pick and choose your battles. And of course, when you're women, sometimes some people are not going to like it. And when I was younger, I would fight and try to please everybody. And with years and with self-confidence, you pick and choose, and you're like, okay, it's okay if not everybody likes me. Let's focus on the people that actually believe that having a woman in the boardroom is a good thing, and actually believe that women can bring something to a company. So my advice is, instead of trying to please everybody, just focus on what you really want. Balance also your personal life, because it will make you a better person and a better employee. And sky is the limit.
Absolutely. Nancy, do you have? Yeah, we'll pass it.
Yes.
We skipped over on Nancy.
Oh, I was like, Lisa wanted to talk, and then I was like,
Are we doing the line?
I have no idea if we're doing the line or if it's like.
Well, we can pick and choose, but
anyway,
you didn't get to participate on the tips for.
Yeah, so I just wanted to echo with what you said, Liesl. I think it is very difficult at least for me, to go to startup events, and you're one of the only women in a room, and to be honest, like I don't feel 100% comfortable doing that. And to echo what you said about how women start off in maybe IT, but they leave it, like the statistics are true. There's a study with the Athena factor of like 52% of women like leave because of, I don't know, either hostile work environments or various things that happen in the workplace. So yeah, 100%. I think it is. I don't know what it's like to be a male entrepreneur, but it's definitely, I think there are, factors of being a woman in this industry.
Definitely, but there are also advantages, I think, and you address some of them. The diversity, having diverse workforce is very important. Studies show definitely that women have a major impact on neutralizing or on positive impact on the board and on managing business. Also, I think for women, we had not so much even in tech, but just entrepreneurial. It does afford you some flexibility to be on mat leave and working or negotiating. I negotiated a union contract with a 3-day-old in a basket. Those types of things you can do, I think, a little bit easier in a smaller entrepreneurial environment. But if we move on to perhaps we've offered some tips, and we've offered our own perspectives on working in entrepreneurial environments and working in tech. There definitely are some challenges also in being a woman and being perceived as such in technology, specifically in the tech industry. I think that I've seen that evolve a lot in the time I've spent working. When I first finished university and was 22 years old, I got into the railroad industry. And I'm telling you right now, there are not many women, or there were not at that point in the early 90s or late 80s in the railroad industry. But now we see in tech, many, many women at meetings, well-respected, well-known, and I think that's changing. But there are still challenges, and I was wondering if any of you would like to share your perspectives on the challenges that you face in being a woman when you're pitching your companies, when you're pitching your ideas. Do you feel that there are challenges, maybe perceptions that need to change due to the fact that you're female? Anybody? Or is that just...
So for me personally, I never feel like I'm competing against men, personally. I'm competing against my own capabilities, but that's just my experience. It's true that there's not a lot of women in tech, but when there is one, she gets a lot of attention, and people want to have women as part of their team and so on. For me, it has not affected me negatively to be a woman in tech. And I was not in tech in my 20s. I was in another industry that was extremely dominated by men. I find that we have to stop focusing on the fact that we are a woman and are there challenges being a woman. No, let's stop. Let's just focus on what can I do with my capabilities and the tools that I have today to be successful. There are so many. We are in a country where we have everything to be successful as a woman. In the United States, I have a lot of friends that can only take 6 weeks off after they have a baby. We have an entire year here. Our husbands can take parental leave. We can split it with them. We have tax write-offs. We have $8,000 per child that we can write off at the end of the year if we have a nanny. We have everything to be successful in Canada as a woman. So personally, I cannot give any reasons here that being a woman affected me in high tech. It was actually very positive. It was always, oh wow, you know, we need a woman in our team or as an investor. So, anybody else?
I actually think that's really interesting because to me, I find being an entrepreneur as a woman, I find less challenging than being an employee as a woman. Having gone up the corporate ladder very quickly, I started as an assistant, coordinator, manager, supervisor, director, and then I started my own company. So I went, and one of the things I noticed was the higher up you go, the more you end up in situations that can be described as sort of can't win. There's a lot of studies that show that certain words like abrasive only ever show up on female performance evaluations and not on male because the certain types of conditioning and things that we value in women and in men are slightly different. And one of the things that happens is you end up promoting women because they have certain skills. And sometimes you can end up in situations where you actually promote them to a certain level and then they're like, could you just not be so vocal or not be? So I think that some women might, such as myself, might become entrepreneurs precisely to overcome those challenges, to be like, I don't want to be in those situations. I don't want to be in positions where there's this encouragement and then this kind of mixed messages. I also find, I agree that there are so many opportunities to women here in Canada. I do still think there's a lot for us to do to overcome certain perception challenges. I mean, there's a reason why there's only half of the room left in here, right? Like, there's a reason why people aren't as interested in our stories or our narratives or what we have to offer. And that is something that we're all experiencing, and it's something I think we all have an opportunity to benefit from. So I agree that the groundwork is there, but there are so many bizarre, like death of 1,000 paper cut moments. One of the random little challenges, it's such a tiny little thing, but there's 1,000 paper cuts that come across. Sometimes I have no idea if someone is asking me to lunch, to do business, or on a date. And that's one of those things, which is such a tiny, tiny little thing, but it happens every now and then, and it's just one of those things that's just so strange to kind of process on a regular basis. And there are other instances, obviously, you go to events and you have little interactions that are a little bit different because you're a woman. So I wouldn't necessarily call those challenges. That's just, you know, one of those aspects that suddenly you're a little bit more aware of. But I think the fact that there are fewer women in the environments does make it more challenging at our events, in our boardrooms. So I don't know if anyone else wants to.
Yeah, so I used to work in software localization, which basically means you work a lot in making software and video games multilingual. And by default, that means you work in very diverse teams. And it's only when I started working in the game industry that I realized what it meant to work in an environment that's not diverse. And when I lost my job in the video game industry, I decided to become a developer, and that gave me the idea for what I'm doing now with Le Pitonneux. And the idea is really what we want to do is kind of bridge the skills gap by closing the diversity gap. And it's not just women, it's just having diverse teams and being able to show, hey, these teams are actually a lot more efficient and a lot more productive, they're a lot more creative, they solve problems better, and just being able to show that. And it's that drive that came through the realization that, well, it's actually a lot harder to be an employee than just to do your own thing and set your own rules. And so for me, it's actually a lot easier to be an entrepreneur and than to be an employee, because I got those bad reviews, and it's very, very discouraging. Yeah. Yeah, that's that.
Thank you. I agree. I think that it's interesting. We all have different perspectives, but have faced some similar challenges over the years and at different time frames, of course. I guess one of the questions that I'd like to ask is, what can we do to challenge and encourage more women to become involved in tech? And I think, well, there's a couple of you that are very much involved in programs. Maybe you could describe that, the types of things we can do to encourage more women to take on those challenges and fill those roles that we need them to fill.
Yeah, when I founded the chapter for Ladies Learning Code here in Montreal, I didn't know anything about programming. I didn't know what a startup was. I definitely Wikipedia'd what a startup was. I come from a music background, so nothing to do with technology. I was just very excited about Ladies Learning Code because I took a workshop and I thought it was really awesome. But it was very daunting because, you know, I think our community in Montreal is amazing. We have such an awesome community that is so supportive. But it was so daunting for me, you know, to have to go to these events and talk about Ladies Learning Code and, you know, say why it's important. But I didn't know anybody. And I think, you know, these women in tech groups are just an amazing community to be able to interact with somebody on that level of, you know, being, you know, a woman in tech. Definitely Montreal Girl Geeks was one of the awesome meetups here in Montreal. I'd definitely encourage everybody to check it out. It's nice to be in a room not being the only woman in the room. So I definitely think that women in tech groups as well as mentorship. I recently participated in a Yes Montreal Women in Tech focus group, and we talked a lot about mentorship, and I think it's so important for this industry.
Excellent, thank you. And how do you encourage people to join those, I guess women primarily, to join those types of groups? Where do you market or where do you find new members?
At first, I just went to a lot of tech events. There were so many here in Montreal, and there's always free pizza and beer, which is great. And a lot of the people that came to our workshops were entrepreneurs or designers that just, you know, they just want to understand how to speak to the developer and have like a basics for like understanding code. And some people actually turned out to be developers after all, which is amazing to see. In terms of marketing, I think it was a lot to do with social media, a lot to do with like press releases, and a lot of actual interaction, networking, and word of mouth, at least for me.
Sure. Well, I first wanted to respond to when you were saying how can we get more women to take on the challenge. Yes. I think it's not just women. I think we need to get men to be as committed to changing the ratio as we are, because every time we have a Montreal Girl Geeks event and we see guys in the room, we thank them. We say, we need you on board with our mandate. We love seeing men, and I've had several guys come up to me and say, I finally understand what it's like to be in a room and be a minority. And they're like, I've never had that experience. They're like, here I'm at a Montreal Girl Geeks event, and I understand, and I appreciate how different my perspective is coming out of that. So I think we need these kind of spaces. I think one of the challenges with us at Girl Geeks or with Ladies Learning Code is that we worry about creating what they call in San Fran, they call a pink ghetto, where you're kind of siphoning the female talent in an area. So for us, the way we've addressed that at Montreal Girl Geeks is we don't see our mandate as getting women to our events. We see our mandate as bringing them in and then funneling them out into the dev community, into the greater tech community. We have seen jobs gotten at our events. Nancy got her job at a Girl Geeks event. We've seen companies founded amongst our members. To us, our mandate is really to encourage people to get out in the community, not just in ours. So we partner with Montreal NewTech. We had one of our biggest events with them. And we encourage all events to be thinking about. We don't just want our platform where we bring in a female speaker who is an expert in our field. We want to say to anybody, we say we know female speakers, we have amazing, bring female speakers to your event. Make sure you show on your speaker roster the ratio you want in your attendees. It's not just getting people in the room, it's getting people on the stage. It's at every single point in the chain. So to see that female founder showcase where we brought in Monica Doty a couple of years ago and we had 5 amazing female founders at Montreal NewTech, that's amazing. But for us, our work isn't done until we're seeing the ratio changed at every tech event, in the audience, on stage. And that's a huge mandate, and that's not just women who have to rise to that challenge, that's men as well. We all have to be in it together, and I'm really happy to see quite a lot of people in this room, and I invite everybody in the room to come to all these types of events where you can actually see and exchange resources and get lists of speakers and things like that. If you're committed to diversity, there are lots of people who are there to help.
Great. So lots of opportunities for people to learn about tech. Please, Nancy, to meet others that are interested and challenge both sexes really to encourage women in tech. Nancy, you had another.
Yeah, I just want to echo Liesel's point. There's almost no excuse for not having a diverse team. Like, we have so many women in tech groups. Like, I got a job at Dynamo because I was like, somebody was working at Dynamo and he came to one of our events, and I just said, hey, here's my email. So, and I got a job that way. There's no reason for your conference to have an all-male speaker roster. And there's just no excuse. Like, reach out to us. Like, we've got lists of people looking for jobs. We got lists of people that are wanting to speak. There's just no excuse. That's all I have to say.
So we know that. So there's events out there. There's lots of groups. Are we still, I guess, back to my initial question, encouraging enough women to get into tech? And where do we start with that? Where does that start?
It's because it's just something that I think that I've noticed in society is that we do encourage women to. I did a bachelor degree in math. I learned how to code. But then when you get on the market, they give you examples of women that are successful. You need people that inspire you. But then there's always that you can be successful as a woman if you are not emotional, if you dress a certain way, if you don't wear skirts when you're not supposed to wear skirts, if you don't wear your nail polish. I cannot tell you how many ifs there are. And you actually have to change your personality to be successful. If we want to encourage more women into the tech world, into leadership world, it would be great if we had leaders that could actually accept that some people are different and women are different than men, and we don't have to tend to be a little bit like men to be successful as a woman. I don't know if you understand what I mean.
No, absolutely.
And I think I do think it changes. Like, we have leaders, like, for example, Helgi, honestly, like, at Tandem Lounge, like, every year we get the stats of how many women we hired, how many women hires other women, and we actually have objectives to make sure that there is diversity. But then it's like, how many women that are emotional and are successful? That's a more difficult statistic to give.
Exactly. Again, it's that retention. A lot of women start in tech, but do they stay? And if they don't, for what reasons? I think that's a big topic. But you had another on that same situation?
Yeah, I think that there's, when you're talking about that specific challenge and about those kind of can't win words that get the ifs and those things, there's like two sides of the same coin. On the one side, when you get involved in tech, and a lot of the engineers I've spoken to have a similar experience where people might discount their experience in a way because they say, oh yeah, she's a programmer, but a front-end programmer. Or yeah, she programs, but it's like CMS. She doesn't do like back-end, like real hardcore. There's almost this feeling that you can never be an expert enough unless you're the hardest core, whatever it is, and like the absolute nitty-gritty niche engine of what you do, which can be really challenging because a guy just gets to be a front-end dev, right? Like that's his shtick. Nobody's being like, oh yeah, but it's on the light side, or yeah, but she's in social media. You know, this kind of sense that you're actually almost completely discounting someone's value because of the route that they've chosen or because of the expertise they've chosen can be really challenging. And the flip side of that is something that a lot of women feel what we call imposter syndrome, and I'm not sure if people in the room are familiar with that, but imposter syndrome is a horrible thing that afflicts not just women, but often people with more introverted personality sets or other things where no matter how competent and capable they are, they always feel like they're not as competent or as capable as they are. So it prevents a lot of women from getting promotions or from speaking. Incredibly competent, incredibly talented women have spoken about the challenges overcoming that barrier, partly because of all the societal effects of, yeah, you know, she does this, but yeah, only CSS, or like, you know, that type of challenge. So it's kind of a two-sided coin.
Thank you very much. Yep, Nancy, did you have something else before we move on?
To top off that imposter syndrome thing, I think the statistics are that men will apply to an application even if they have like 60% of the requirements, but women won't apply unless they have 100%, which is telling. And actually, the job that I have right now, if I saw the application, like the job posting, I wouldn't have applied. But I'm still there 2 years later.
And you're doing well at it, I'm sure. One of the last points, we have a few minutes left, maybe about 5 minutes left to discuss, and then we'll open up to anybody's questions. But one of the points we wanted to discuss was, and Magali touched on it a little bit, is there enough support or is there enough encouragement in Canada from our governments? And so that's various levels of government, right? And you started on it, Magali, so maybe you could continue.
Ladies, listen very well. If you are waiting for the government to make you successful, you never will be.
It's an excellent. No, I think it's an excellent point, and I brought the question up because it was on the list. But I agree. We have.
Nobody's going to make you successful. The government's not going to come up with anything more. You've got everything to be successful. Stop waiting for programs to come up.
I agree that you don't want to wait for things. I think one of the challenges for me anyway on my personal journey was socially women are statistically more risk averse, so part of that entrepreneurship journey is a little harder. I think had I potentially been raised in a slightly different, I might have started a company a couple of years earlier, possibly. For me, a lot of stars had to align. I had to find the right co-founder, the right moment, and I was ready, and I took the plunge to start my business. So I would say if you're getting that urge, I wish I'd started my company a year or two earlier. I wish I'd gone for it a little sooner. So I agree, don't wait, make things happen for yourself, go out there. I will say though, just because we're asking about governmental programs, get your company started. Once it's started, there's lots out there. And I would say one of the things I wish I knew before I started my company, and this is part of the, I wish I'd started a year or two earlier, there are so many programs, especially for people, not just women, but people under 35. There's a lot of youth programs to try to help get younger people starting more companies, especially here in Quebec. So women or not, there are tons of programs out there. They do encourage diversity. We do know that there are certain metrics they're following to make sure that they're getting people of different races and genders and so on involved. So don't wait for that. Start your company. They love to see that you're if you're pitching for governmental funding and you don't have a logo and you don't have a this and you haven't started and you just want the government, they don't fund you. They want to see you're incorporated, you have this, you have a website, you've got this going, so get going, get started, have your business plan, get ready. But there's certainly a lot of different programs out there. There's, I think PME is here today, PME is there. There's a lot of national funding options. There's tons of stuff out there.
There definitely is. Do we only have a few more minutes? Does anyone else have something to add related to this or any topic really related that tips you'd like to advise, suggest? Or?
I just wanted to get back on the previous question about how to get women in tech, and actually I think it's really not difficult. We've actually been losing women since the 80s, and it used to be programmers used to be women, and it's somehow flipped over the course of the last few decades. And like I have 50% women sign up for the courses. It's really not that difficult. There's no extra incentive you need to give women. It's just if you present a group of people and people feel that they are part of this group, people will come. If that's women, if that's other diverse people who are different cultural backgrounds, different professional backgrounds, people will come if they see that you have a diverse group of people.
I think nowadays, especially with all these like boot camps coming up and is like there are more women that are interested in getting into programming, but I think it's also important to there's that pipeline, and then there's also defining that culture that keeps those women there. And I think it's our duty, though, to make sure that the environment is diverse and welcoming and ensure that no hostile environments occur within the startup industry. And in terms of what the government can do, I think they could introduce technology at a younger age. They could do programming from kindergarten to grade 12. Like, that would be amazing. At least offer that rather than, you know, one course. I think I actually took a programming class in high school in grade 10 with like 1 out of 5 girls and 20 guys, and I hated it. So I think if we have more programming opportunities in high school, and you know, rather than having this idea that only guys can be developers, I think that would be really awesome. So I think actually that's something that the government's working on, to try to promote digital, like have this digital strategy.
Definitely, and I think it's not just government programs. There's lots of other incentives to encourage anyone to get into tech, right? Science, technology as well. Anyone else have any other remarks they'd like to make before I open up to the audience? Yeah, so if anyone out there has questions for any of our great panel, questions related to what they do, where they've gone with their careers, or suggestions they might have for your company, we'll take questions from the floor now. Thank you.
So hi, I'm a VC, and one of the things I see most often with women is their inability to tolerate risk. You know, you'll help them get these big packages and then, you know, funding, and then when it comes down to signing and getting the deal done, of course, they just walk away. So I'd like to hear from you guys what your thoughts are on women's perception of risk and what we can do as a community. I don't know if you have all the answers, but what are some of the stuff that we can help start putting in place to help women understand that risk is a part of life and
part of business for sure. I think you're...
Hi, that's a really good question, and I think the most challenging part of building a successful startup is the team. And so I wonder when women are in front of you pitching their startup, if they're well surrounded by senior advisors. One of the things we did really, really well at Passwordbox was surrounding ourselves with extremely senior people that had done many things that we hadn't done. So I'm wondering if it's about the fact that she's a woman, or is it about the fact that she hasn't surrounded herself with 10 to 20 extremely senior advisors. When you have to make a major decision in your startup, especially when you raise money, you can't take that decision by yourself. It's impossible. You have to be talking to people that have done it 50 times, that are in their 60s, that participated and were on the board of companies that did IPOs, that were acquired. Only then can you make a really good decision with the partner that you're going to be married to, a VC. So I don't know if it's because she was afraid of risk, or if it's because she didn't surround herself with extremely senior advisors.
Well, it wasn't only one, by the way. This is something
Multiple
I see
women.
Constantly. Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely echo that mentorship has a huge part to play in entrepreneurship, or even just senior. Once you get to an executive level, you need that kind of surrounding and that kind of support. I know for me, as I said, it took a year or two before I was really comfortable becoming an entrepreneur. And part of that process was getting mentors and just getting them for lunch and sitting them down and saying, this is what I'm thinking, not giving them all my business plan, because some of them are more casual mentors, but running them by my ideas, saying, you know, do you think this is viable? Like having sounding boards and being surrounded by people who I trust, who I have the utmost respect for, who I've seen do amazing things in the community. And ultimately, when I was questioning, like, is it time, am I ready? And they look at me and they just say, they're like, what's the worst that could happen? Like, okay, you're standing in front of $500,000. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, let's walk through that. They're like, what are the chances? What's the likelihood that that'll happen? Like actually having someone who cares enough about you and cares enough about the situation that they have this professional connection to you, that they can kind of walk you through, and you can toss ideas around. And you can't just have one, as Magali was saying. You need a bunch of people you can turn to. So maybe in cases like that, maybe you can try to see if your entrepreneur has enough mentors in their life or has enough people they can talk to or turn to for advice.
Hello. My question is for Magali. I have a startup company, and I'm wondering two questions actually. Have you ever mentored people before with startups, and would you be open to if the idea was interesting to you personally?
Yes, I have. Is it official? Are you asking me? So I tend to focus on being the mentor of companies that I'm massively invested in. I have 5 companies right now that I'm an investor in, and I spend a lot of time helping those entrepreneurs. If I'm not an investor, I find that when the phone rings and it's that entrepreneur calling me that I'm not actually invested in, I just don't pick up the phone because I'm too busy. I have a full-time job, I have a full-time family, and I have 5 businesses that I'm building. So right now, I'm fully invested for the next 18 months. I'm too busy. I'm also an LP in a high-tech fund. So I'm overly busy. But as I said, I really want to be an investor in those companies that I choose to mentor the entrepreneurs. Yeah.
One more question?
Cheers. I was just wondering, given, as you've already exampled, your extensive backgrounds, whether it be in business or tech, is it a little bit frustrating that you're all on the panel talking about being women as opposed to what your expertise are in? Is that something that's becoming a little frustrating for you at all?
This is interesting because I'm going to answer quickly and pass on the mic. I had a dinner on Thursday with my cousins. And my one cousin that's a very successful lawyer was expressing how frustrated she was to be a woman. And we had a major fight because she was playing the victim card the entire time. And I kept saying, you know, I've had enough. I've had enough of talking about, you know, women as the victim. Let's just talk about something else for a moment. So to answer your question, no, I'm happy to be here to talk about what's it like to be a woman, but I don't know if you noticed that every single one of my answers was not being the victim card. It was, we have everything we need. We don't need the government's help. We've got everything here. Let's just stop focusing on why is it so hard being a woman. It's not. It's just not. And I think we have to stop thinking that way. You don't need to be a superwoman to be successful. You just have to stop wondering, how can I be successful because I'm a woman? Just stop that.
I think that we don't have a lot of examples in Quebec of women that actually, and it's also maybe the problem of the VC, it's because you don't have that many examples of a woman that raised money as a CEO, had an exit, and made money out of it. So the problem is that when you don't have any concrete examples, it's the unknown. It's not exactly the risk. It's I have nothing to really. Guys, they look at other guys. They're like, if they can do it, I can do it. Like us, we cannot really do this. So we need more Magalis.
So yeah, Leanne, I'm glad you raised that because I know that is often a challenge that we find when we're approaching female speakers. And in Girl Geeks, we've had a couple of cases where women say explicitly, they say, I don't want to talk about being a woman in my field. I want to talk about my field. I want to talk about what I do, about my expertise. And I think a lot of us have that challenge in maybe Ladies Learning Code as well, but certainly for Girl Geeks, where on the one hand, we are trying to overcome some of the challenges, because as much as we can all say, I can do this, and certainly I personally have said that I've certainly never played the victim card. I go out and I do what I want to do and achieve what I want to do regardless of my environment. But the statistics show us that there are challenges. So in as much as we can individually decide, I'm going to do it no matter what, we see the results in the statistics, we see that there are challenges, and we see that there's work that we can do to overcome them. I think part of that work is having conversations like this. I think it'll be a great step forward when, as I said, I think we've spoken because Leanne is my partner with Girl Geeks. We've said our work will be done when we don't need Montreal Girl Geeks anymore, where we don't need that kind of enclave where we funnel people out into the greater tech community, where the ratio has just been changed. And we're going to get there. Like in the legal field, in the medical field, we've seen the ratio change. It has to happen with tech because the socioeconomic reality is that it has to happen in tech. That's where all the money is flowing. It's just a question of velocity and how quickly we're going to get there. And I think that as our ratio changes and as our situation changes, our conversations are going to change at the same time. So I think right now it's handy to have these conversations. I think it's hopefully helpful to people to hear about some of the challenges and maybe some of the ways to make environments, working environments and other types of situations, giving women more mentorship opportunities and things like that can help overcome them. But I do understand that challenge, and I do yearn for the time when it's just every panel is a mixed panel and every event is a mixed attendee ratio and everything, and we don't have to have these kind of more isolated conversations. It's just part of the rubric of our day-to-day that we've got diversity in everything that we do.
And I think that's the overall objective for sure for all of us. Unfortunately, I think we have to wrap it up. I'm getting the wrap it up signal from the back, but I'd like to thank everyone for coming and appreciate everybody's perspectives. I hope everyone enjoyed the talk and gained something from it that you can take back with you. And if you'd like to speak to anyone, if they're free after, I believe there's a kind of networking room adjacent here. And have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.
If there were questions we didn't get to, these ladies will be sticking around a little later for the Road Stop Lounge. You can mingle with them. Hey, ladies, we actually have a talk right after this. Sorry. That was fantastic. And you were a great moderator. Oh, you were really good.
Thank you.
Not that I'm surprised. Good job. It's okay, it's okay. Hello. Our next speakers are just coming in now. Just you? Okay.
Trust me. I've done this before, so I think I'll get away with it.
Is that a road map?
My mind map.
I like
I do
that.
everything by mind map.
That's cool. You did. No, it's okay. Hey guys, there's actually a lot of networking space right there.
What do you make?
Ladies, there's space for networking in the other room. You can be as loud as you want, I promise.
Oh, okay.
You're going to have to call them to order.
Looks like it.
There's a bell or something.
Hold on. For anybody who's interested in networking at the front over here, if you can proceed to the lunchroom, that would be a great place to chat. Nicely. Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. There's a lot of networking space over there. Did you get one, Natalie? Thank you so much for your time. There's a lot of networking space in the other room. Sorry, we're just...
Basically what you're meaning is like get the fuck out. That's like in your nice smile. I like how like she's there.
We're on nice enough terms. We're okay. We're okay. Welcome back, everybody. Do I have your attention over here up at the front? Great, because right now we're going to be learning about the key legal tips that tech startups need to know. So I'll give you guys another 30 seconds to file in. I see a bunch of people in the back over there. Today we have Sunny Handa from Blake's coming in. They're a law firm, and he's actually got a really interesting mind map here for you to explain exactly what you need to know as a tech startup in the legal field. Ready, everybody? I guess you don't need this. Let's give a warm welcome to Sunny from Blake's, who's going to be talking about the key legal tips you need to know as a tech startup.
Thanks, thank you. As mentioned, I'm the lawyer for the day, so we're going to spend the next hour talking about legal tips. Done this before, done it here, did it in Toronto a couple of times, as recently as last month for the Fundica Roadshow. Quick word, and this is not a promotional ad, so I'll only give you a quick word about what Blake's is, or who Blake's is, and then we'll move on to legal tips. So we're a law firm, we're a national law firm with some foreign offices as well. We focus on a range of areas. We're over 600 lawyers, so it's a big place. But the tech vertical is extremely important to us, and so we spend a lot of our time, energy, and resources on the tech vertical, and that means building expertise, staying at the forefront of tech law issues. And a lot of folks in the startup community sort of, I think, have the impression, big law firm, not for me. I'll start small, I'll move there one day. So I've seen that pattern my whole career for the past 20 years. The truth of the matter is, we have lawyers that are priced at the low level for startups, but the difference is they're trained on tech. And we'll get into all the things you need to know about running a shop from a legal perspective in the tech area, but they're trained on that. So we represent a lot of startups, we represent a lot of mid-sized businesses, and we represent a lot of very, very large businesses in the tech world. Some of the bigger clients that we do work for, we do some work for Facebook, we do work for Amazon, we do some work for PayPal. I saw those guys out there. But we also work for two people in a garage who have a creative idea and want to get going with it. So that's it for the marketing piece. If you have legal questions, etc., don't hesitate to call us, call me. Easy to find. You can get a card after if you want. And I'd be happy to talk to you and give you some guidance. All right, so what I want to do today is go through a couple of key areas. Don't have a lot of time. What exactly is the time that I've got? 45? Is it somewhere there? How much? 30. Okay, so I'm going to speak either quickly or skip stuff. So I want to talk about a couple of key areas. First, I want to talk about the corporate area, the structure of a company. You're a tech, you've got a tech business in mind, you want to start something up. Many of you are already there, you will have incorporated, but I want to give a little bit more sort of discussion about that. Talk to you very quickly within that concept and just touch on some high points dealing with financing. Always give a shout out to tax, since even though you might not want to hear it, tax drives everything, and it really does. Because when you get investors coming in, they're going to want to deal with your sort of how efficient are you to invest in from a tax point of view. It's going to be tax, tax, tax. Then I want to talk to you about IP. Intellectual property, not a very well understood area, and there's a reason for it, because IP covers a whole bunch of sort of subcategories: patents, copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets. You've heard them. But I want to demystify them and get into them a little more and tell you what they're all about. Then I want to touch on some what I'll call regulatory issues. These are the ones, and if you're a startup, you're encountering some of these. So you'll deal with, for example, privacy. I'm holding customer data. I'm collecting customer data when I process a payment. Do I need to do anything there? Am I allowed to have that data? Am I allowed to share that data? What can I do with the data? And then there's some other sort of special areas, things like radio communications, et cetera. If you're dealing with anything in the wireless space, you'll need to deal with that. I'll give a quick mention to that. And then I'm just going to probably run out of runway. I wanted to get to, or I will want to touch quickly on employment. There's some key employment points to get across, but I won't spend much time on it. So let's move to the start. Let's talk about corporate issues. So the first thing you're going to want to do is set up some sort of a business entity. Unless you're working alone and are going to always be working alone, you're probably going to want to set up some sort of a business. So what are the types of businesses that you can set up? Well, there's a range. The typical one that most people set up is a corporation. Why a corporation? It provides certain privileges and certain sort of safeguards. A corporation, from the eyes of the law, is a separate person. You're a person, you're a person, the corporation's a separate person. You want to sue the corporation, you're suing the corporation. You're not suing the directors, you're not suing the officers, meaning the president, vice presidents, and you're not suing the shareholders. So it provides a liability shield. The corporation is also something that many people can participate in the ownership of, right? So shareholders. And there are all sorts of different ways to sort of structure how the shareholders interact with each other. Corporations also tax, again, pay their own taxes. So if you're a corporation, or you own a corporation, you're going to pay taxes as an individual, but your corporation's going to file taxes on its own. And so they'll have to have financial statements and then taxes paid as per what the results have been for that year. Differentiate that from something called a partnership. And most tech companies, well over 90%, are structured as corporations. Very few would structure themselves as a partnership. A partnership is two or more people coming together to do business, but liability, if you get sued, flows right up to the owners. So that sounds not good. But taxation also flows up to the owners. And so from a tax point of view, if you've got a safe business, you've got a low personal tax rate, meaning you're not earning anything, at some point early on, sometimes some people want to structure themselves as partnerships. But as I said, the market doesn't digest that well, and so most people just go for the corporate at the beginning. You will encounter venture capitalists. They're all around us here today. They are typically structured as partnerships. Why are they structured as partnerships? Again, it has to do with the tax flows that go up to the various partners. Now, they're structured as limited partnerships. And what I mean by limited partnership is it's another type of structure where if you have somebody who's just giving money to the partnership, they can't be sued if that's all they're doing, as long as they're not participating in running the business. So you'll encounter things like partnerships, but in a venture capital context. Let's talk very quickly about financing. Let's talk about the differences you'll see. You'll see all sorts of different financing instruments presented to you when you're in a startup, and you probably need to understand what they are. The most basic sort of setup is we're going to assume a corporation. You will get money for shares. We call shares equity. Common shares, equity. Common shares let you participate in the company. They let you own the company. So you might have 5 shareholders, you might have 100 shares, and everyone's got 20 shares. And so that's basically your share capital has been distributed between 5 of you. There are also things called preferred shares. And they get a little complicated, but a preferred share is typically a share that may or may not be a voting share. We'll talk about what voting is in a second. But a preferred share will typically have a financial fixed sort of value associated with it on the books of the company. And typically, they also get, preferred shares, a preference on the liquidation of the company. So if the company goes bankrupt, the preferred shareholders get to come in and they get to first dibs at the assets as opposed to the common shareholders. If you are a simple company, and I encourage everyone to keep it really, really simple when you start, equity is going to be, you're just going to use typical common shares, don't have different classes. If you go see a lawyer and you want to get creative and you start talking sort of about, well, can we do this? You can do anything. And a lawyer is going to let you do anything, and they'll structure things as much as you want. The thing is, the meter's running, so you don't want to do that. You want to keep it really, really simple. Common shares, one class, and you divide it up accordingly. Now, when you're in a corporate sort of situation and you do have several shareholders, what are their rights? What does a shareholder do? Well, the shareholders, one of the things they do is they get together and they vote the board of directors in. So if you have over 50% of the shares in a company, for example, you're going to carry the day. And you will get to vote in the entire board of directors. And so typically in a founder sort of setup, there's usually a stronger founder, maybe a second founder that's not as strong, and a third founder, if there is one, it's not as strong. 50% or more of the votes of the common shares that are separate, that are given to those folks, when they get together, get to vote in the board. The board of directors then gets to oversee the company at a high level, and the board of directors decides who's going to be the president, who's going to be the vice president, etc. So it's very important that you keep your eye on the ball if you're starting a company with friends, that you understand how these rules work, because if you don't, you could find that the other folks in the company get together and maybe they have over 50% if they all get together, and they can make your life difficult. They can throw you off the board, then the board can throw you out of the company and you're left to being just a shareholder. So you have to keep all this stuff in mind, and it is complicated. It's a bit difficult to do in an hour, but just to give you a heads up. You're also going to encounter debt. We know about debt, right? That's when you go to a bank and you say, I want to buy a house, and they say, okay, you're going to mortgage the house, that's the collateral, etc. Debt works similarly across all businesses, and it works the same way in a tech startup, except it's a little harder to raise debt. Go to a bank with a startup idea, they're not going to finance you, not typically. Why? Because banks are risk averse, right? So even if they charge you a high interest rate, which comes with risk aversion, they may still not lend you the money because there's also no collateral that they can get. You can say, well, it's a great idea and I have this IP, I have this patent that I filed for. The bank doesn't want your patent. They don't know what that means. If you had a house, that's different. So debt is very difficult to raise initially in the conventional sense. What you might get, however, is somebody who comes in and gives you something that's called, for example, a convertible debenture. And you're like, what is that? It's effectively a loan agreement where they're going to lend you the money, but they can convert it into common shares at different points. So the point here is you're going to get shown a lot of different things. You need to be very clear that you understand what the effects of these things are, not just on the financial sort of outputs in your company. Are you paying interest on these debentures? Like, how does it work? When's the interest payable? But also on the control of the company. And that's very important. I've seen it happen where you get folks coming in too late, where they've signed up all sorts of different instruments that they really didn't understand, and the company gets wrestled away from them, right under their nose. Their IP goes, everything. They still have a share in the company, but they're no longer working in the company, they're no longer part of the company, and it's devastating. Okay, taxation, very quick on this. You absolutely need, no matter what, to get tax advice. You can get it from a lawyer, you can get it from an accountant, but you need to understand taxation. Why? Because your corporation's going to file tax returns. It has to. If you're revenue positive and you're collecting money, you're going to want to have GST, well, you have to collect GST and PST, and you're going to need to remit that to the government. But even if you're not revenue generating and you're spending money, you all know when we go to buy that computer or that printer or whatever, we're paying GST and QST. Well, you can get that back if you're registered, and you have to be registered, actually, if you're going to do business in Canada. So make sure you get tax advice. It's very, very important. I don't want to say anything more about tax. Okay, move to IP. Told you it's a crash course in law here. So we all talk about intellectual property. We see it written about. People say, hey, yeah, is that your IP? Yeah, that's our own IP. We use the term a lot. Interestingly, it's actually a term of convenience as far as the law goes. There is no intellectual property legislation that's called intellectual property law. Rather, we use it as a term to cover a basket of laws that protect things that are intangible. So that's why people in common parlance will say, you know, how much have you invested in your IP? Do you own the IP, etc. So it's important to understand what is in that basket of laws and what might protect what it is you are doing. And it's not always going to be the same thing. So let's go through a couple of them. There are a lot of them I'm not going to touch. I'm not going to touch Integrated Circuit Topography Act protection. In other words, semiconductors. Canada just decides to use strange jargon for its laws. I'm not going to touch plant breeders' rights, but these are forms of IP that exist. I am going to, however, talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say 4. Copyright, patents, trademarks, and trade secrets. And okay, let's start with copyright. So copyright is it's kind of an easy law to understand, copyright. It's the right to copy. If you have a copyright in a work, whatever that means, you can prevent someone else from copying it because the right to copy is yours. The easiest way to think of it. Copyright started off a long time ago, talking about 1700s in Britain. It's still roughly the same law today. It used to apply to writings. It then moved to apply to dramatic works, plays, things like that. It then moved and applied to music, art. And then, in the 1980s, it took a bit of a leap forward. And someone shoved software in there. Okay? And then they shoved database protection in there. Now, why would you protect databases and software in the same way that you protected writings in the 1700s? The easiest way to explain that from a sort of legal historical perspective is copyright's kind of the garbage dump for things that you can't protect anywhere else. And part of the problem is, with IP laws, that basket of laws, they're different in each country in the world. So if you want to get global protection of something new, software, for example, in the 70s and the 80s, how do you do it? Well, you can go to every country in the world and say, hey guys, there's this software stuff. I think we need to sit down and protect it. How about we all pass a new law? That doesn't happen. Okay, it just doesn't happen. It's amazing we've got to where we've got. You can't even amend trade agreements, let alone try to get entirely new legislation passed in the countries of the world. So, folks opted for, let's see what everyone's got. Oh, well, we all have this copyright law because it's been around a long time. Let's try to put software in there, and then we can see if the world will just amend their software, their copyright law, or we'll wait, and over the next 10, 15, 20 years, they'll eventually add it as the world gets on. And we have more international trade treaties, we'll force them to do it. So they picked copyright out of convenience. But it doesn't necessarily make sense for software. Copyright protects original works, software being one of it, from copying and gives the rights to the owner of the copyright, so in the software, for 50 years after the death of the longest surviving author. First of all, how do you even track who the authors of a piece of code are, like a complex piece of code? If I were to say to you, okay, keep the birthdays and the death dates together for all the folks that wrote, and most of them are still alive, Microsoft Windows 3.1, right? Who knows? And 50 years after the death of the last one, that becomes public domain, and folks can do what they want with it. It's irrelevant, right? So software kind of benefits from this unlimited protection. Whereas if you're Marvel, or now owned by Disney, and you're protecting Mickey Mouse and now Iron Man and all those cool characters, those are also protected by copyright. And in that case, they actually care very much about the expiry of it. And they obviously want to make sure that it keeps extending because those are valuable property. So copyright, the point is, it's not a properly fitted sort of piece of IP within the Copyright Act, but that's where it sits. And so copyright, just to sort of round this out, applies as soon as you create a work. You don't need to register. You don't need to do anything. You write code, you've got copyright protection. You've got it in Canada, and the laws of all the other countries in the world, and it's now over 200, will automatically protect your code in their country too. So you don't need to do anything. You want to mark it with a little C and the date or whatever that you created it on, or the last version that was created, go ahead. It's not a bad idea. At least it then signals to folks, hey, don't copy this. I've got the rights, and kind of I'm not putting this in the public domain. So it's important to understand you don't need to sort of do anything, and the law affords you that natural protection. Contrast that with the patent system. Patents are a little different. Patents, if you make copyright sort of the easy to get, patents are at the far extreme. Patents are very difficult to get, and they're expensive. So a patent is complete monopoly protection over an invention that is the first of its kind anywhere in the world, that has some utility, and that is non-obvious. Take each of those. First of its kind anywhere in the world does mean exactly what I said. Now, if there's a guy somewhere in the middle of Africa living in a hut and he's invented something that's kind of useful, but has not publicized it, published it, tried to sell it, do anything like that, that doesn't count. But if he's taken it to the local market, as remote as that might be, and tried to sell it, whatever that invention is, a new form of staple remover or whatever, at that point, that now constitutes prior art and will block anyone anywhere in the world from trying to patent that same invention. Now, how do you find the guy at the market in the middle of Africa? You don't. But I can tell you, if your invention gets patented and starts to make money and someone wants to copy it, they will. They will find that. So patents are a complicated process. It could take as long as 5 years, typically about 3 years, once you start the process to get a patent. Patents, unlike copyright, have a sort of short shelf life. They are 20 years from the date of filing. And you don't get the patent for another 3 to 5 years, so it's really kind of, you really sort of are active with a live patent for about 15 to 17 years. But patents, if you have them, give you a complete monopoly in the country you're in. I want to contrast that with software. If I put two monkeys in sort of rooms across the city and they both invent the same, or write the same code or the same play or the same book, draw the same art, both have copyright, okay? It doesn't protect independent creation copyright. It's about copying. Patents are a complete monopoly. That's why the drug companies love them, because they might invent a new form of, I don't know, headache medication, sort of similar to acetaminophen. While they have that patent, no one else can do anything. There are no generics during the term of that patent. Okay, so they can charge what they want. But the patent expires 20 years after. And once the patent expires, that's it. It's free for all of us to use, however we want. So that's the patent bargain. The government gives you an extreme monopoly, limited period of time. Okay, you can go exploit the hell out of it, make as much money as you can, and then it gets turned over for the good of humanity. And patents, unlike copyright, where there's no registration, obviously, as I said, must be registered. You go through a very complicated process. And part of the patent bargain is they will open up your application with all of the details and drawings and what your patent's about to the public during your patent period. So everyone can see what you've done, they just can't do anything with it. And that's, again, to promote science, you know, and progress, to allow people to see how you've built what it is you've built. It also allows people to challenge you on that patent, to say, hey, that wasn't new. I saw that 30 years ago. Let me just go through. And then they dig out a Popular Mechanics magazine, and they're like, hey, see, someone wrote an article on that. And that's it. Your patent's toast after that. So patents are a challenging game. Talk about trademarks. So trademarks are logos and words that denote a good or a service. These are all trademarks, okay? They don't have to be in a fancy script. They don't have to have a nice little, whatever, circle in green. They can just be words. Or you can have them in that sense, sort of set up that way. Now, trademarks are important because that's your brand. That's what you're selling. Google, that's a trademark. Microsoft, that's another trademark. And so it's important, no matter what business you're in, you could be selling t-shirts, you could be writing code, you could be doing whatever. It's important that you do some sort of brand, brand work. And that if you come up with a brand, a name, it's not just about securing the domain name, right? That's what everyone does first. They all go around to see what domain names are free. That might drive what your brand ends up being called, because you want to have a good domain name. So you do that, but then you want to make sure that it's protected by trademark. Now again, IP laws, the basket of all these laws I'm talking about, are nationally based. Canada has one, the United States has one, Britain has one, France has one, Germany has one. So the world, if you want to protect it worldwide, you've got to protect it in all those countries. And that goes for patents as well. Copyright is an exception because it's automatically protected in all those countries under their local laws. So with trademarks, it can be expensive. Patents, it's massively expensive. A patent, I didn't tell you, but roughly If you're in the tech space, your patent, depending on how complex it is, how many challenges you're going to get, meaning is it a populated space with a lot of folks that are doing stuff in it, or is it pretty new? You're looking at about 12 to 20K for the first patent, and then probably less for the second, say about 7 to 9 for each country you do after. Trademarks are much less. You're looking at a couple of $1,000s per country to get a trademark. But if you're selling, I don't know, T-shirts or something, or pens all over the world, and you want to have a trademark in all those countries, BIC or Papermate or one of those, you're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on trademarks because you want to trademark it absolutely everywhere. So I think the word here is figure out what countries you're looking at and then build your IP strategy according to that, keeping in mind that you might be expanding to other ones soon after. And you need to sort of map that out carefully right at the start. And also, if you're getting serious investment, that's what your investors are going to want to know. They're going to want to know, what have you guys done to think about where it is you're going? All right. I know I'm not going to get to employment at the end, so I'm going to bring an employment IP topic to the forefront right now. So if all that I'm saying today glosses over your head and you just don't remember, you need to remember what I'm going to say next, because it's the most important thing. If you take one takeaway from this session, I'll be thrilled, and this is the takeaway. It deals with using employees versus using non-employees to build IP. And it is crucial because as much as I scream this from the rooftops to everyone I meet, to every business that comes in to see me, people keep screwing it up. And it has very big effects. So here it is. If you are a business and you have an employee, a proper employee, and what is a proper employee? You know it. Withholding taxes, they come to work, you supply them with the computers and all of that sort of stuff. That's a proper employee, sort of old school. If that's the case, and their job is to create IP, they're a programmer, whatever, then the IP is automatically the company's when they create it. You're paying them a paycheck, the IP belongs to the company. That is the law. That's the default position. If anything in that fact pattern does not hold, then the reverse is true. The person who has created the IP is the owner of the IP. You may have a right to use it as the business, but they're the owner. Think about that. Now, think about all the stuff you guys have done recently. Web pages. Who here has got a web page? Put up your hands, don't be shy. Ooh, perfect. Okay, who here outsourced their web page to somebody, a friend, a consultant, a small business, or somebody else? Who had their web page created by somebody other than themselves? Okay, really? Come on, you guys are lying. So in that case, the web page design, unless you've got a contract where there is a clear assignment clause that says the rights are to be transferred, the web page belongs to the web page company. Okay? You have a right to use it, you paid for it, and you paid for it. And the deal was, I get it, the deal was very clearly, listen, hey, you're a web page company, I'd like to have you guys do my web page. How much? $15,000? Perfect. Do it. If it works, okay, great. Here's $15,000. Thank you for the web page. Let's just go about our business and go make more money. At that point, the web page company owns the rights to that web page. The copyright, the right to copy, which is kind of important if you're a web page, right? And so then you find the exact same web page, minus the trademarks, which might be yours, but the same look and feel and all that sort of stuff on your competitor's site or somebody else's site. And you're like, hey, wait a minute. I know those guys. They did my web. Hey, wait, I paid for that. That's mine. No, it's not. It's theirs. So it's very, very important that you guys, anytime you're having anybody who is not an employee, and in today's world, a lot of folks are not employees, certainly in the startup world, right? And even if you do have employees, you should have an agreement with them. So that is crucial. Have an agreement with anyone that develops IP for you. And make sure that it's clear that the rights that are in the stuff that they create belong to the company. Very, very important. Okay? I know. 2 minutes? 3 minutes? And then Q&A. Okay. So you can ask me all the questions I couldn't get to. I want to talk to you very quickly about trade secrets, and then we'll end it there. So trade secrets are effectively confidential information that has commercial value. Okay? Trade for the commercial value, secret for confidential. There is no trade secret law in Canada, and there's no trade secret law in most countries. Trade secrets are protected typically by an agreement between two people or by the nature of the relationship they have. Let me explain that. Let's say I'm a designer and I come up with some cool designs and you're a manufacturer, I don't care what industry, and I hand over the designs to you and I say, hey, take a look at these. How much would it cost to manufacture these units? And then maybe you actually go and do it, or maybe you don't. And we don't have an agreement. I just gave them to you to look at. At that point, the law would say there's a special relationship between a designer and a manufacturer, and the designer had the implicit understanding that the manufacturer wouldn't go and share those designs with everyone else. So there is a implicit special relationship sort of situation there. Don't rely on that. Okay, just don't rely on that. Best thing to do, if you're going to hand over plans to someone, have a confidentiality agreement, an NDA. You guys all know them. Very, very important. Short of an NDA and short of that special relationship, if you've handed it over to someone, if you had, I don't know, lunch with a buddy and you told them your idea and the next day they're setting up a business and they're looking for investment and it's your idea and you're like, hey, wait a minute, that's my idea. Well, you didn't have a patent. It's only an idea. Doesn't exist, it's not code, it's not written down in any sort of meaningful form, and you didn't hand that over, they're not copying that, and you didn't have an agreement asking them to keep it confidential. So you're out of luck. Your idea has now been appropriated and is gone, and there's nothing you can do about it. So there is no law that will protect you, no legislation. Don't rely on this concept of a special relationship. Have in your arsenal, think of it as a quiver of arrows, have a pile of NDA agreements, and anytime you go into battle, pull out an NDA agreement and say, look, they're all standard, no one should have a problem signing them if they truly are above board. And so just use them and keep records of them, obviously, keep them in a folder or something. Okay, the only last thing, privacy, do I get to touch it? Okay, privacy. This is into the regulatory world. Privacy is if you are in any way collecting data that can identify an individual, and I don't just mean their name at all. It could be a credit card number. Okay, you may not have their name, but it's associated with an individual. Anything that can be reduced down to one individual, at that point, you need to be worried about it because different countries have different laws that protect that sort of stuff. And Europe's the extreme. The United States is the other extreme with a lack of privacy laws, but they are starting to have them in different industries. Europe has them generally. Canada's about 3/4 of the way to Europe. And we do have strict privacy laws, not as strict as they do in Europe. And so if you're collecting this information, you need to have a privacy policy, which you need to post on your website and make known to people. You need to get certain consents when you're collecting data from people. And you need to also be worried about how you handle that data. It needs to be kept secure, and you're not allowed to keep the data after it's no longer useful. Okay, you have to delete it. Now, you can aggregate it so that it no longer identifies a person, but now you're identifying a trend, a shopping trend or whatever. Totally fine. And then you keep that data. But if it can be reverse engineered to find an individual, at that point, you're in the world of privacy. Okay, I'll stop there. Thanks. So Q&A?
Does anybody have a question? I'll pass the mic down.
Just little question. If a company is registered by its name, like IBM, for example, is it by default already have a protection of, you mentioned trademark? Yes.
Yeah, no. So that's a corporate name. And what they will do, there is the two different government organizations that protect Corporations, which can be provincial, trademarks are federal, they will look to the other, but no, the truth of the matter is if it's just a corporate name and I want to call, let's say, I don't know, these guys. And let's say I want to have a keychain company that has the same name. We can both coexist. My keychain company will not be their corporate name. They are providing sort of more financial advice, I think I saw them in there. And I'm providing keychains. So you can have trademarks and names that are the same. As long as they're not for the same goods and services, they can coexist in a given country. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're registering a company, so the question was what's best practice when you're sort of coming up with a company name? First of all, it's more a question of brand. So a company name could be Canada 834652 Inc. But then you want to have potentially a business name, registered and associated with it. So that's part of your branding strategy. So if you're going to do business under a name, and that name is important to you because you're going to have a storefront or a web page or whatever, and you're going to call your services that, then at that point you want to get into the world of trademarks and you want to start thinking the strategy at a bigger level. Don't get hung up on just the corporate name. You can call yourself anything you want as a corporation. You can then register a second business name on top of that corporation and use that. So that's part of your branding strategy. So they're different. Yep.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that it was very important to have an agreement with whenever you have a web designer or any sort of designer to make sure to indicate who the IP belongs to, right?
Yep.
So in that case, what if the designer, industrial designer, web developer, whatever, is a partner? Is it important to have that document as well?
Always. Just
Always.
always. Okay. Always, always, always. And if a person's like weirded out by that and doesn't want to sign it, then you know you've got a problem right at the start. So it's probably not right to be dealing with them. The more common problem is you go ahead, you build your business, you build all the IP, things take off and you're like, wow, this is great. And then someone wants to buy you or invest in you. They come in with folks like me sometimes and a team, and they say, okay, my lawyers are gonna do due diligence, okay? Which basically means it's like taking your car to CAA and having it ripped apart and a report issued. And that's what we do as lawyers. We rip apart the company, we take a look at everything, and then we give the buyer or the investor a list of deficiencies. And if we see that the IP is not properly owned, that's a major deficiency, obviously. And at that point, it comes back to you and you're put in an awkward position where you're told to go get agreements from people after the fact, right? So it's like, hey, Joe, I know you didn't sign this and I've got this $10 million that's trying to come in. Could you sign this? Well, we all know what Joe's answer is going to be. It's like, where's my cut? And that happens. And deals get done, but it's a leakage of the money, typically. It's a lot of stress to go get Joe and the Joes of this world to sign. They typically do sign, but they always want something. So get it right first. It's cheaper that way. Yeah.
So about the same topic, when you hire developers to write the code for you, and you still have an agreement with them about the copyrights,
yep.
Are they allowed to go anywhere else and rewrite the code differently? But it would solve the same business case.
Yeah, good question. So you're touching on a very, very, very complicated area, and that is called sort of non-literal copying. So in other words, the question is, you hire someone to write code, they write it in C# or whatever they write it in, and then they give you all the source, they give you everything that they have, and they probably have kept a copy, let's face it, who doesn't? And so, but those are your rights now. And then somebody else hires them to do something similar, because that's kind of the business they're in, writing code, and they know sort of POS systems or whatever they're writing on. So they do that, and it looks kind of the same, but they might write it in a different language. They might write it with their, not looking at the first one. And so the question is it a copy or not? And so obviously if they looked at it and copied it, that's a copy. If it's in a different language, it can be a translation. The law says translations are still copies. But, and so at some point they've got to do enough to make it different. okay? And so there are cases, and we don't want to get into them, but where even the sort of structure and sequence of what's going on in the code looks the same between two pieces of totally different syntax, and yet there's a copy. Or the menu, or from a user interface perspective, the user interface, the look and feel is kind of the same, and it was the same developer. Even if it wasn't, somebody saw the first one, you can still have a copy. But you're getting into some seriously expensive fights at this point. And these are the big boys that do that, right? This is like Lotus back in the day going after Borland for trying to copy spreadsheets. And I mean, these are big. But in answer to your question, yeah, you can have non-literal copying that is a violation of copyright.
Let's give Sunny a warm round of applause.
Thanks, folks.
So for anybody else who has questions for Sunny, I know that we didn't get to all of them. He's actually going to be at the Road Stop Lounge right now up until for the next 45 minutes. So if you proceed to the other room, this is a dedicated space for networking. A bunch of our different partners are also going to be there. Pierre from Nethris, everyone's, basically they're all making themselves available so that you can ask your questions, and it's happening in the other room where you got your lunches. So enjoy the next 45 minutes, and we'll meet back here for a couple of talks, and then to see some live pitches. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys, and we'll meet back shortly.
Test, test.
Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test. Test, 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 test. Test, test.
Testing, 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 testing.
trying to think of something to say. I'm just gonna talk about, I don't know. I'm gonna say a couple things. If it doesn't make sense, you guys are editing it, right?
I might, I'll probably take a snippet, so
Okay.
it's not like, we could also redo it if you feel like you want to. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll listen
All right.
carefully and make sure I get
I don't
it.
remember any of the names of the people who said things that I liked. So I don't know if that's important. Well, I really like the part of the ecosystem.
That was Seema.
That was
Seema, the moderator at the
Seema,
beginning.
yeah, and
She was
then-
asking.
Then it was Alexander, I think that
Alex.
said it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alex
so
Shee.
Alex C. Okay, so
Yeah.
Alex C. Real Ventures.
Yeah.
So he's talking about the ecosystem, and then I also liked, well, at the beginning, I missed part of it, but I liked that the idea, well, hearing, I don't know what his name was because I came in around 10.
Okay.
But he was like a venture. He was one of the investors. So I thought it was interesting hearing his perspective on what they look for in entrepreneurs or businesses when they want to fund. Payroll.
So this was Pierre. He had glasses, Quebec accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he talked. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah.
Was it him? He's not an entrepreneur.
No.
Neither
He
of
was. Wasn't he an investor? Because he was talking about what they look for as an investor. Maybe I came at this part.
This is when there was just the two of them sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then that was it. The
So
ecosystem.
then Jean-François.
Mhm.
Yeah, White Star Capital. He must be a VC.
Yeah. So Jean-François, Marcoux. Okay.
You could just say Jean-François. You don't have to yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna remember.
Yeah, or just
Jean-François from White Star Capital. Jeez. My BFF. New BFF and funder for my company. Thank you.
So you have a company, or?
Yeah,
Okay,
I started
cool.
an online store, and that's why the whole ecosystem is so interesting for me because there's so many things that play into a company.
Yeah.
At least, especially when you're online, there's so many aspects that you have to think of, and really having a good support group, having the right people to work with,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
get advice from is important.
Yeah. That's all you have to say, actually.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then you can say how coming to an event like this, you learn from these guys, from
Yeah.
these people.
Yeah.
You know? Okay. You want to just give it a shot and see how it goes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Before everyone comes in.
So just stand right around here, and then a little bit further back. It's kind of.
I feel like the light's in my face.
Yeah, the light is. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? I think it's on. Okay, is it better? Can you still hear me? Okay. Okay, so okay, so my name is Jasmine Goye. I have an online store called Cash and Lana. It's an online retail store, and I came today because I'm looking. Well, actually, I'm looking for investors and also different mentors and advisors for my business. I found this event really interesting and very beneficial because there's so many people from all different aspects of a business. There's hearing what the different investors are saying was definitely key to thinking ahead of their advice for somebody starting to look for investing. Okay, I don't know. It's going around in circles.
So I'll just be more direct.
Yeah, the light's very distracting. Yeah, the light's very,
distracting?
yeah.
Okay. Maybe if you move back, will it be less distracting?
Maybe.
Because it's pretty bright. I can see you're squinting a lot. So just move back, move back, move back. Even more, even more. It's still bad.
It's a lot better. Hi, my name is Jasmine, and I just wanted to say that I found this event really inspiring and very helpful. One of the things that I liked the most was the discussion with Jean-François about the ecosystem and the importance of creating an ecosystem that supports your business right from the start. Having an online business myself, I've experienced this. I mean, there's so many different players that play into having an online store. There's a lot of different aspects that you have to think about, and for sure having the right team and the right people there to support you and advise you is super key. So I thought that having that discussion and hearing their feedback on it was really interesting because I've experienced it myself. So I definitely think that it's one of those key things. And I also found just listening to the investors and what they're looking for, I will be also going into looking for investors for my company. So hearing their advice on what they're looking for and the different steps in order to be prepared is helpful too.
Yeah, no, I thought that was good.
Okay.
Test.
Oh yeah, I did that on purpose because nothing happened. Right. So I think it might be delayed. Like it's probably delayed like 20 minutes or something at this point. Oh really? Yeah, I don't know.
All right, so we're ready to start this session. My name is Mike Lee, so I'm president of Fundica and R&D Partners, and I have a great opportunity to kind of go through a story, something that I kind of saw happen, well, from a bit of a distance, but I thought it'd be very interesting and educational for you guys. So Dove and Patrick, and I'll let them present themselves, but I'll tell a little bit of the story first. So a couple years ago, I was working with them. I was helping them with R&D tax credits. And they are often kind of in a room that was actually had a ping pong table in it. And they're in this room, and it was often closed. The room, it was like this room, and it was kind of very secure. This room, and they spent a lot of time in this room. And I saw them, and they're back in the room. And like when things are in the room, the room's like kind of a social place. And only later on did I begin to realize, or a couple of months after, that what was going on is they had built a very successful company. And at this point, they're actually looking at exiting. And they're going through the whole process of exiting. So today is really about that and what, I guess, kind of happened in the room and what happened in that thing and what things people should do and shouldn't do when they go through that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Dove and Patrick introduce themselves, and then we'll kind of go through a little bit of things about the exit. And by the way, too, so I'm not talking about a small exit. This is one of the larger exits in Montreal over the last few years. It did get a fair amount of press, and we're talking about, it was Lagoa, the company, and got bought by Autodesk. So really, it's a pretty special story, and we'll let them introduce themselves, and then you'll learn more about what happened.
So my name is Dov Amihod. I was one of the co-founders of Lagoa. Now working at Autodesk, of course. I was focused more on the technical side of the company. As the founding CTO of the company.
And I'm Pat McGirr. I am not one of the founders of the company. I got called up out of the blue by Thiago Costa when the company started up looking for accounting services and asked me if I was available. And I said, sure. And it's been quite a ride.
All right, thanks. So maybe, Dove, to start with, when your company started, so I guess it was around the beginning of 2012, around that time, or was it?
So we got started in earnest around November 2011. Prior to that, my co-founders, Thiago Costa, that's Patrick referenced, and Arnaud Zinke had started tossing around different ideas for working together to do a product in the 3D space. I got involved in November 2011 to see about how we're going to deliver that and bring it to the cloud and sort of help create the base architecture for doing that.
Right.
We were officially incorporated in January 2012, which is when we took our first bit of funding.
Okay, and maybe, because a lot of people are looking for funding, those kind of, we'll start with those days. How was it, the early funding?
So our vision, we spent a lot of time working on the vision of what we wanted the company and product to be. So we knew that there was a fundamental shift happening with delivering applications via the cloud, and we were fairly confident that given the skill set of the company, we could deliver the first production quality 3D tool. But in the early days, we didn't have much in terms of a cohesive product. So we had a lot of founder proof, essentially, for what we had worked on in the past, and also a few technological components that we felt would be ideal for creating this creating this product. So when we were fundraising, actually, we initially fundraised largely based on a PowerPoint. We didn't have a functioning working product at the time.
So it'd probably be, the PowerPoint would be important. I guess the team was probably also very key at that point. You had a team that actually had demonstrated they were able to build product in the past.
Yeah, and a very clear vision for what you were going to build and why it stands a chance of being successful in the marketplace, and maybe cause a dramatic shift in how people are working.
Right, and how did the funding go? Did you go get some angel funding and then some seed, Series A, or did you?
So our first institutional investor was Real Ventures, so they participated in the seed. And then we also had an angel that was part of our network who participated as well. But if I remember correctly, the initial seed round was really just those two people.
Okay, and
so very small seed.
Some things you did right, some things you did wrong.
We probably raised too little in the beginning, and maybe raised too fast. If we had had the ability to run longer in the beginning, build more of a product, that probably would have helped our initial valuation. So I think we were a little bit naive in that respect. But at the same time, it was our first time fundraising, so we were first time founders for a funded company. And we wanted to get down to building product. It takes an enormous amount of time to fundraise. So I'm not, for those of you who have already gone through the process, you'll identify with that. And in our case, we were 3 technical founders, so 3 people building the product. And while we were fundraising, we just couldn't build. So literally the product would stall while we were out of the office.
And how long did you fundraise for?
The initial seed round happened very quickly, but then we went to fundraise again a couple more times.
And did you kind of split it up? So, okay, one person on the team fundraising, or was it kind of all hands on deck for that?
Generally, fundraising, I believe, is a founder responsibility. So
Okay.
we had to be out of the office doing it. In this case, it was mostly Thiago and myself because we were the ones based in Montreal. Arnaud was running our German office. So we had people back in the office that were able to still deliver on product while we were out of the office fundraising.
Right. And your fundraising, when you went to the Series A, you ended up some U.S. investors, some Canadian?
Yeah, we got at that point we already had a product. We already had more of an example of what we would become. And so at that point, we basically crossed the country. So we got some additional Montreal investors, we got some U.S. investors, we got more angels. It was a much bigger round at that point.
Okay. And Pat, when did you come into the picture?
I came into the picture, it was very early. It was probably in February or March 2012. And the nature of the services being offered were quite, very basic at the time. But as the company grew, it took up more and more of my time. They didn't have a full-time bookkeeper, a full-time accountant. And it's quite normal for startup companies as well. I mean, this is not a key part of the business, and they can't afford to hire somebody full-time either. So I'm there on a monthly basis or as needed to basically run the books. And as the company grew, well, the investors required cash flow statements. They need budgets and that sort of thing. So you get more involved with that sort of thing as the company grows.
Right, and challenges there, was it, I guess cash flow was probably the usual kind of challenges, cash flow, kind of getting people's attention, those kinds of things?
Well, it's very important to keep an eye on the cash. As one of my other clients mentioned to me, something I kind of learned when I was looking at a template that I inherited from the previous accountant. There was on the cover page, there was in a cell a label called TTB, and some of you probably know what that means. It means time to bankruptcy. So yes, it was very important to keep an eye on the cash, and it's key.
Right, okay. So Dov, we kind of come back to the next phase. So you've got some fundraising, you got Series Seed and Series A or something like that?
We did a seed. We also raised a little bit of intermediate funding and then an A.
Then an A, okay. And then after the A, you were looking at raising a B? Were you kind of at that phase?
So when the acquisition started, we were on the road fundraising again for the next level of what we wanted to build. So we had already released a product on the market. We had already revised our vision to go after a much bigger opportunity, and we started building out the technology for that. So when we started our what would be a B round type raise, we were in the midst of building out that product, and we're raising the capital to take it to market essentially.
Right, okay. And so then at a certain point, you realize, okay, there's an exit opportunity.
I think anytime you're raising money is a good opportunity to question whether you can do better by just selling the company, or maybe fund your vision more appropriately by selling to another entity.
Right.
And so in our case, I think it was no different. We had a little bit more drama, I think. Our lead investor of the A round was thrown out of his company, so he wasn't there to support us for the B round.
Okay.
We had a new lead come in from the same VC fund, so that also added a little bit of complexity to raising follow-on funding. And also, our product is a very technical product in a very specified domain. So sometimes you're going to get a better valuation from people that are more knowledgeable about the domain. So in our case, we had a couple of people in the domain interested in us, and so they truly understood at a deep level the value that our product presented. And so compared to what you would get from investors who are not necessarily knowledgeable in the space, that are brand new to our company because they've never met us before, it's like apples to oranges. So I think in our case, the opportunity to merge with a larger company made a lot of sense. Although we didn't explicitly say to ourselves when we started, hey, we're going to sell this after 3 years. You know, that wasn't the goal. The goal was really to bring it to market.
And the founders, the VCs, once the opportunity was spotted, was it, okay, some of us want it, some of us don't?
I think you always have to manage expectations on all sides.
Right, okay.
So I don't think it's necessarily, you know, for the VCs, it's really easy to say, no, let's let it roll. You know, I believed you're going to be $1 billion company, and so either you hit $1 billion or you don't. Right. And so I think it takes some management to get everybody aligned, but thankfully we had a pretty good board.
Okay.
Very supportive of the entrepreneurs, and it just made sense. Sense all around.
And when you were fundraising, and again, kind of answer what is appropriate, but did you go out and say, hey, they could potentially be an investor or an exit, or did they come to you, or is it a bit of both?
We already had a strategic that we had brought in for our A round. So for those of you who don't know, a strategic is somebody in the domain that you're in that also maybe has a venture arm that wants to participate in your investment. So we had one. Siemens had already invested in us as part of the A round. For the B round, we weren't against necessarily getting another one, although it does add a little bit of complexity because they have a visibility into the company that you may not be comfortable with. So that's something that we learned afterwards. So we weren't necessarily against it. So in our case, you know, you always have the opportunity to raise, to sell, to get other people interested, and you have to work all of your options to make sure you always have an exit. Like the worst position you can be in is that nobody gives you money, nobody wants to buy you, and you have to close the company. And anybody that joined you, I mean, is disappointed. Everybody's out of work, and you know, and so I think as entrepreneurs, it's your responsibility to kind of always back yourself up. So you figure out which direction you'd like to go in, but you got to keep your options open, I think.
Right. Okay. So then I guess you're in the exit process. You kind of decide we're looking seriously at this.
Well, so that's something that you know I could tell you now after the fact is that if we had got acquired, the shred credits wouldn't have meant much to us. But if the acquisition fell through, then the shred money that we got back would give us another 2-3 months of runway. And so even though we had already started the acquisition process, as Mike alluded to in the introduction, we still went through the process of bringing Mike in, explaining all of our technology to him, and going through the process because if this thing fell through, we needed to have that money.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so and how long did the exit process go on for?
Ours was really fast.
Okay.
Ours, I think, completed in 4 months, and part of that is to Pat's credit for having us so prepared with all of our bookkeeping and things of that nature. But it really, if you're well prepared, it's going to go much faster.
Right.
So we had all of our contracts signed on both sides in our filing cabinets, and we were able to get through the due diligence process very, very quickly.
Okay, and Pat, maybe to add in, what kinds of things should people have organized, and when should they start?
Oh, geez, you really have to start from the get-go. It's really a question of being organized so that you are prepared for that day when the exit strategy comes into play. And the longer you wait, the more painful the process is going to be. I have customers now that have waited for 2 years prior to getting things done, and they have entities that want to throw money at them, but they need the financials up to speed, and it's just a real pain getting it up to date and questioning what happened 2 years ago. Sometimes memories aren't as fresh as they are from 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that's a big problem as well. In contracts as well, they're only one of the documents, or sorry, only one of the signatures is there on the documents that you have on hand. So it's important to make sure that everything is properly signed, it's in place, so that when the exit is happening, it's like a due diligence, right? I mean, whether it's an auditor coming in looking at the books, or whether it's a company buying you, you got to have all your T's and C's.
Right, and when you say just a short list, not everyone may have been through due diligence. We're talking about financial statements, employee contracts.
Well, those are the basic things, right? But you're also looking at government compliance as well. You've got to have all your income tax returns filed, all your GST, QST up to speed. You've got to have your notice of assessment back in. You've got to have all those proofs, if you will, that you're compliant with the tax authorities.
Right, okay. So then we kind of, in the actual exit process, and maybe we'll continue, Pat, in the exit process, what are some of the, at a high level, without getting detailed, what are kind of some of the problems that came up or typically come up?
What comes up is that there's rarely enough time to get everything done in the time that's been allocated. And there's a lot of pressure to get things done quickly, whether it's financial statements. Oftentimes we're looking at producing financial statements on a quarterly basis, sometimes a monthly basis going back 2 years, and producing cash flow forecasts going out another 2 years. So it's it can be quite trying, quite taxing.
Right. And you probably dealt, well, both of you probably dealt a lot with the lawyers. They come in, they're a big part of the exit. How do you feel about that? How do you manage that part?
So they have more people involved in the acquisition than you have people in your company. So you have their lawyers. You have maybe a 3-man, 4-man team or women team in your company dealing with this process, and they'll have 4 lawyers. They'll have their team of accountants. They'll have the team of technical people doing due diligence, and they're hammering you from all sides. And so you have to, like anything else that you're doing as part of your company, you have to run as fast as you can to get through it.
Right.
Because the worst thing to do is if you drag your feet, the process stalls, and you might get out of a no-shop period, or you might get out of whatever period that you've set aside for contractually for finishing this process, and then at that point, it could just disappear.
Right, right. Maybe explain no-shop clause, maybe something.
Sure, so if you're, have any of you bought a house, or if you bought anything of a substantial value, typically you want some period of time to negotiate with the vendor in good faith, or with the buyer in good faith. And so you'll typically agree to a period where neither one of you will go solicit offers from anybody else. It could still happen that you get an unsolicited offer, but then it's your legal obligation to tell the other party, hey, this other offer came in, but you can't act on it. Mm-hmm. And so in our acquisition, and I think it's common for most acquisitions, we had a 90-day no-shop clause, and basically a 90-day period where we were going to operate in good faith. Now, we had to extend that a couple of times because anyways we didn't hit 90 days. It's right. Almost impossible to do so unless it's a very, very small transaction. Mm-hmm. But that's what it is. It gives you guys time to negotiate in good faith.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's also, I just want to add to that, I think it's also important that when the agreements are being negotiated with the investors, that you do have a legal team reviewing the clauses. And the founders as well. You can't leave it up to the lawyers to do everything for you and expect that, yes, they're there to look after your best interest, but you really do have to double check everything. And perhaps, you want to talk to this, but it's important to take a look at some of the clauses when the company is being acquired, or even if it's not being acquired. There is the possibility that the company could fall out of being considered as a Canadian-controlled company. And if it's no longer considered a CCPC, as they say, well then the founders don't derive as many benefits as they would have on the gain.
That's right, yeah.
So there are certain tax benefits to being a CCPC. He's referring to a particular incident that happened in our company, but it wasn't as part of the acquisition where this happened. It was actually our Round A paperwork could have technically had us fall on the wrong side of being a CCPC, a Canadian-controlled private corporation. There are some tax advantage to being a CCPC for you and for the investors that reside in Canada. So that was something that I think it took us about a year after the acquisition process to sort that all out.
Mm-hmm.
But before the acquisition, we had 3 teams of lawyers just on our side. So 3 different companies working on our legal work.
And what were the 3 different companies we're working on?
We had the original lawyers that we started the company with. We had another Canadian-based lawyers that are experts in acquisitions, and then we had a US-based lawyer also.
Right.
Experts in acquisitions.
So just like fundraising we talked about at the beginning, selling your company takes a lot of time. It's pretty intensive. It pretty much, you got to keep the rest of the company going, but it takes a lot of time, and it also probably does cost a fair amount if you sell it or not, based on all the external people you bring in, right?
Yeah, selling the company was more expensive than any of the paperwork that we had.
Okay. Okay, so in terms of things, little thing that the CCPC status, making sure that was there. It seems like the paperwork was pretty much all in place. Any other kind of things you didn't really work so well, or things that you did very well that kind of helped out? Just kind of thoughts of things that would kind of be useful for entrepreneurs.
Yeah, well, useful for entrepreneurs. In startup mode, it's important to get as much money as you can if you're nowhere near an exit strategy or an exit process. And one of those things is getting R&D tax credits. And oftentimes the business requires that you focus on the day-to-day rather than looking at what you can get down the road. And the longer you put off applying for an R&D tax credit, the much longer it's going to take before the money comes in. Normally the government gives you up to 18 months after your fiscal year end date to get a technical report in. So if you're on time, and many of my clients have filed on the 18th month, the last day of the 18th month, they've made the deadline, but the CRA will only, they're not as fast as processing the SR&ED request. It can take up to 6 months later before you get your money in. But if you submit the technical report at the same time you submit the regular tax return, then it's processed much, much quicker, where you're looking at perhaps even 2 months before you get the money.
Yeah, actually, I was on the phone about 20 minutes ago with someone who has a 18-month deadline on the 31st of this month, and they just decided they're going to file. So it's not the way you want to be doing it, but important to keep these things in mind.
Sorry.
Okay, so exit seemed like it went pretty well. You were pretty organized. You kind of had good parties you were working with. The process worked relatively well. Obviously, it was a successful exit. Life after. What's life like after the exit? Start with you, Dev. For an entrepreneur.
So I think we're relatively fortunate in that our product wasn't killed by the acquirer. I think it happens a lot that the product doesn't quite navigate, or the entrepreneurs don't quite navigate the political landscape of the company that you're being acquired into. But we've learned a few things along the way. You're basically an enemy entity coming into the company. So you're going to have 1 or 2 people, maybe 10 people that champion the acquisition. But if you're competing with an established product within the company, it's going to be very, very difficult for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have people that have been with the company 15, 20 years, they're fostering their careers, and now you're coming in and you're automatically in a privileged position because you're coming in via this acquisition process.
You're kind of the golden child.
Right, so a lot of people are going to be trying to push you back out. Yeah, okay. So we kind of learned that, but we managed to, I think we managed to navigate it quite well. And so now it's pretty rewarding to see our technology getting adopted within the company and really affecting change in the company. But you have to really invest and push it and make it happen. But apart from that, life is great.
Right.
I mean, now, it used to be I would get a call at 1 in the morning because the alarm went off in the office building because the cleaner didn't turn off the alarm, and so they're calling me and they're waking me up. Now that's somebody else's problem. I mean,
okay.
We have a team of facility people. They take care of that. So I think it's nice to have the focus and be back on more of a 9-to-5 schedule.
And were you able to keep the team together?
Yeah, by and large, we're still mostly there. Our first hires are still working with us. And we're growing because now we have the pockets of a very large multi-billion-dollar international company.
So when you exited, you're approximately how many, and how many are you now?
We were about 25 or 30 when we exited, and now we're split up into kind of 2 groups now, but we're still about 30, and we have a few open positions.
Right. I'd like to see what your product actually being kind of 3D collaborative Online, being one day the kind of a cornerstone product at Autodesk. I mean,
yeah, I think probably what was most innovative about what we built was the architecture and the framework for delivering these types of applications. And that's where it's exciting to really move the industry into making this the way that applications get delivered. These types of applications get delivered.
Right. The whole kind of bigger picture, not just the little components, but the whole framework as well.
Right, but there was a lot of politics to navigate. So it would have been very easy for us to just throw up our hands and walk away. It wasn't very simple that we've reached this point, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. How about for you, Pat? So when it was finally done, the exit, for you it's different, right? Because you're not joining the bigger company. Was it like, now I can go home and sleep for a while, or?
Hibernate.
Hibernate.
No, it was a big change. I'm not going to say it was unwelcome, because during that time there was also another client of mine as well that was growing by leaps and bounds, and I was working more than 60 hours a week. So after this, the quiet period, if you will, was welcome. There was still quite a bit of work to do in support of Autodesk, but at a far much lower pace. So the change was good.
Okay. Thanks. So any kind of last words, and we'll have some questions. I think we
covered off most.
I think we covered off most stuff, right? Okay. So any questions for Dov or Patrick? Anyone thinking about getting to that exit point?
Hi. I wonder if you built a strategy from the get-go to be acquired, or that was kind of, it fell off the sky and then you had to build a strategy with your team to get acquired, or was it deliberate from the get-go to, scenario C or B is to get acquired, and what you've done if that's the case?
I think you always, that's a good question. I don't think we initially set out to be acquired. I think we wanted to build something of value. But to keep building, it seemed to really make sense to keep building that within a much larger organization where we'd have the freedom to really build it out. And thankfully we had built up something of enough value that the industry perceived it as such. But it certainly wasn't our intention originally. Our intention was really to keep building the product. But at some point it became pretty obvious that to build it, we would need to either get an injection of $50 million or go, build it within a company that had the resources to really bring it to where it needed to be. But again, that being said, as entrepreneurs, you have to make sure that you're always backed up. So you may want to build it, but you also have to not let yourself die on the vine, essentially. Okay, so one last presentation, and that's actually mine, on R&D tax credit. So Patrick gave us a little bit of an introduction as to the importance of it, especially for technology companies, and I'll take you through. So this session is for you. So I've done this session a few times. If you have any questions, you can stop me along the way. If you have very detailed questions, I can answer them. I'm basically here to answer any questions you have. And for those who are just kind of seeing it for the first time, I will go through it. So I think we're kind of right on schedule here, if I'm not mistaken. We got this. The break was just before. What's coming up after this is the drinks and a bigger break. So
It's not going to be too long. Yeah, so I'm going to basically go through the R&D tax credit program. It's the biggest government program to help fund technology companies in Canada, and it is one of the best ones in the world. A lot of other programs around the world have been modeled on Canada, and it's been quite, successful in getting money into technology companies. There has been a number of changes to it over the last few years, and I think the governments, I guess everywhere around the world, have been kind of a little more, squeezing a little more tighter, as I think things like grants and tax credits have been a little less in favor. Having said that, most developed countries around the world now have a program, and a few actually just got it in the last few years. So, large program, about $3.5 billion federally, and there's also a provincial program in most of the provinces across Canada. In some of the provinces, there's several programs. And around 20,000 businesses use it, most of them being small and medium-sized businesses. So probably the most important slide in this presentation, just to give you an overview of what qualifies and doesn't, is this one here. If you understand this one well, I think you'll get a good idea as do you qualify or not, and the rest will kind of fall out from that. So the way it works is any company is eligible to go to get an R&D tax credit. Even a non-for-profit now, through another mechanism, can get an R&D tax credit. And an R&D tax credit, or here SR&ED, they call it Scientific Research and Experimental Development Tax Credit. It's not so much to reduce taxes, but it's actually a credit against expenditures. So there's one company I worked for, and they spent $1 million in their first year, and the government, the federal and provincial, gave them a check for around $750,000 right back to them. They had no profit. They had not even started marketing. They were just doing research and development. So it's really a credit against expenditures as much as it's called a tax credit. What's important is that the work you're doing is eligible, that the company is properly set up, and that you kind of satisfy the other criteria set out by Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec. So once you're kind of thinking, oh, I may have it, I have a company, we're doing some kind of technology work, the next question is, do I have a project that's qualified? So it's by project. So any company qualifies, and then within that, it's by project. And for a project to qualify, there's really 3 main criteria. You could break it into 5 if you like, but I'd see 3 is kind of probably the best way to look at it. So the first thing is an attempt at technological advancement. So you're trying to push forward your knowledge or of a material, product, or process. So you're trying to. It doesn't mean you do it. You're just trying to do it, and along the way, you're probably going to learn, okay, this isn't possible, or this is possible, and these kind of things. So you're advancing technological knowledge in this. And it's not advancing a technology. So if you say, and they use the word technological versus technology. So technology is, I have a table, and I was able to make the table a little bit higher, or I was allowed to I put the computer on the table. I built a new innovative type of product and may have a lot of technology or a little. Innovative commercially is not advancement. When we talk about technology, if we talk about a computer, I advanced information technology. So I'm able to work, do certain software and certain hardware that wasn't done before. I'm able to better connect, 2 different types of software systems. I'm trying to do something bigger, better, faster, stronger than it's been done before in that domain of science. So it can be in IT, it can be in mechanical systems, it can be in pharmaceutical, but you're trying to more or less, again, I kind of like the idea of bigger, badder, faster, stronger, those kinds of things, and you're attempting to do that, and that's really the first criteria, so advancement, and that's probably the most important criteria. The second criteria is technological uncertainty. So there's an uncertainty in either the final objectives or the steps to get there. So you're not exactly sure if you'll be able to do it. And how do we know if you're not sure? Well, if you're a reasonable person in that area of science, you're not going to get it your first time unless you're really lucky. So you're probably going to try a few different approaches to get there. You may go through this kind of iterative development, we'll often see. So that's the second criteria. The third criteria is a systematic approach. And so what they're really looking for here is, you think back to high school, the scientific method. They want to see that, okay, I had a hypothesis, I did some analysis, I did some development, I tested it, I got some results. So this kind of very systematic way of doing things. I think I'm an engineer, probably a bunch of engineers or developers in the room. We're all think of things sometimes in trial and error mode, but what they really want to see is that we present it in a way that's very systematic. And I think at the end of the day, most people who do serious work are systematic, but it just needs to be put in that way. The work also has to be done by someone who is qualified to do the work. So if you kind of say, hey, I developed a new app and it took me, I had to learn C# and that took 3 months. Well, that's learning, that's training. That's not, advancing technological advancement. So you really need someone who's qualified to do the type of work. And finally, you have to document it, and that's become a bigger and bigger criteria. So what you do when you want to document something better, there's going to be things like timesheets, logbooks, notes, repositories, things that actually can prove that you tried to do the work you said you were doing. And that is an important requirement. So once you have all 3 criteria, then you have a project that qualifies. And once one of those 3 is no longer there, it no longer qualifies. So this is an important one, and if you do R&D tax credits, you're going to basically look at this kind of thing in probably at a much lower level, but this is the key point to look at. So here's an example in Quebec of how valuable it is. So salary, $120,000, a subcontractor fee, $20,000, materials consumed, testing. So if the materials are consumed in testing, it's probably not an IT project. It's probably more of a manufacturing project like that. So total expenses around $150,000. The tax credit you're going to get is around 62%, so $93,000. So the government actually gives you a check for $93,000. It doesn't matter if you have revenue. It doesn't matter if you even tried to sell, as long as you did work that qualified. So very valuable. I mean, there are lots of companies that come to Canada, and Quebec being the best of the tax credit, they come here just to get this R&D tax credit. So a very valuable thing. There's also Ontario. You'll see it's similar. Oops. They get kind of similar credit, just a little bit lower, depending on the actual expenses, but in that example. So I think a lot of people here are IT. So what kind of projects do we typically see in IT? I typically see 3 types of projects. So the interconnection projects, so software to software, software to hardware. So those are projects which may have some R&D, may have an R&D project. Technology algorithms, so data compression, security. In the last example here, it was really trying to get away, with Dove and Patrick came up here, they were really trying to build a 3D collaborative environment, and the challenge was, you need to needs to work fast enough that you can actually collaborate in a 3D thing with the bandwidth available. So it's kind of getting all that into a kind of format, into I'm just simplifying here a bit, into kind of protocols that would allow you to do it in a very real-time way and still have something that's very rich in 3D. So technology algorithms, and the last one would be architecture. And in the internet is very much about scaling. So if you're trying to scale something, if it's often it can be simply done, but when you start getting to very large scales, often it gets quite complex, even if you're using things like Amazon Web Services. And then there may be experimental designs. What's not eligible are things like front-end development. So again, if it's just an innovative user experience, or we did it in blue instead of red, or we're the first ones to have an app that you can pick the type of brick you want in a room. That's all nice, that's interesting, but it's an innovative product, it's an innovative commercial thing, it's not a technological advancement. Sometimes you have aesthetically, you want to advance something so someone has a nice product and then they start doing different colors, a little bit nicer look on the user experience. That's not something that's eligible for the R&D tax credit because you're not advancing technology. The other thing that would not be eligible would be business logic. So if you go back into the 80s and 90s, the banks were claiming a lot of R&D tax credits. There was a little bit of an issue there because although their systems were very large and very complex, at the end of the day, there was really just a lot of Boolean logic. So if you want to get a mortgage, you got to if this and then this and lots of statements, but at the end of the day, it wasn't advancing, our technological advancement. It was really just, lots of business logic. So that would not be an expert system, be a similar thing. The third thing would be database development. So database development on our own, most projects are going to have it. Any kind of real R&D project will certainly have a database behind it if it's an IT one. But just a complex database that has a complex schema, that's not technological advancement in itself. If you're building a database from scratch, which is extremely rare, that could be a project. So these are kind of examples of projects you see in the IT space. In terms of the project timeline, so typically a project, let's say a commercial project will start, and you'll start doing some specifications, some client-facing work, some market study, these kinds of things. You'll build a little prototype, maybe a PowerPoint prototype, doesn't really quite function. Then you'll start building your real product, and the product itself, if it is eligible, at a certain point you'll start doing experimental development. So you'll say, hey, I have an hypothesis, if I do this and this and that, it should be much faster, much more reliable, and these kinds of things. You try those 2 or 3 things, and next thing you're into the kind of SR&ED project space. So this is the part that qualifies. You'll be doing probably some technological iterations, you'll try different approaches, you'll do some testing, and while all that's happening, that's eligible for the R&D tax credit. What's not eligible is when you kind of get to a point when, okay, now I'm just into routine development where there's no longer technological advancement or technological uncertainty, maybe aesthetic modifications and market implementation. So sometimes you get a project that's just one project sitting right here like this. Other time you get projects that kind of overlap. Some projects can last as short as a few weeks. Other ones, depending on the industry, for example, like aerospace may last 5 or 10 years. So it all kind of depends on the exact project. So what are the kind of the key issues? So the biggest issue is is really the admissibility of the work. The big audits, the big thing everyone's afraid about in a R&D tax credit audit is will they reject the project outright, in which case you'll get nothing. So that's really the first and foremost the thing you want to make sure you got down right. The second thing is the claim support information. 10 years ago, this wasn't a big deal. Over the last few years, much bigger deal. If you kind of show up and say, I have nothing, I can't actually prove the employees were doing this kind of work, the auditor will go, you're nice guys, but we're refusing everything. They need that kind of documented proof. And it can't just be kind of made up as you go. It really needs to be something that is, as they call it, contemporaneous, or something that's done in real time. On the financial legal side, the corporate structure and funding. So in our last panel, we saw one example where you want to make sure you're a Canadian-controlled private corporation to get the rates I talked about, to get the high rates. That makes a big difference. And to do that, there's a number of things you need to make sure you're doing. But at the end of the day, you want to be controlled by Canadian residents. That's kind of the high-level kind of example. So you want the corporate structure and the funding to come in. If you get certain funding in the wrong way, it can set you offside that CCPC status, or put you sometimes can even stay in that status, but you may actually fall into a lower tax credit rate. The second thing is expenditure rules and restrictions. So there's certain expenditures in certain places you can include, other ones you can't. So you just want to make sure you get that down. And those rules have been changing regularly over the last 4 or 5 years. And finally, subcontractor relationship and IP ownership. So who actually has the right to claim it? In Canada, if 2 people work on a project together, maybe one of the 2 that can only claim it, maybe both. You have to just make sure you're getting the right thing. And if you pick the wrong person or say, oh, you claim it, not me, but Revenue Canada says, no, you made the wrong determination, and it goes on past 18 months, then you're neither of you may be able to claim it. And finally, the overall kind of tax situation, simulations, and elections. One thing I kind of counsel, like many things, is that when you're kind of starting out, sometimes people go on to claim the R&D tax credit, but it's like $200 or it's like $3,000, even a few $1,000s. It's a fair bit of work, so I would think about it before you start claiming all these things. You really don't want to have a tax credit audit if you're just claiming a few $100s. Likewise, if you're claiming millions of dollars, the expectation is a lot higher in terms of what they're going to look for. There's some elections as well, and look at the risks and return. And then sometimes there's some international opportunities with R&D tax credits. So that's really just a very high level. One thing I would make sure, if you're going to go out and claim, if you're thinking, oh, we may be eligible for R&D tax credits, there's kind of 3 things I tell everyone, and I've said this for a long time. The first thing to get these higher rates is that you're incorporated, and if possible, you're incorporated as a Canadian-controlled private corporation. If you're not sure, check with a lawyer or accountant or someone who understands what that is, but you want to set that up first. For the most part, if you're just yourselves or yourselves and your partners and you live in Canada and you incorporate, it should be fine, but again, asterisks, make sure this is done properly. So incorporate. The second thing you need to be doing, and it kind of comes in this order, is get a payroll system in place. We've seen a lot of people say, oh yeah, he's an employee. We go in and check it. He didn't file properly. He actually doesn't qualify as an employee. He's actually a subcontractor. And in fact, because of the way you did things, you owe the government some money, and it's very messy. So I would use a payroll system, and Nethris is an excellent system. So put that in place. You're not really going to save a whole lot of money, in my opinion. In most cases, like working with, paying an individual to do it or trying to do it yourself. Trying to do it yourself is probably the worst thing to do, to be honest. But I'd get a system, a payroll system in place. And the third thing I'd do is get a time tracking system in place. So at a first level, that's one way of at least saying what kind of work was done. So if you think you may be doing R&D tax credits, you don't have to call the government, you don't have to let them know, there's no declaration. But when you do decide to do it, and it would be at the end of your fiscal year, when you actually file, and you say, hey, I think I had a project. If you have the timesheets, if you're incorporated, if you have a time tracking system, everything's properly recorded, you're eligible to do it, and you can go get the money. So I would encourage you to do that if you believe you have R&D tax credits. I would say the same things would apply if you're looking to go get grants as well. The difference with grants is you typically have to apply for them before you start spending the money or before you sign the contract. But similar things in place. They're going to expect things are well tracked from your expenses, that you're incorporated if you want to get a lot of these grants, and that there's some kind of time tracking there. So I hope that was useful. Yeah, question, comment, Pat? Yeah. Good point.
What happens is that, okay, now we're on. What happens is that the government can consider a company as being a de facto non-CCPC because it's the American side of the house that's actually running the day-to-day business. And even though on paper you have more than 50% of the shares. So you just have to be careful of those sort of things.
Yeah. So if you want kind of any thoughts on, there's lots of different time tracking systems to work with. Frankly, there's some that work well with Jira if you're kind of doing that. There's others that work well with other systems, but get something that works well with you. But there's a lot of different options.
Is it a yearly credit that we would apply for, or is there a milestone at a point of the project in which we would apply for credit?
Yeah, so a good question. So tax credits is always at the end of your fiscal year. So when you incorporate a company, anytime in the first 13 months, you're going to have a fiscal year end. You get to decide that. And then typically every year, like 12 months later, will be your fiscal year end. And at your year end, you're going to file your taxes. And along with your taxes will be your R&D tax credit. So that will just go in automatically then. You can't actually file it before. You have to file it the same time of your taxes. And if you wait, you have to do it within, you should really do it within so many months of the year end, and the sooner the better, as Pat said.
It's
possible.
6.
Yeah, 6 months is the legal limit. And you have to pay the money you owe within 60 days or 90 days to the different governments. But you can't do it more than 18 months. After 18 months, you are not allowed to file anymore. So it's basically after your fiscal year end. Grants are different. Grants is per project. It's during the year. You kind of apply as you go. It works very different. It's kind of backward looking versus forward looking. Yeah, and when you actually file your R&D tax credits, it's going to ask you when do you think you'll be completing it, but you don't have to stick to that deadline. Your R&D project may go on longer or maybe shorter. So if it's multiple years, it doesn't matter. But you claim what fits in that kind of fiscal year each year. So if it's a 2-year project, it's half of it in the last 6 months of 1 year, then a whole year, and then 6 months. You may actually file it over 3 years. Well, it's done when you kind of get to the end. Like, so when there's no longer any advancement, uncertainty, or systematic approach. So you may ship the product. You may actually get out of that and then spend a few months kind of fiddling and then ship the product. So it depends when the R&D tax credit project ends, not necessarily the shipping of the product or the start of the product. Good question. Okay.
Any more questions?
Any questions? No? Oh, one up here, yep.
So you talked about the eligible and non versus the non-eligible projects.
Mm-hmm.
And as an example, you talked about the eligible products as, for example, the software integrations, and versus the UI, which is not eligible. But let's say I want to change my UI, and I'm gonna, for example, approach it with an innovative way. Would that count? Like, is it, for example, I'm choosing another technology and replacing my UI with a new technology?
So the key thing would be, okay, the area of science we're talking about here is information technology. And by the way, your phone just dropped the horn. So it's information technology. So we have to say, are we actually improving the science of information technology? So if you're kind of saying, I'm going to replace one front end with another, but it's, I used to use PHP jQuery, and now I'm going to use Angular. That likely is not, SR&ED or R&D tax credit worthy, because that's just, okay, I'm going to more or less, I'm moving from one technology to another. That wouldn't be it. But if you say, hey, I'm going to try some new experimental front end that nobody else has ever used in this environment, then it could be. So if you go out and say, there's always some new ones. I see that with different developers.
If we use a new one that is not viral yet, it's not used.
It's not viral, and the real test of it is it readily available? So do people currently know how to do it today? And is there any kind of uncertainty or advancement in trying to do it? So it comes down to it. The challenge is a lot of IT projects, and even people have pitched today, I saw downstairs, a lot of projects are interesting apps. And they're kind of very innovative apps, but at the end of the day, the technology is not actually They're not actually advancing information technology. They just have a nice little kind of interesting app. I mean, hopefully they do, but a lot of companies don't. So you have to make sure that it's not just innovative commercially and a nice looking interface, but really you're trying to put two gears together that aren't made to work together or haven't worked together in a proven way in the past. So, but it's possible to have a UX one. I mean, Lagoa, that technology we talked before, their project was really very much a user experience thing, right? Or not, I should say more user interface thing and user experience, right? Because they really tried to do the way people work online on 3D modeling and collaboratively. So it's all about that experience. So in their case, it very much was front end, but they used some very unusual technologies to make that work, and they used them together in an interesting way. It wasn't just Angular or PHP. They used all kinds of very low-level stuff that most people didn't know about or don't use in that way, at least.
You also mentioned that processes, innovative processes could be eligible.
So processes could be as well. Normally a process, you'll often see a material or product or something else with it. So important that it's not just training and not just, okay, now we, you know, when people come in, instead of putting the coats on the hanger, we take the hangers off the coat and then, you know, then put them on. Like, it has to be, there still has to be a degree of advancement of a certain area of technology. So I often see that accompanied with a product or material as well as the process, not just process. In theory, it can be just process, but it's very rare, just process.
Okay. I'm just curious, how can you draw the line between, because we mentioned that complex business driven software is not eligible, the banks, the example of the banks, and on the other hand, we say, yes, innovative processes, if they're in the shape of product, they are eligible.
Right, so it's not so clear cut, and to be fair, banks still claim a lot of R&D tax credits, so there's just certain areas where people are just doing, hey, large databases that I have complex logic in. At a certain point, people were claiming a bunch of those, and then Revenue Canada said clearly, it's large and it's complex, but it's just a database. If you break it down into its elements, it's just a big database. You have 50 million lines, but it's all if statements. You know, you're not doing anything interesting. You know, whereas the banks, I'm sure today, there's some very, very strong R&D projects coming out as well. So it's not easy to draw the line, and that's why, in a way, that's why I've kind of been involved with. I've done over $100 million of these, and a lot of times it is hard to find that line. But obviously, we want to kind of get it as big as possible, maximize the claim, but still make sure it's reasonable and that Revenue Canada will accept it. But that line is hard to find at times. Yeah. Okay. All right. No other questions? I think we're all done. Well, thank you.
Good news, everybody. There are drinks that are being served in the other room over there. We're going to give you some time to get some, take a refresher, and we'll meet back here. We'll announce it for the Roadie's Choice Award. So this is where you get to to watch the pitches that happened earlier today, condensed versions, and then vote on a crowd favorite. At this time, I also have to ask for all those who are pitching today to meet at the registration booth, or where the registration booth used to be, for a debriefing real quick. But everyone else, please enjoy the drinks. They're right in the other room. This is the last call for those who are pitching to stand up. Okay, you guys are all there? Perfect. We're going to start in 30 seconds. Just getting some AV stuff set up.
We need more voters.
Now, everyone who's not pitching, come on in. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. We've got tons of seats, especially up at the front.
We could get like a chair. We can get like a row.
For what?
For the pictures, I guess. Like,
It's going to happen like...
No, like, can we get like a row and we just all sit there, or?
It's starting in like...
Okay. Because I want to see.
Oh, well, I mean, you guys can come on in. As long as you just know who you're behind.
Okay. This gentleman here.
Okay, perfect. Testing. All right, everybody. How was your day so far? Let's hear about it. Great. That's a great answer. I heard this side of the room, but nothing from this side of the room. So let's try again. How was your day, everybody? Woo! Great. So this is a really exciting portion of the day because for all day long, these pitches have been hidden from you, and now finally all the companies are coming together to give you 1-minute live pitches. Now, keep in mind that you guys also have input. You do not, unfortunately, get to decide who goes to San Francisco, but there is a separate vote special for the Fundica Roadshow crowd. So at the end of all these pitches, we're going to put up a number, a phone number that you can text to vote for your favorite pitch, and we're going to have a crowd choice favorite. So without further ado, we're going to call the very first company up to pitch. They have 1 minute exactly. We're going to be timing. And they are Integrated Health. Come on up. So we're going to time 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. Name is Andrew Wiley, and my partner, unfortunately, is not here anymore. She just left to take care of her kids. I'm from Integrated Health, and we are focused on developing a patient concierge service for those affected by cancer. Did you realize that 2 of every 5 people in Canada will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lifetime? And with our deteriorating health system the way it's set out, we have to come up with solutions at this point in time to be able to take care of cancer patients. Cancer is, interestingly enough, becoming a chronic condition. So it's about the cancer journey. It's about making things as easy as possible for the cancer patients so they can heal themselves. So let's get rid of all those thick folders, those CDs, etc. So what we're trying to do is digitize as much as possible. This has been done in the States. There's standards called the Meaningful Use Standard throughout the States. Why can't we do this in Canada? The time is now. It's not in 3 years, it's not in 5 years, it's right now. So we are Integrated Health, and we are looking to improve the health of cancer patients and caregivers in Canada through the use of smart digital solutions. Thank you.
Next up, we have Karzen. Karzen is not here, so we're going to keep going to AirTerra.
Just keep it close to your mouth. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm with AirTerra. We're essentially bringing a new organic carbon negative soil enhancement product to Canada. It works like a fertilizer, so if you put it in the ground, it's a kind of char. It's called biochar. You put it in the ground, creates the perfect environment for the beneficial microbes and fungi that plants need to grow. It kind of works a lot like the kind of charcoal that gets produced in a forest fire and helps the forests heal. Why do farmers want it? Well, they can cut their long-term fertilizing and watering costs. As well, it's been proven globally that it helps increase crop yields. So yeah, I'm Alex, I'm from AirTerra. We're helping bring the soil and the air into balance.
Time Savvy.
Hi everybody, my name is Hossein Ojabri, the CEO and co-founder of Time Savvy. Well, with the first question, do you remember any of these presents by shipping services for you? Well, I got 2 deliveries failed, once by FedEx and once by Canada Post, and then which was a huge pain for me to receive them on my own at shipping services. And our goal is to get rid of these notices through introducing lots of intelligence into shipping services and couriers that are not tech-savvy enough yet in the 21st century. We will provide regularly updated and intelligent estimations of delivery arrival time, and we foresee the uncertain parameters such as traffic, etc. going on. And still worried if you cannot be at home no matter how precise the estimations are, we will develop a local social network through which you can authorize any of your neighbors to receive your package on behalf of you if you cannot be at home. And our product will save the time for public people, will reduce the delivery failure for shipping services, and will drastically increase the customer satisfaction of not only courier services but also online retailers. We have already communicated with Payroll. They're very interested in our product. And in order to finish and beta test our prototype on Payroll, we need to raise $300,000. Remember, no waiting time at home, no delivery failure, and no need to personally pick up your packages at post offices. Thank you.
Ask Pam.
Hi everyone again. My name is Pamela, expert concierge and CEO and founder of AskPam, which is the CRM platform for hotel concierges. Because today, too many concierges still working in hotels with pen and paper processes to manage hundreds of requests every day. So what we develop is a centralized platform that helps them better manage all the requests, collaborate, and connect with the guests. We have been working so far with the best hotel in Montreal, C2 Montreal, and Tourist Montreal, and we are expanding in America, and we are hiring, so if you're interested, please reach out to me after. Thank you.
Circle.
Hi, my name is Sarah. Good afternoon. So Circle is supposed to be a mental health app. It allows for individuals who are between the ages of 12 to, I guess, 30 to reach out and get help through a 24-hour text assistance so that if they have any questions or are worried or think that they might be suffering from something but they don't know what, or if they've been through a traumatic experience, they can reach out through the text 24-hour assistance and get help immediately. That will hopefully foster their continuing help or their access to continuous mental health. As well, it's peer-to-peer based, as there will be the other side of it is a forum-based discussion board that allows for exchanging of information and ideas and personal experiences between two individuals who are suffering from a mental illness. Thank you.
GUI.
Hello, my name is Augusto. I'm the founder of GUI. At GUI, we connect brands and individuals to change the world together. You might be shocked to know that of the $360 billion given to charity every year, businesses are only giving 5%. The reality is we want to help businesses seamlessly integrate philanthropy into their operations. And we do this in a very cool way. What we do is we empower them to engage their customers to support charities of their choice with money made available by the business. I'm Augusto from GUI. Thank you.
Grade Slam.
Education is about accessibility and equality, not about how much money your family makes. But unfortunately, the world of tutoring doesn't work that way. It's an antiquated, elitist concept reserved only for wealthy families. Grade Slam is changing that. We're democratizing the tutoring industry with our $15 a month unlimited online tutoring platform. We allow families everywhere to get access to a world-class tutor at an affordable price, opening up a market to families that couldn't previously afford the help that they need. My name is Phil, founder and CEO of Grade Slam, and we are democratizing the tutoring industry. Thank
you. Kudzo.
Good afternoon. Digital advertising is broken. The digital advertising costs are increasing while its effectiveness is decreasing. Think for a moment. What do you do when you want to make a purchase? More than ever, we rely on social influencers and their content to help us make our next purchasing decision. Kudzo is an automated marketplace where companies can locate influencers providing prime and targeted audiences for their content, allowing brands to get their message across to a relevant and engaged audience. With Kudzo, you can centrally manage your content, convert content to native formats for various social networks, increase your followers, and monetize your content and your social audience. We are disrupting the current paradigm of working with influencers. Unlike our competition, our automated marketplace matches brands with influencers, promoting only relevant content from trusted sources. We are Kudzo, the Airbnb meets Match.com of marketing.
W3 Text.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mark McLean. I'm here with Taiwo McGregor, and we're here for W3 Text. So there's a good reason why at the end of this presentation we're all going to be doing SMS texting, and that's because there's two things that come native on every phone. One is telephone calls, and the other is the ability to text. So I'd like you all to get out your texts now, if you don't mind. Get out your smartphones. I'll use the rest of my time to kind of show you how this works. So if you get out your phone and you type right now 93411 and text knock knock, we are giving businesses just like yours and people just like you the opportunity to have their own keyword. So if you type knock knock, K-N-O-C-K, K-N-O-C-K to 93411, you'll get a response immediately, and you and your businesses can do that kind of engagement. So we're providing a text-based solution for businesses and consumers to connect with one another. Thanks very much for your time, and we're W3 Text.
GottaFind.it.
Hello everyone, how are you today? So before I begin, I'd like to ask you a question. So have any of you been browsing the internet and ever come across an item that you just had to have, that you fell in love with, but you didn't have the time or the energy to go looking for it? You didn't know where to find it, and sometimes you didn't have the budget to afford it. So what GottaFind does, we use machine learning algorithms to visually match items that you see on social platforms such as Instagram and Pinterest, which are huge hubs of unmonetized purchase intent in the form of raw data. We take that and we match it to the inventories of prospective retailers and listings made by P2P marketplace sellers. So now you can have that jacket that you saw on Twitter or Instagram and have something similar at a price point that you desire. And we work through Instagram to reduce our friction costs for people creating such items. And we also are planning to license out our API to large e-commerce retailers, Zara, H&M, so people can search visually, thereby disrupting text querying that has been since the advent of the internet. Thank you, and we're gonna find it.
Yuma is not here at the moment. Yuma made it, so in that case.
Hi guys, my name is Adam, I'm from Yuma, and this is the homemade food marketplace where people can buy and sell homemade food from each other. So if you're longing for your mother's cooking, and probably everybody's hungry here today, or your refrigerator is always empty and you don't have the time and skills to cook, then you can order from Yuma from chefs in your area. That's it, and we're going to be launching in the next week with promo codes, so $10 off. That's it. Thanks.
I get to stay,
Nectar
right?
Desk. Nectar Desk, yes.
I get to stay. So last but not least, my name is Renita, co-founder of Nectar Desk. Nectar Desk is a cloud-based call center software, and our story begins with my partner, Andre. Andre ran a very successful e-commerce business, and to remain profitable, he had to move his call center overseas. He knew that customer service is everything, and every call lost is revenue lost. So he came up with Nectar Desk. Nectar Desk gives you full visibility into your call center. You can tell how many agents are on, how many are off, how many calls they're taking. You can even have the opportunity to listen live and set custom alerts. If a call's dropped under 30 seconds, goes over 5 minutes, you get an alert. So we've helped our customers improve their customer service and keep their customers on retention for 30%, and also reduce their customer call handling costs by over 50%. And we're giving out trials to everybody here, so if you're interested, please do come see me. Nectar Desk.
If anybody from Motorleaf is still here and wants to pitch for 1 minute, that's the 1 minute mark. All right. In that case, pull your phones out, everybody. I'm doing it too. So the number you text to vote for your favorite company is 587-409-6630. Once again, that's 587-409-6630. Now, I know the font's a little small. So Integrated Health is known as New Frontier Communications. They're under that company, so it's 7316. Carzen was not present. AirTerra was 7309. Time Savvy 7312. Ask Pam 7310. Circle 7311. GUI 7318. Grade Slam 7314. Kudzo 7313. W3 Text 7315. Gotta Find It 7317. Yuma 7320 and Nectar Desk 7306. I'll give you guys a minute. Actually, do you guys want to see the progress happening right now? Do you still need these numbers? If we can take these numbers away, let's see what's happening here. So you can still vote. Let's give it 30 more seconds. Does everyone have their vote in more or less? Okay, I say we count down together. Let's go 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. You got 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're revolutionizing tutoring today. Grade Slam, congratulations. Do you guys want to say a couple words? You want an extra minute?
Well, I'll actually take this minute to thank Mike and everybody at Fundica for putting this event on, because I think it's really important for the startup ecosystem that we're able to bring people like us together. A lot of the companies are different stages, and that's great. We want to see sort of that type of progress in Montreal to really drive the ecosystem forward. Over the last year, I don't know if you guys have read the news, but there's been a lot of money in the venture world pumped into Montreal. We need great companies coming out of Montreal to drive that forward. So events like this, Lana, you put a lot of work and effort into this, as well as everybody else at Fundica. So I think on behalf of the entire startup ecosystem here in Montreal, thank you guys, and thanks for hosting Grade Slam, and thank you to Notman House and everybody else.
And now for the moment we've all been waiting for. Lana and Mike are going to announce the winner, the best pitch, who's going to San Francisco. Lana.
So thanks everyone for coming out. Who had a great time today? Thanks. It was just to make us feel better about it too. So first and foremost, I'd really like to thank all of you guys, the funders, the partners, and the startups and the volunteers. I'd also like to thank all of the team, the Fundica team, for organizing it. Phil mentioned Mike and myself, but there's also a lot of work being done. We have amazing people just like Dana, Shona, Katie, and so many more people in the Fundica team as well that you guys don't get to see often. And thank you a lot to our amazing volunteers as well. None of this could have been possible without you. So just going back to the event itself, we've heard a lot of great pitches today. You guys heard a lot about how important it is to have a great team, the funding, how to exit strategies, how to mentor, and really looking for like the right type of resources, finding your champion, like Alex was mentioning earlier in the Fireside chat. And so this is our 4th stop of the Fundica Roadshow. The mission is really designed to educate, inspire, and fund entrepreneurs across Canada. So I really hope that we shared a bit of knowledge today with you guys. And for the people that have actually pitched today, was really good. A lot of competition. We saw a lot of great pitches with innovative ideas. And we hope that any of you guys that were inspired today to just apply to the next Fundica Roadshow. It's going to be on May 13th at the Techno Park of Montreal. And it's going to be our final stop in Montreal, but not our final stop of this tour. So just to recap, the pitches were actually being rated on the team, the criteria, those are the criteria that they're being rated on: the team, the pitch, the solution, the market, and their readiness to San Francisco. So today, one winner will actually get to go home with a round-trip airfare to San Francisco, 3 months office space in the Valley, a really fantastic accounting software solution from QuickBooks, and also a pitch to VCs in the Valley, as well as a mega cloud hosting package from IBM and CANARIE. So before we announce the winner, maybe we'll just share a little story about the winner.
Okay. So it was a tough one today, actually. It was very close. I guess about probably 3 years ago, we started this 4 years ago, and when we first started it, there were some good companies, some not so good companies, and probably some really bad companies that pitched and stuff, and every year it's been getting better and better. And probably about, 3 years ago, this company pitched, and they weren't that great. They were okay, they kind of got in, they got to pitch. It was like, they were kind of, they did their thing. They're starting up, like a lot of startups. They were trying hard and this and that, and then, they came back and they pitched much better. Things had changed quite a bit. The whole business had kind of changed. And that's one story. But the actual winner, no, I'm kidding. And then they've come back this year and really quite an awesome pitch. It really goes to show you that it's kind of, the kind of educational part, the kind of learning, the kind of adapting. I think in a lot of cases too, kind of listening to what's going on and listening to people out there and working with the whole system. They've kind of really exemplified all that and really adapting as they went along. And I must say, I've probably seen them pitch 10 times in between here and other places. And nice to see an evolution. And in a lot of ways, that's inspiring to everyone else as well. So to the winners, I think they know who they are at this point. So grade slam.
Congratulations. You get to maybe just take a picture and just recap quickly.
One more.
Anyone else?
So I'm supposed to speak on the video? Is that the?
No, speak to the whole crowd.
Okay, well, I'll give you guys just really sort of a quick background on our company, what we do, and what we're sort of aspiring to do. So we set out with the vision to, as I sort of mentioned in the 1 minute, but to change tutoring and to make education accessible to everybody. I'm a teacher by training. Roberto has a master's degree in neuroscience. He's my co-founder and the tech brains behind everything we've done. We launched our company, it'll almost be 2 years. It's almost been 2 years, I guess. When we started, it was very, very simple. Our goal was to learn from users. We didn't know how we were going to democratize this tutoring industry. We just knew we wanted to do that. And so we, over the years, have spoken with thousands of students of all ages and really sort of figured out what it is that students want and met them where they're at. And that allowed us to change our business model. So we're a chat-based tutoring platform. It's all instant messaging, photo sharing, file sharing, basically like everybody's doing with each other already. Now we're just putting a tutor on the other end. So the company has evolved an enormous amount. We launched our business basically in September at the beginning of the school year, the current model, as part of the Founder Fuel cohort. So just a little shout out to Real Ventures and those guys. They've supported us an enormous amount. Since then, the company's sort of gone on to grow very, very, very quickly. We have students all across North America, the UK, basically every English-speaking country in the world, paying $15 a month for unlimited tutoring. And so if you think about traditional tutoring, it's very, very expensive. And we tried to sort of make this something that's accessible to everybody. In any case, the one thing I do have to sort of say is that we wouldn't be able to have achieved any of this without our team. And Roberto, being a co-founder, has really sort of tackled all of the technical stuff. He's been there with me from day one. We have a team now that our offices are just around the corner. Everybody's really committed to this vision. And we're glad to help anybody in the Montreal startup ecosystem, as I sort of mentioned before. So please, if you're founders, if you're interested in starting a company, if you have any questions or anything like that, if you have questions about Founder Fuel, I get a lot of those. Questions about the funding Roadshow, because we have sort of been involved from day one to a certain degree. Come speak to me, reach out. I'm sure you can get my contact info online. Connect with me on LinkedIn. I'd be glad to help everybody. I really think it's important, and go Montreal. Thank you.
Congratulations. I'll do this later. So guys, just to wrap up the event, thank you so much again. And the room across, we're giving away free drinks now, so enjoy. Thank you.